What did the scouters say about its power level? It's over 9,000! What, 9,000?
I don't care about man's power level. I fusion with bro, then we go get up wherever they are. Instant transmission, bang that Kamehameha. Now he's in the sky, flying Nimbus. Assassin hit, known to make their hearts quick. I make the ops miss, got ultra instinct. I'm never lacking, got the stick like we. I don't care about man's power level. I fusion with bro, then we go get up wherever they are. Instant transmission, bang that Kamehameha. Now he's in the sky, flying Nimbus. Assassin hit, known to make their hearts quick. I make the ops miss, got ultra instinct. I'm never lacking, got the stick like we. I handle the beef like margin boots. Baby food ops are child too. Ain't nothing to leave them covered in red like SS. God go cool. Got this blade, I'll slice man up like future chunks. It's damn at two. Don't care that Kefla's got boobies, equal rights. We shoot at Barbie too. Put shells in their back like Master Roshi. The Tenzus didn't work from Yajirobe. They need Dragon Balls to summon Shenron. We stomped him to death, did it like Broly. When I'm spinning their block, I feel like B-Rust. I left it destroyed like I had Kaishi. When I blast my key, my kill counts like Zeno-sama. Better respect me. I don't care about man's power level. I fusion with bro, then we go get up wherever they are. Instant transmission, bang that Kamehameha. Now he's in the sky, flying Nimbus. Assassin hit, known to make their hearts quick. I make the ops miss, got ultra instinct. I'm never lacking, got the stick like we. I don't care about man's power level. I fusion with bro, then we go get up wherever they are. Instant transmission, bang that Kamehameha. Now he's in the sky, flying Nimbus. Assassin hit, known to make their hearts quick. I make the ops miss, got ultra instinct. I'm never lacking, got the stick like we. This isn't even my final form. You don't want me in the hyperbolic chamber. In one day later, 10 times stronger. Everyone go feel my spirit bomb. Smoking a cell and cooler pack. That green is healing me like Dende. What you know about ambidextrous? Lock both hands and let the galley gun spray. The ops are victim. They've died more times than Krillin. His head, we left 6 dots. We made a pride trooper swallow his pride. Top hole. We knocked off his top. Jiren couldn't get no justice for Universe 11. We tag teamed him. Dispo try rumble, we disposed him. He got hit with that golden freezer death beam. I don't care about man's power level. I fusion with bro, then we go get up wherever they are. Instant transmission, bang that Kamehameha. Now he's in the sky, flying Nimbus. Assassin hit, known to make their hearts quick. I make the ops miss, got ultra instinct. I'm never lacking, got the stick like we. I don't care about man's power level. I fusion with bro, then we go get up wherever they are. Instant transmission, bang that Kamehameha. Now he's in the sky, flying Nimbus. Assassin hit, known to make their hearts quick. I make the ops miss, got ultra instinct. I'm never lacking, got the stick like we.
And we are live. Yo, Jug Draco. Yo, I appreciate you stopping by. Appreciate you, buddy. Alright. So, today we are building the strongest dragon deck. Alright, guys? Who's ready? we'll see right now. This guy already has. He looks like he has been playing for a long time. Or maybe he just bought a lot of things with some cash. Come on, baby. Hurry up. This guy's gonna do like a 20-minute move. Oh shit. What's up, home slice? Ah, man. Yes, sir. Yep, this dude already has. God damn, how many monsters are you gonna summon in one turn? Holy shit. Okay. Is he going to attack? He's not. He's going to summon something else. Okay, now he's going to attack. Oh, that's a fucking good ass. Oh, please attack. Come on, buddy. You know you want to attack. Damn, if I knew I had all this time, I mean, these guys take forever to make videos. Mojo Gaming, what's up? Thank you for the follow. Yes. We got him. What happened to good old school videos? He's gonna take another 20 minutes just to make one move. Bum 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 bum. This guy's gonna take 20 minutes. Oh my god. Oh, you're going to attack. Holy crap, hurry up. Hey, little buddy. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, buddy. Uh-oh. What happened? What happened, buddy? Aww, you just lost your best boy. What happened? What happened, buddy? Mind you, these guys, like... Oh, what the hell? This shit doesn't die? Oh. I guess that shit doesn't die. Okay, cool. Good to know. using his own monster against him. Oh, I'm using his own. Oh, man. Alright, well, he's gonna take another 10 minutes just to make one move. You see how fast I do my moves and how long he takes to do his? What a shame. Bum, 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 bum. Yo! What's up, Troy? Oh, oh, shit. My bad. I've been trying to focus on this game. These guys take like 10 minutes to do like one move. How's it going? Oh, dude. Bum, 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 bum. No way. Self-mutual destruction? Is that possible? It's not self-mutual destruction? Oh my god. Alright, dude. Okay. Just end it, dude. These guys fucking, they take forever. Holy shit. Bro, just finish me off. Holy crap. Damn. Hey, what's up in the chat? Yo, Draco. Yeah. It's, I don't know, bro, like, these guys take forever. Like, look, this guy could have finished me off, but instead, he's here acting a fool. This guy's fucking retarded. I don't know why these guys don't do it. What's the point of like, dragging the whole? You get what I'm saying? Bum 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 bum.
But you have to be a person plus. And it's a very exclusionary class of what you're doing. You're excluding a whole group of human beings. So I guess my question is, are there other human beings you would exclude that you don't view Destiny as persons?
So let me respond to your question with a question. You guys say that humans are protected. Do you agree with that, that humans ought to be protected, or humans are given?
More specifically, humans have human rights. So
Yeah,
protection
okay.
can mean different things, but
Humans have human rights.
the fundamental human right is the right to not be killed.
Okay.
It's the right to be protected against the right to life. And so that's why I don't have the right to commit homicide against you. And yeah, so, but I have a question for you too, but I know we all have questions for each other, but I'll let you.
Sure, yeah, I'm going to keep going on
Yeah.
that. I don't believe that you believe that humans have a right to life. So my next question would be, I show you a human who's been dead for 10 days. The corpse is still a human, we agree, right?
I think to clarify, a right to life meaning a right to not be killed, not a right not to be killed.
It's fundamentally different. And I found it interesting because you kept using this. Fundamentally have a right not to be killed. Abortion is an active killing. It's an active dismemberment. It's actually a violent ending for another human being. So morally, that act of abortion is much different than someone who maybe is brain dead, or we're not sure their brain activity that's been in a hospital for 3 months. You may say we have to, or the doctor may say we have this reason to believe this person is brain dead, but you're not actively killing. You don't say, well, they're going to die, so we would not say that. We would say we might withdraw life support and see if the person can sustain life on his or her own, but we're not going to actively dismember them in the process or violently kill them in the process. But that's exactly what abortion is. It's not just easily withdrawing life support. It's actively going into a womb where there's a developing human being that biologists tells us is a unique, whole, living human being that's never existed before and will never exist again, and it's actively killing them.
Okay, I don't believe that you believe in that argument. If I were to show you that all abortions could be done by just extracting the baby and then leaving it on the table and not actively killing it, but just removing it to see what happens, would you be okay with that?
That is actively killing.
That is killing.
Because the
How is that actively killing anyone?
Because
pulling the plug
children,
on
Destiny,
somebody?
you know this. You're a parent. Children are dependent on their parents. And a preborn child is dependent on
I'm just
the dependency of a
challenging the
child.
words we're using here. The difference
Okay,
between
that's
active and
fine. But
passive
the
killing.
dependency of a child doesn't give their parents or anyone else the right to kill that child.
Sure. I never said as much. I was challenging
Well,
the...
you do say as much, I think, because I think your position is if that dependent child before the arbitrary line of 20 to 24 weeks is in any way unwanted, inconvenient, just for whatever reason abortion is chosen for that child, then you are okay with a parent killing their child.
Depends on what video games the child plays. No, the only thing I'm trying to figure out right now is I'm trying to...
But are you okay with that? Because I think that was what you said
Well,
earlier.
I don't know what... So right now I'm just trying to figure out what your position is. So
Well,
oftentimes...
we're trying to figure out your position too. So
I already get my position with crystal
But
clear.
it actually
Well, it's a
wasn't
little
very
unclear.
clear. That wasn't actually clear, Destiny, because when
Okay, wait, hold on, wait,
hold
on. Just because I got cut off like 7 times and I haven't responded. So just to be very clear, to give you an idea of like, what I'm trying to establish right now, when I have conversations with people that are pro-life, there's a lot of dancing between words that I think deserve distinct definitions. Human, I think it's distinctly different from person. I think it's distinctly different from life. I think it's distinctly different from child. But all of these things, when we're talking pro-life, tend to just get thrown together. Like, oh, well, we should defend all human people and children are worthy of life. And a lot of these statements are almost begging the question. Obviously, anything that you would consider a child deserves the right to life, right? But that's what
pro-lifers believe human beings are persons.
Yeah.
What you're arguing is that some human beings don't deserve personhood rights,
but what I'm trying
which
to do...
throughout history, Destiny, has always proved to be a very dangerous position that you're taking.
Yeah, I understand that analogies to slavery we're trying to draw here, but what I'm just trying to figure out is...
But can you respond to that? Because I think let's just take it one step at a time.
I think fundamentally there's a difference between saying a fetus hasn't developed the cognitive parts yet to recognize it as living versus saying black people and white people are different types of things.
Let's address consciousness for a minute, because my understanding is you're saying...
Okay, if you want, hold on, real quick. If you want, we can leave to my position if you want. I still have no idea what you guys believe, but we can leave for mine if you want.
Well,
I'll very clear. I mean, we can say it slower for you.
What I heard you say is that like children should have rights and shouldn't be killed, which I think we all agree.
Any human life has the right to not be killed.
Yeah.
Any
well, yeah,
human
but
life
then
has
you
the right
also
to not
try
be
to draw,
killed.
when you said not be killed, you try to draw a distinction between like active and passive.
No, you cannot.
She did.
You
Because she said there was a difference between pulling the plug on Grandpa versus actively killing.
The intentional destruction of an innocent human life is
sure.
is
But
what
I was
you
saying that
oppose.
like unplugging Grandpa would be kind of like unplugging a baby. You're disconnecting both from a life support thing.
No, because a baby belongs, a preborn baby belongs before development of
He or
and able
she's
to be born belongs in his or her mother's womb.
Sure, I understand. But
So
that means
it's
there's
a
probably
natural,
ways
it's a natural habitat.
This is fundamentally different. There's probably ways to passively kill children. Just because you're actively versus passively doing it.
Well, it's
that's
about.
not gonna
I
be,
think intention matters too.
Yeah.
Sure, it
So,
absolutely can be.
yeah.
Yeah, I agree. But that's important to qualify. We can't just say like passively
Sure.
killing somebody is fundamentally different from actively killing somebody. Therefore, one is described like moral weight and the other isn't. Because you starve a child to death, that's passive, but that's also
I
bad,
think
right?
there's a few other things you have to get into and what you mean by passive or active.
Sure, I agree. That's what I'm trying to get into. But you can ask me a question if you want. I'll just
Okay.
I can pause
I
it
do
here.
have a
Yeah,
question
go ahead.
about consciousness.
Yeah, go
because
for it.
my understanding is that's your big line. That if there's
Hey,
suddenly
how's it going?
consciousness, then they are a person. They're not
What's
just
up,
a
Jake?
human, but they're also
I'm
a
good.
person. And first, to clarify, you think it's okay for some humans to be the victims of homicide? You think it's okay for some humans to be not a person?
I mean, I would take issue with homicide because that's a really loaded term. But I would say that you can end the life of human beings that no longer have the capacity to deploy consciousness. And
So
we
if
do
I'm
that,
asleep
let me
and I'm
finish real quick.
unconscious, it's okay to kill me?
That's why I said capacity to deploy consciousness. I can wake you up when you're sleeping.
Like the fetus
Okay.
has.
No, a
The
fetus that
fetus-
doesn't have the necessary brain parts has no
Destiny,
capacity for
if
consciousness.
you give that child time, that child
Give the
innately
child time
has
implies-
capacity.
Wait, you said 20 to 24 weeks. What about children?
Hold on.
Who
Wait,
have
wait,
REM,
wait.
who have REM
Just you
cycle
saying, hold
sleep
on,
at
wait.
11 weeks.
Just what you said there. Give the child time implies that it's
Give
not
me time
there
to
yet.
wake up.
Do you think that a seed and a tree are the same thing?
You're making a wrong assumption.
I'm not making a wrong
No,
equivalence.
you are,
I'm saying that a
Destiny.
seed
Because
given enough
listen,
time, a seed given
Destiny.
enough time will grow into a tree. But when you use the word, this thing will become this thing. The implication there is your intuition pumping all the rights that this thing has for saying this will become
Incorrect.
this.
Incorrect. A child in the womb, a human being, they might not have developed that capacity.
That means they don't
yet.
have the
They
capacity
might not
for
have
it.
developed that
Guys,
capacity yet.
just one microphone at a time, please. Just let
Okay,
everyone.
sorry. They might not have developed the capacity yet. Similarly, if someone is in a coma or unconscious, they're not actively, that capacity is not activated yet. But if you don't interrupt the life of that child, if you don't kill that child will absolutely be conscious and just develop consciousness in just a few weeks.
And that's the difference between the question you were asking me earlier when you tried to trip me off about the
I'm not
end
trying
of
to.
life.
You guys are the ones trying to trip me up.
No,
I'm trying to
we're
take out
trying to
what you're.
clarify. You have a very murky position because you said between 20 to 24 weeks, I believe a child has rights. Which one is it if you're the one making the laws?
Sure,
And who
I
gives
have
you
a
the right to make those
crystal
laws?
clear position. My position is the thing we ought to defend is the conscious experience because that's what
When
do.
does that conscious experience begin?
About
here?
20 to 24 weeks.
Well, that's a big time period because there's been children who've been born at 21 weeks and 5 days. So were those children, when they were born prematurely, so I had an intern a few years ago who was one of the youngest children ever to survive.
Okay.
At that age, she was 21 and 6 days old.
Okay.
So she's right in between your 20 to 24 week time range.
Okay.
So when she and her twin sister were born, do you believe that the hospital, the NICU, did something wrong and giving out care and spending hundreds of thousands of dollars in care to sustain her and her
What
sister's
is
life?
that?
Why would I think something wrong was done there?
Well, because
Oh, you don't think it's a human with consciousness necessarily?
Yeah,
I don't think
sure.
a
Your argument's
2-week-old
trying
is
to
a
kill
human
them.
with consciousness, but that doesn't mean there's anything wrong with supporting it.
But you're saying it's okay to kill it.
So you're saying my
Kill
vagina
it.
is magical. So something happened.
Well, first of all, as a
And-
child born by C-section, I'm very offended. Okay,
But,
we're
I mean,
humans too.
that's the
Number one,
position you're
no,
taking.
hold on.
Because
Hold on.
something-
Wait,
something magical
hold on.
happens
Wait.
during birth.
The vagina magic guy is not in the room right now. I
Well,
didn't
you
give any
were
qualification about birth being the magical time that made somebody a human. I've never said that ever. I have no idea what position you're attacking there. To back up, very
I'm attacking
clearly.
your position because it's not clear. Because
My
you
position
said
is-
20 to
let me
24
say-
weeks, and I'm asking you a very direct question
Yeah.
about child born.
Your question
21
was
weeks
if a child
and
is prematurely
6
born
days.
at 16 weeks, the mother and the father have every right to try to find support for that child. Why would you not?
But why? What
Why? Because it's going to grow into their kid. Why would they not?
of care?
But you're saying it's okay to kill the kid at 16 weeks.
Sure.
And I think that's the difference between this side of the table and that side of the table.
Well,
That side of the
obviously,
table
that's
is
because
okay.
I'm pro-choice and you guys are
Right, but you're
pro-abortion and you're anti-abortion.
pro-abortion. Yeah.
Have you ever considered that you could be wrong on this?
Yeah, of course.
What,
Have you?
What? Absolutely.
Hold on. Only one, to be clear, only one
Absolutely.
side of the table here is tied to organizations that are getting money invested in them. And have, so
Well,
if any
we
side
start-
here was
I
going to,
started my
I
argument.
understand, but
So-
you're never changing your position. I'm still free to change mine. So in terms of
Yeah.
asking me if I consider
That's why
I'm
I'm
wrong,
asking
I
you.
can consider that I'm wrong. You guys will never change your opinion on this. So,
I've considered it. I've had
Okay.
to consider a lot of
Sure.
things. But what would it mean if you were wrong on your position on abortion?
What would
Morally,
it mean if
what
I
would it
was
mean?
wrong?
So I don't know if you believe in God or heaven or whatever.
Well, I haven't aborted any kids yet,
But
so
say
to my knowledge.
you get hit by a bus
Uh-huh.
and you go to heaven and God's like, Destiny, you've been completely wrong on abortion your entire life. You've advocated for abortions between 20 and 24 weeks. No one can really tell because you wouldn't give us a definitive time.
Hold on, you're
Like,
hold on, wait,
can you
I'm sorry, I gotta do this real
consider,
quick.
like,
I gotta,
what would
wait,
that
wait, I
mean
gotta,
if
you
you
keep,
were wrong on
okay,
abortion?
hold on. You're saying that just because I can't nail an exact solid time when
That's kind of a big deal.
It's not really that big.
It is a big deal.
It's a
'cause
big deal.
There's
It's
a line
not.
between
It's
there's a
super
line
not a big
between
deal.
homicide
You could
and
literally
it
just
seems
say
totally
like,
okay.
hey, before 20 weeks, abortion is okay, and then draw the cutoff right there if you want. That's a question for policymakers.
But why do policymakers? Why does anyone get to
Why
decide
do
whether or
you
not
measure
an innocent person lives or dies?
Because that's what policymakers do.
No, they don't have the right to kill an innocent person. If any policymaker tries to kill an innocent person, that's murder.
And triage and who
There's
gets medical treatment first, or if you're making decisions about
Stephanie,
saving
can't
people
you
from...
admit there's a- okay,
hold on,
can't-
wait, okay.
I
I'm
still
gonna,
wanna
wait, just be clear. I'm gonna start kind of go,
I don't know if you've ever
wait. I
considered
know, but I don't have a
that.
chance to answer any question, and you're like loading so many horribly like intuition pump question banks in front of me that I don't have time to answer all of the horrible questions in front of me, okay?
I
So
just
like,
wanna-
wait, no, I'm gonna keep talking. One at a time. I can answer the question. But you can't keep stacking like dumb questions in front of me and then be like, oh, see, like you want to murder someone. Let me address the very first thing, because you keep trying to draw like there's some like thing here that you caught me on. The idea that I can't give you a time between 20 to 24 weeks. Okay?
Yeah.
I hate to be the guy that does this in a debate, but there's something called a continuum fallacy or a nirvana fallacy. The idea that just because I can't point exactly at when something begins, that I have to say that all of it is the same, or I can't point to that thing existing at all. I can't tell you when individual pieces of sand are stacked up and eventually become a pile of sand. I can't give you the exact numbers of sand that I can see for that to be, but there is a difference between an individual piece of sand and a pile
It's
of
a
sand.
false equivalency,
Hold
Destiny.
on.
It is.
Hold on.
It is.
Hold on.
That's-
This is
You're
basic
gonna-
argumentation.
Because the reality is you are saying that these are persons
Yep.
and these aren't based on a specific characteristic that you decided on. You came up with it. It's not human rights
I
anymore.
didn't-
It's consciousness rights.
Yes.
You believe
Because
in not
that,
human
no.
rights.
To be
You're
clear,
not you're not in support of
nobody
human
here
rights.
at this table,
You're in
you
support
either
of consciousness
hold
rights.
on. Why don't you defend?
So
wait,
you need
why
to
don't?
defend your position, and you're not doing that. You're kind of
Yeah.
blowing smoke a little bit, to be honest.
Why don't
And
you
so
give the same rights to
let's-
Kadai? Why don't you give the
let's-
same rights to human corpses?
Because they're dead. They're already
what does that
dead.
mean when you say they're dead?
So they're already dead.
What does dead mean?
I
Their
mean,
body's no
there's-
longer working in a coordinated fashion anymore. Their heart isn't pumping blood. Their
Okay.
brain is not.
If I put a
producing
person, if I put a
brainwaves.
person on the table and I can keep them alive with machines indefinitely, but they're never going to wake up, is that a human
So
life that should be
there
defended?
is a difference between withholding extraordinary
Just to be
medical
clear, I'm about
care-
to ask that same question after you, whatever you're about to say, because you're
No,
not
this
answering
is
my
important
question.
because
Okay, go ahead.
it's a bit of obfuscation the direction you're going here, because
Absolutely
there's
not.
a difference between withholding extraordinary medical care, which would be like life support, and withholding ordinary medical care. So if I, as a parent, or I as a doctor, I have a patient in the hospital, and let's say they are there being monitored because they have cancer, aggressive cancer, but they're maybe going to die, but they're not dead yet, and they're not on life support, they're just being monitored. And if I withheld food from this cancer patient and refused to bring food in this cancer patient to me and refused to feed that cancer patient, that would be homicide against that cancer patient. I don't know the right.
You agree with that, right?
Oh,
Yeah,
it's,
do you
agree
the
that
winner
that would
podcast.
be homicide?
Would it be wrong to deprive
I'll say
food
it's
from
wrong,
cancer
for sure.
patient?
Who's
Okay.
going to die?
Well, legally it would be
ladies,
murder
I'm not sure who they
to
are.
not feed
Whether
a
I'm not going
patient
to make a
in the
legal
hospital.
argument, but yeah, I would agree that would be wrong.
Okay.
Yes, of course.
So that's the difference between extraordinary medical measures and ordinary measures, okay? And
Natural
for a child
progression
in
versus
the womb, they deserve the ordinary measure of being able to stay in their natural habitat, their mother's womb, until they're old enough to survive outside the womb. Similarly, a newborn who you're feeding formula or you're breastfeeding has a right to that food from their mother or caretaker until they're old enough to, and even when they're old enough to physically feed themselves, they still have a right to be given a plate full of food at the dinner table. You can actually go to jail for child neglect by failing to feed your child. So, building these analogies that actually don't work with what we're actually talking about by saying, well, removing life support is like abortion, they're not the same, because children have a right to care, and children have a right to food, and children have a right to nourishment.
I still think
just like a right
you
to
need
life.
to clarify your position, because you said 20 to 24 weeks, which I gave you a very, very real-life scenario of a child who was born, a twin who was born at 21 weeks and 6 days, which in your view could have been aborted because you don't think she would have had the consciousness that you deem worthy of personhood.
True.
But, I mean, what biologist do you know that tells you that consciousness is at 24 weeks?
It's a great question.
Because I researched this before. I was on the internet. I was looking at PubMed at NIH's website. There aren't biological conclusions. In fact, they actually support the pro-life side, because if you look at the pro-life...
Biologists don't make an argument about that.
Well,
could I
no.
do?
Well, they do make arguments about when child
human-
feel
when
pain,
human life begins.
when
Sure,
twins
yeah.
interact. So there's a very well-known study showing that twins interact in the womb as early as 14
Amoeba
weeks.
interact with each
And
other.
Pain, children can experience pain at 12 and a half
Germs
weeks.
react to external
So are you
stimuli.
saying
plants
those-
Are you
can-
saying
Human
germs
beings?
are the same as human lives?
I haven't even got to... Okay, so let me make a couple things. So firstly, you said I made a false analogy earlier. You compared cancer patients getting withheld
No, I
food.
wasn't comparing abortion to cancer patients.
Okay, you're...
I was
you're-
talking
you're-
about the difference difference between ordinary measures.
I'm not talking about
and
ordinary or
measures
extraordinary
when it
care.
comes to
That is
medical
a,
care.
that is an entirely
Natural
separate.
progression
Sure.
versus
That is an
natural end. That's what you're trying
entirely.
to
That's great.
conflate.
That's
Wait,
really
if I can just jump in.
No,
real quick.
I don't need you to.
If I
No.
can just jump in.
No, listen.
Hold on, wait. Let me just say, if we can allow turn the heat down a little bit on the conversation, slow it down.
We're making people at
well,
home uncomfortable.
Well, I do want to give. It does seem to be that Destiny hasn't had as
No,
much
that's fine. I'm good.
opportunity.
I'm taking
You
notes.
okay?
I'm good. I'm ready.
We need
Cause-
another guest there.
No,
right?
we absolutely don't. Let me go. Okay. You're making bad analogies by comparing any of this to ordinary or extraordinary medical care is a fundamentally separate question, okay? That's a separate
I agree.
question of provisioning research
I
or whatever.
completely agree.
You don't agree because you brought it up as a contrary to
No,
the
I was
question that
bringing
I
it up as a
said.
response
I would
to you
originally
about-
ask you this question again, and I'm going to ask you the question again because nothing in you had addressed it. And my question was, and I'm going to repeat it, a person that is in a coma that will never wake up, should that person be indefinitely kept alive on life machines?
It depends on what are the characteristics of them in that
The
coma.
characteristic is
Was
that the
that a
person's
medically
body.
induced coma?
The characteristic is the person
What was-
in a coma. They're never going to wake up, but their body is still.
How do you know they're not going to
How do
wake
you
up?
know they're never
I mean,
gonna wake
the
up?
problem is,
Because
Destiny, you're
the
coming up
scientist has
you're
a magic
Destiny,
machine that he pushes
Destiny.
a button, and the machine says this person
Destiny,
is never
you're
going to
coming
wake
up
up.
with a magical scenario that you are designing without providing any context. Where
Just to be
context
clear, are you
exists in
telling
the
me that a
real
person
world.
being in a coma is not going to wake up is a magical scenario?
No, I'm telling
No,
you that
you-
when
Okay, so
people
we agree
are
that
in a
people
coma,
are in
you're
comas
trying
and
to make it
oftentimes we can say-
absolute.
Guys,
You're
please,
trying
one
to make it-
one
I like it.
microphone at a time,
No,
please.
No,
Let
it's
me
good.
answer.
It's fine side because the refusal to engage with the
Let me
question
answer.
demonstrates the weakness of your position.
No,
You can keep doing this, but
Destiny.
to be clear, I'm going to ask the same question again.
I still like
You
to get
can't
my
even
question
engage-
Wait,
answered.
guys,
you can't even
please,
engage with the
no
hypothetical. There's a
interrupting.
reason why.
Listening to what I'm saying.
I am listening, but you're refusing to
That's
engage with the hypothetical because you
No.
know that you don't have a rock solid
No,
definition of
because
what type of life
you're-
should be defended. The
because
reason why
we
you want to
did-
engage with the
guys,
question.
hold on.
A lot of assumptions.
Order in the podcast studio. I am noticing, perhaps on I don't know which side is doing it most, but let's try to avoid interrupting. Let's allow people to speak, finish their thought, and then, if we can. So Destiny, do you want to
We
make?
can do a round table. One question we each answer.
Okay, to be clear, I'm willing to, and I have responded to, when you asked me about feeding cancer patients what I said of killing, I said yes. You said when you withhold food from child, etc. I'll answer any question you give me. I have no problem. It's my
Answer the
position.
question, have you ever considered that you may be wrong on this issue? And if you are wrong on this issue, what does it mean you are spending your time advocating for?
There's problems on both sides. First of all, that's not the greatest question to ask. You're getting
Well,
into very weird, like Pascal's
thank
way.
you for
I'm
your
going to finish
passion
answering the question,
misogyny.
okay? So
just
one,
answer the
one-
question.
I am answering the question. Okay?
Oh, after you insulted me.
What do you mean? How have I insulted you? Wait, how did I insult you?
My question. So it's not the greatest question to ask.
I said it's not a
I
good
didn't
question to
ask-
ask because theoretically you run into a bunch of weird saying, well, what
Maybe
if I'm
you don't
wrong on
wanna
this particular
answer the
thing?
question.
What
Have
if
you
you're
thought
wrong
about
by saying
that?
that black people and white people do deserve the same rights?
Well,
Like, what if we're trying-
let's let Destiny answer
Sure,
the question.
yeah. So
Go
I mean,
ahead.
there's like, so I'm not going to always think of like, well, what if I'm wrong? I mean, I do consider both ends of things, but the consequences for being wrong on both ends are pretty disastrous. On one end, you're advocating for, I guess, arguably the genocide of like of little babies,
That
and on
seems
the
pretty
other
awful.
end, sure, and on the other end, you're advocating forcing women to give birth to children that they might not want, especially in cases of, say, sexual assault or in cases where they feel like they can't
It's
support
not
their
for-
child.
What do you
Not
think
forced
is?
birth, that's
What do
it.
you think
Abortion.
would be worse? Genocide. So we had 60-some million abortions in America since Roe versus Wade. 60 million. More than 1,000 children are killed every day at Planned Parenthood.
No, you can't.
across
You
the
keep
country.
saying children like you're
Yes,
morally
they are.
loading your.
They're
Children,
young
yes.
humans.
Okay.
When you
well,
saw an
10,000
when you
okay,
saw the
abortions-
ultrasound of your son in the womb, did you say, "Wow, look at that fetus sucking its thumb," or did you say, "Wow, look at my boy, he smiled at me"?
Yeah, I also get warm feelings when I look at my car. Like, this isn't proving an argument
Are you
by
saying
saying
cars
like
are
you
the
have.
same as humans?
I'm not saying cars. I'm saying that judging the validity or the veracity of your argument by the emotional response somebody has to an ultrasound. I also felt a certain type of way when my ex-girlfriend showed me that she was pregnant. But that doesn't mean that the urine on the strip is anything special either, right?
Your emotions can match
Just
the
to be
reality.
clear, I still
and
haven't
the
gotten
re-
an answer to my coma
and the-
question,
and
which
the-
is like
I still
fundamentally
haven't
like an
gotten an answer
important.
to my
well,
question.
the reality.
What was your question?
So, if you, do you consider you're wrong? And you said
I
well,
have
on
considered
one,
I'm wrong, but the
on
problem
one
is,
end
hold
it
on,
would
let
be
me- yeah, hold on,
genocide.
just let her finish.
On
yeah.
one end it would be genocide, and
Uh-huh.
on the other extreme, if I were wrong, I would have forced women to carry unwanted children, or in your word,
Mhm.
fetuses or things.
Correct.
What do you think would be worse?
Well, in order to answer
Genocide
that,
of hundreds of millions of
innocent
children
babies, yeah.
worldwide? Do you think that would be a little worse
The thing is,
than
in order
inconveniencing a woman for 9 months if I were wrong?
in order to accurately answer the question, you have to assess the risk of being wrong on both ends. For instance, if I were to say, what would be worse? If I've got to choose between 50 people here or 100 people here to protect from some death event, you know, what should I choose? The 50 people or the 100 people? Well, it doesn't make sense unless I have
What do you mean by
like,
death event?
as in, let's say that there's going to be something that has a chance of coming in and killing both people, but I can protect one group of people. Do I want to protect the 50 or the 100?
But that's not
I need to finish the
not a
analogy.
correct
Hold on.
analogy.
If you can't understand any hypothetical, we can't get anywhere in this
But these
conversation.
hypotheticals
Then-
don't
no,
match
the-
what we're discussing.
The hypothetical perfectly
Destiny.
maps on. What I'm saying is I wouldn't just say that I would protect 100 people because 100 is greater than 50. What I would say is what is the probability of the 100 people dying versus what is the probability of the 50 people dying? And then from there you would start to weight the decision actively.
So hundreds of
when
millions
you
of
ask
women
me,
haven't
so
died.
when you
And they
ask
won't
me,
die,
so
but
when
they
you
come
ask
out
me,
pregnant.
so when you ask me, what's the probability or what is the likelihood of being wrong, or what would be worse, being wrong here or being wrong here? What I have to think of is what is the probability of being wrong on both ends. It's not just a 1-to-1 because I'm not going to sit here and pretend that everything is a 1-to-1 like there's an equal chance of being right or wrong here. I feel very strongly about my position about being pro-choice, so I'm not weighting this as a 50% chance of being right here and a 50% chance of being right here. So the question doesn't make sense. What I'm saying is a meaningless question.
How do you feel very strongly about being pro-choice when you can't even tell us at what point you think a child has this extra special consciousness that deserves life in the womb?
Why would that prohibit me
You
from...
don't know when consciousness exists, when it actually comes...
You won't
don't
even
know
say
when
when
the
it
baby has
I've given you the
consciousness.
range of when different people develop at different rates. It's about 20 to
So
24 weeks.
so you want to create, so you believe that we should have a sliding scale of what it means to be a human person.
We already have that sliding scale. We do it at death. That's why when we go back to the... I'm going to ask
do you
again...
think
No,
it's
I'm not
okay?
answering the question.
Do you
Answer
think
this
it's okay
question.
to kill someone?
I'm going to... No, because I said capacity to deploy consciousness.
What do you mean by capacity to deploy
As in
consciousness?
all of the parts in your brain are functioning and working and can deploy a conscious
So
experience.
an embryo who is developing their brain will absolutely have the
Will.
capacity to
Will
play.
implies
But
it doesn't
why
yet.
are you being age discriminatory against that
Because
child
when
for
you
not having
say-
the ability to develop? Okay,
No, hold on, wait, you can't
Destiny.
just ramble and ask me a question.
Destiny.
You ask me a question. If you're going to ask me, I'm just going to keep talking. Okay.
Okay,
When you
go.
ask me, will a thing have a right, I will agree with you that it will. The pieces for a building are not the same thing as a building itself. A seed is not the same
But the
thing as a
embryo
tree.
is a
An
whole.
embryo is not the same thing
No,
as a person.
no, you're
And so when you
conflating
say,
parts
hold on,
and
don't
wholes.
stop saying that every single... Okay, hold on.
The
To be clear for the
embryo is
audience,
whole.
when you're
Hold on,
having a
just
conversation
let
with
him
somebody,
finish,
yeah,
let
if you're
him
having a
finish.
conversation with me and they're not willing to engage with a single hypothetical, or they claim every hypothetical doesn't map on, unless you can clearly explain why, it's because you know that the hypothetical is testing the limits of your belief in a way that
I'm
demonstrates
just using
the absurdity
science.
of what you're saying.
And
You're
you
not-
don't-
not-
you don't
first
wanna
of all,
acknowledge that.
whether or not pro or
Let- let
anti-life
me finish
exists has
my
nothing to do with science. It's not a scientific question. It's a question of moral philosophy. Okay? Number one. So number two, going all the way back to this original question that I don't think you're going to answer me because I think that this does demonstrate the
Well, can you?
faultiness of your
I
position
already
is
answered you, and
didn't
couldn't
answer.
I
No,
did
you
answer
said that's an absurd
no,
proposition
that's
to
not what I
imagine
said,
a person could
Destiny.
be in a coma.
I said you needed to provide more information. Was it a medically induced coma? How long was the coma? These questions matter, and
Let's
they're
get the
actually.
Destiny, what is
I
the
can
question?
ask a very simple
What-
question.
Was there
What's the
injuries?
question?
A
Was there-
person is in a bed. Person is in a bed. This person is unconscious in a coma. The doctor has a machine and he pushes the button and the machine says this person will never wake up again. But the rest
There's
of their
no
body
button
works.
like that exists.
That's why it's called a hypothetical.
Then it's a false
Hypothetical means it
hypothetical,
does-
Destiny, because it doesn't exist in the real world.
That's it, yeah,
You're
you-
inventing a false hypothetical that doesn't exist in the real world.
That is,
So
and,
it-
and
it-
human
and you're using it
If
to
you can't-
justify
if you
ending
can't-
the life
yeah.
of an embryo.
You can't adjust this.
Or a human being.
I
So
wouldn't
it-
have made
that's-
incapable of dealing with hypothetical, and the conversation
No, we
is
can
like...
deal with
You can't. You
hypotheticals.
can't. A hypothetical, by definition, is
No.
something that is not happening. That's why it's called a
Destiny.
hypothetical.
Destiny.
so wait, let me ask you a hypothetical. Since you love hypotheticals, let me ask you
I
a
love
hypothetical.
hypotheticals. Yes.
So
Great.
scientists are working on artificial wombs.
Okay.
All right?
Mm-hmm.
Would you agree with me that if they develop this artificial womb that can sustain human life, that there would be no legal reason, or there should be no legal justification for abortion? Because if you could remove a child from a woman's womb who say doesn't want to have a child, didn't want to get pregnant, and place that child in this artificial womb, safely grow and develop, where they were, would you agree with me in that hypothetical situation that there's no justification for abortion? Why not?
You're not even. There's 10 unanswered questions. I
just solved
you
all
are
the
making,
problems,
you
right,
are
with
making,
my hypothetical.
You are making a dialogue-tree argument against an argument for viability. I have never made that argument in my life. I've never argued that viability is what determines if a child gets to live or die. That's an absurd position. I would never have that. So
I wasn't
if you're saying
you were making a viability
hold on.
argument.
What?
So-
wait,
so
wait, no, wait, because you don't even understand the argument you're making now. Hold on. You are making an argument for viability when you're saying if I could show you an artificial womb,
love when men
should we
yell at
not
me.
say I know, I love yelling at women. Okay, could you not say, thank you, could you not say that, like, well, if I can show you that I can transplant this fetus from this womb at 1 week to an artificial womb, doesn't that give it the right to life? The implication there being the viability of a fetus to survive outside of an abdomen.
I thought we could find common ground on
Hold
that.
on.
Yeah, the common ground, I would
That's
say,
why
is that
I was
has
asking.
there is no common ground there. I would say 20 to 24 weeks.
So
Same answer I gave before.
your entire position is based on is based on age. It's basically the development, the
It's
maturity.
not based on age, it's based on development of the
age
consciousness.
development is age, Destiny.
It could develop
For
early
humans,
or later, I guess, right?
A development is age. Age is a marker of development.
It
okay?
can be, sure.
So your whole argument is that if the development hasn't happened yet, then therefore they're not a human life worthy of protection.
And a person, yeah.
A person, okay? So are you saying that toddlers, because they're less developed than an adolescent, should have fewer, should not have the same rights as an adolescent?
Yes, you agree with the same
Fundamental
thing. Hold on,
human
to be
rights. They should
clear.
have different human
whoa,
rights
okay,
because of
now you're developing
development.
more, but the funny thing
Because
is
of
you
human
said
rights.
in your opening statement, you literally said
They have the
children
same
need
human
even
rights,
more
right?
protection. They don't have the same rights.
Do they
A child
check-
can't sign a contract. A child can't
But
buy a house. A
Destiny,
2-year-old
hold
can't go to
for
high
1 second.
school.
Do they have the same human rights?
No.
A toddler and an
They don't have the same human
adolescent
rights?
don't have the
Do you-
same
what-
human rights.
Do you believe
I would
there are
argue
human
that I
rights?
have like the human right to live in a house in the way that I want to. A 3-year-old
Okay,
does not have the
so
human
do you
right
not
to live
agree
there.
that-
Hold on.
Okay,
no,
hold on.
no,
Do you
wait,
not
wait,
agree
wait,
there
wait.
are fundamental human rights? Maybe that's
There might be some.
disconnecting.
If you're gonna, if you want to get
confused.
very fundamental in terms of like, do you have a right to not be killed?
Yeah,
Then sure.
I think that's
hold on.
a very important
Sure,
point
you
to
can say that,
establish
but
for
earlier you
sure.
stumbled onto something very funny that we all agree on, is that based on the level of development, you actually do grant different rights to people.
Well,
that is absolutely
so
true.
you're saying if you're not developed enough, you have the right to be, you actually, instead of being more protected as a child, you should be less protected as a child, and you have less rights as a child to not be killed, to not
a
be fed, not be
child
cared
is
for.
generally defined as a human person, so you're
But-
begging the
but
question when you
Destiny
ask,
believes
I
in
believe
the-
all children should
he
have rights.
believes in
I
the
just don't agree that a
magical-
3-week-old
Are you still
fetus is a
believing
child.
in the magical vagina or
More than I
vaginal
believe in the
C-section?
magical zygote that
Because
becomes a
what
magical
about,
human
so what
when it's
about
2
the,
cells big.
What
Yeah, of
about
course.
the intern I mentioned, the 21-week, 6-day intern?
What about it?
So when she was born, she and her twin sister were born. That's in her 20, 24 weeks. Who knows what Destiny really believes about abortion at that point?
I told you, between 20 and 24 weeks, yeah.
You got to be kind of specific when you're talking
Do you
about
think that
killing
puberty
people. But
Wait. Do you think
what
puberty? Wait, I need to know. Do you think
no,
puberty?
answer my question,
Okay.
Destiny. Remember?
I'm going to ask you this again. I'm
Yes,
coming
I
back to the
believe
coma
in
one too,
biology.
because you
We
still
can
haven't
come back
answered
to the coma all day
You
long.
still haven't answered the coma question. But go ahead.
It's a false.
But what is the answer? So
The
at
answer is if you
at
want to take care of a
21
baby.
Excuse me.
You're
At
excused.
21 stage, a child is born and a child is surviving.
A thing
But
is,
the ch-
yeah, okay.
Is it a thing or is it
It's
a child?
something, yeah, it must be something.
Do I have the right after the moments that child comes out? Well, that's what I'm trying to find out.
Yeah.
Moments after that child
Uh-huh.
exits my body via C-section or vaginal birth,
Okay.
does that child have the right to not be killed? Because that child is in that 20, 24 weeks, and we don't know,
If the child has
according
your
to
level
your
of
science,
Uh-huh.
we don't know what type of consciousness this child has. So is there anything wrong with saying, well, you survived, we're not going to treat you, we're going to actually actively dismember you or
So,
inject a poison into your heart
If
to
you're
cause a heart
approaching
attack?
my position in good faith, if I'm saying that consciousness develops from 20
So how do you know?
that's when scientists
But
seem to
how-
think that.
how
Oh,
do
I'm
you
sorry.
know
I'm
that the
so sorry.
child-
I'm interrupting. Your question was my answer.
How do you
my
know
bad.
the
So you were going to ask
child
another
at
question.
21 weeks and 6 days has consciousness? How do you know?
Hilarious.
What's changed?
You don't know.
So that's what I'm saying.
No, that's what I was saying. I was going to answer, but you cut me off. You cut my answer to your
So I
question off
wanna
with another
know, is
question.
it
so
okay
you
to
don't want to
kill
know.
a
You're just trying to run
child
me down a dialogue. here.
after the
Is it
child is
okay
born?
to kill a child? Probably not.
Is it
I would imagine
okay-
It's probably never okay to kill a child, right? So my answer was that if the cutoff seems to be somewhere around 20 to 24 weeks, if you're drawing policy or legislation because we can't determine exactly when they're conscious, you'd probably be safe and say something like only first trimester abortion. Would probably be like a thing, or like before like the 20-week mark would probably be about where you go to. That'd be my guess.
Okay, but so the child who's born at 21 weeks and 6 days, or the fetus, or whatever it
That would be
means,
past the policy cutoff. So you'd probably say at that
what-
point
no,
it should probably
this
be.
is Destiny's hypothetical world. This is Destiny's hypothetical
Yeah.
world. If you're there at the delivery room,
Uh-huh.
are you saying that that child can be killed because we don't know what that child's
In
consciousness
Destiny's
level is?
hypothetical world, if
Is
we've
it-
drawn the line at
would you do
20
anything
weeks,
wrong?
if the child is born at 21 weeks, we probably say, okay, well, now that it's
So
born,
now
it's
you've
going to be.
changed your position in this debate. You went from 20 to 24 weeks, and now you're down to 20, right?
Do you understand the difference between a policy position versus like an epistemic statement or like a moral statement?
Yes, I'm not a moron. Thank you.
Okay.
I
well,
love how
then
you word
I don't.
these
Well,
questions. Like,
I don't know
do
why
you understand there's a difference between the color blue and the color purple?
Okay.
I'm not really sure.
Yeah.
I don't know. I've never talked to a misogynistic man like this before.
Okay. All right.
I still want to know if you think that
You
there's
don't want to know
something
anything. I can't
happens-
answer a question.
Something
I said in the very
magical
beginning of this.
happens at birth.
Yeah, I said in the very beginning of this that the cutoff would be 20 to 24 weeks.
Now
right?
you're down to 20, so we've actually we're winning. He's down to 20 now.
Well,
wait,
I think
hold
I
on.
was at before.
So wait, just a question.
Yeah.
She's just accused you of being misogynistic. I mean, do you have a response to that?
I am.
I don't think he has one.
Well, no, I mean, come on,
I'm being honest.
you're not.
I am. The more time I spend around them, the more contemptuous I feel about them.
Well, I mean,
Every
you're
avenue of
trolling,
life.
but
I've watched so many Just Pearly Things videos. I just
can we
can't
go
even.
back to the consciousness stuff with
Sure.
the,
Well,
with
can
the
I even have?
toddler
Apparently, my
versus that?
position doesn't even exist right now. So let me restate.
No,
I've tried to.
your position's good now. We know where you're at least at. You're at 20 weeks. We've got you moved from 24 to 20 weeks,
Yeah,
right?
so the question of policy is separate from the factual question of when does a conscious experience happen, right? What I stated initially was, it seems like there is a conscious experience that starts at around 20 to 24 weeks.
Can
If
you
that's
name the
case-
biologist?
Google it.
That's what I told you. I actually researched this for several hours today on NIH's PubMed website, and I actually found a lot of pro-choice scientists who are saying children can feel pain at 12 and a half
Feeling
weeks.
pain
Or they
is
don't
not
know.
consciousness.
Or they don't
Siblings
know.
can interact with each other at 14 weeks. So just using that data from the NIH's own website would tell you that now your 20-week limit on abortions, which is wrong and probably should be moved
Okay,
down
so
to
I
12
googled
to
this,
14
and the
weeks.
first thing that came up from scientificamerican.com, I'm not sure what research said, is consciousness requires a sophisticated network of highly interconnected components, nerve cells, its physical substrate, the thalamocortical complex that provides consciousness with its highly elaborate content, begins to be in place between the 24th and 28th week of gestation. Now, I googled that, it was the first thing that came up, so it's crazy to me that you read all these things. But however, I will finish, 24th to 28th, I've also seen stuff that says 20th to 24th week. So because I don't want to murder babies, to be safe, I would probably say I would go with the earlier number because I generally don't want to kill children most of the time. So I would say that the policy position should probably say on the 20th week should probably be the cutoff with a child would a third trimester of pregnancy or a born child. So that's about what it says. No position has changed. I haven't moved at all. At the very beginning of this debate, I said 20 to 24 weeks is about. I haven't even clarified that. The policy position would probably just stop at 20 weeks.
I have a question for Destiny. Do you believe in human rights?
What do you mean by that?
Do you believe in universal, fundamental human rights that all human beings share?
Yes, I do believe there are some universal rights people should have. Do they
Does that
objectively
include
exist?
the right to life? Does that include the right to not be killed?
Generally speaking, I would say so. Yeah.
Generally speaking, or yes?
That's a very difficult question. If two countries are at war with each other, does somebody have a right to kill an enemy combatant?
You can't answer this question.
Does somebody have a right to kill an enemy combatant in a war?
Yeah, so in a war, there can be something called just war theory. There's different theories for what makes a war just or unjust.
Okay.
And yes, you can be tried for war crimes
for
unjustly killing civilians.
Okay, I'm just trying to make you understand
because they have a right to life as a human being.
I'm just trying to make you understand that when you ask me a question of does everybody have a fundamental right to life? Depending on what you're asking, that could be a very difficult question.
I'll say it again and let me know if this is clear. Do you as a human being have a right to not be killed?
I would say, generally speaking...
Without due process. How about we'll add that
Generally
on?
speaking,
Without
if
due
we
process.
have any sort of construction of government, my imagination would be that a fundamental right would be a right to life, to
Excellent.
not be killed. Yes, I would agree.
And in the United States, under the U.S. Constitution, the 14th Amendment says that we have a right to equal protection of the law, and no state has a right to deprive the life of anyone without due process. You've probably heard this before. Okay. So, do you think that there is any due process for the human life right now? Where is the due process for the human life before your consciousness arbitrarily
Well, I would say that person isn't protected by the Constitution because they're not a person yet.
Okay, and you're defining personhood based on
somebody
this 20
that
to
has
24
capability
weeks.
of having a conscious experience,
okay.
yes.
So let's talk about that for a minute. If I'm under anesthetic and I'm unconscious, and someone comes up to me and says, "Can I kill you?" and I'm unconscious, I can't say, "Don't kill me." Can they kill me?
No.
Tell me why.
Because you have the capacity to deploy a conscious
Just
experience.
like the fetus.
No, the fetus can't.
The fetus.
Destiny, if you don't kill that fetus, the fetus, with a matter of time, because I'm under anesthetic, in a matter of time, I will come out from under anesthetic and I will have my consciousness. For the fetus, if you don't kill that fetus under a matter of time, the natural human development, you were once a tiny child in the womb, maybe 18 weeks before the consciousness that you say some biologists claim for,
half of me was
and
an egg,
if no one killed you,
Uh-huh.
then you would have your consciousness, just like I, coming out of an anesthetic, would have my consciousness.
Do
So
you
why
think
is it,
that-
why, so,
Uh-huh.
so your position sounds like age discrimination, because you're saying that because the child is not doesn't have their consciousness yet, just like under anesthetic, I don't have my consciousness regained
Do you think
yet.
there are any 2-year-old
then,
humans? Do you think there are any 200-year-old?
Then you're saying that
there are
it's
any?
okay to kill them.
Do you think there are any 200-year-old humans that deserve, like, to be protected by all the human rights that we have fundamentally?
Well, I think if someone lived to be 200, then yeah,
That'd
they'd
be
What if
be
they
pretty
were-
awesome.
what about
pretty
right now?
amazing.
Are you
Who's
ageist?
actually alive.
If there was a 200-year-old, I'd say yes. If they're alive, that would be amazing.
Okay,
I'd
and
say
if there
no
was
one
a
has the right to
1-week-old
kill you.
having a conscious experience, I would say it as well. I'm
But
not
if
being
the 200-year-old is asleep, and the right to kill them, Destiny.
Because if they're asleep, they
Your,
should wake
your,
up.
your line of consciousness, your
Hold on,
reasoning
I'm gonna
about
hold on, wait,
consciousness
wait,
is not
wait.
logical.
This is-
You
this
just
is,
stated
Okay.
the fundamental
So-
flaw of your entire position, because
Sure.
you keep saying
I understand.
if
So
they
real quick,
wake
I'm
up,
just going to talk now, okay? The
if
way
they
that
wake
this
up.
conversation works is because you two have organizations, because you two are bought in. You can never
Okay, you
even
can't keep
remotely
going to
consider.
that.
Wait,
That's
I have to
not-
because
that's
I haven't
not
gotten the
fair.
ability
Let him
to
finish.
even
Here
respond
comes
to
the
a point.
misogynist. Come on.
It's not misogynist, okay? Now I'm in my demon racial
Did a
energy
bunch of
because you're
men
both white
start our
people. So now I'm like
organizations
hitting you
as
because you're
well?
white, okay?
But you can't just throw that zinger in there like, oh, you're only
I
pro-life
have
you
to because
really
the
pro-life
style of
organization.
argumentation that you're both engaging
Come on.
in is like a gift
Is
scale of 50
scientific.
million questions. Nothing is scientific about this conversation. It's 50 million questions on me being able to respond to or answer anything.
Well,
You
let's
can't
have a
even
scientific.
hypothetical.
What is not
I've got a
scientific
question.
about the
I've
argument?
I've got a
That-
question.
This is a question of
got a
moral philosophy.
question.
It's not a scientific
I got a question. Got a question here.
None of my
hold on,
questions have even been
hold on.
answered yet. Yeah, go ahead.
So
Go back to your hypothetical, but if you
when
don't, if you don't answer my clarifying
so
question about
Lila,
your
I have a
hypothetical,
question
then
for you,
we're
Lila.
not going to get very far.
I got a question for you, Lila.
Yeah.
For everybody here. Wow, it's great. When does life begin?
At the moment of conception, when
The moment of
sperm
fertilization.
and egg unite, when a unique, whole, living human being that never existed before and will never exist again comes into existence with a unique genetic code. And 96%,
Wait, so are twins not human?
Excuse me.
Hold on.
No, they are.
96% of biologists in the University of Chicago study, majority of whom were pro-choice and liberal,
106 are delusional as fuck.
confirm that
Yeah.
fact, that there is no other point at your development can you say you became you, then at the moment of conception, when your DNA, your genetic code came into existence. That is a biological fact, and I'm sorry it's inconvenient to raise that, but
Well,
that is the fact.
And to clarify, I would agree with you, Destiny. If human life began at consciousness, I would say, you know, anything before that, human life beginning at consciousness, I would say it doesn't matter. It's not a human life yet. But what's inconvenient for you is that human life doesn't begin at consciousness. Human life and
First of
humans
all, none of
can
this is
be-
inconvenient
and
for me.
humans can
I'm not a
be
woman.
and
At the end of the day, I'm not going to have a kid, so it's not
Well, you-
inconvenient for
don't
me at
you
all.
have a
Okay?
kid?
So,
You have a
Destiny,
child.
when
I
does
didn't give birth to him.
But
when
you're
does
you're
life
I'm just
the
saying,
father
you're saying
of
it's
the child.
inconvenient to me, where it's like it's not
Well,
an
meaning
inconvenience to
because
me to
I think
recognize.
you're representing the pro-abortion position here, and
Surely
you're
you don't
saying
believe
that
in the
consciousness
uterus.
is behind that.
Sure, but I'm
decides
just saying that
whether
you keep
people live
saying
or
like
die.
it's inconvenient. None of these facts are inconvenient. I'm totally
Well, they are
willing to
because
address-
they dispute your made up definition
All right,
of
I'll
when
be right back.
personhood begins.
There is no the definition of when personhood begins is literally the subject of our debate. There's not a scientific answer to that question.
What I
Unless
said at
you
the
believe in
very
human rights.
beginning is
No,
when
that's
you
human
when you
rights are not
separate-
science.
Excuse me.
That's-
When you,
Human
if you
rights- yeah.
separate when human beings
Is that,
come
do you-
into
is that mechanical
existence-
engineering? When do you learn
Excuse
human
me.
Sorry, go ahead.
Well, if you separate when human beings come into existence
Okay.
and personhood, and you make it two different lines,
Mhm.
it's always bad. Bad things have always happened throughout human history when we tried to separate human beings from personhood. It's always a slippery slope, and bad things always happen, is what we're saying. So
Destiny,
The reason when we're talking,
Don't
the
interrupt.
reason
No,
the
no.
reason science debate is because and the question of human rights is because human rights are about the humans that have rights that are universal. So all humans, if you're a member of the human family, you have these rights. And I think earlier you did, you know, kind
You
of
keep saying
kind
that,
of
but we
timidly
don't- no,
agree.
no.
kind
You
of
have
agreed
more
to- Can I just
qualifiers.
finish, Justin?
Oh,
You're gonna
I'm
do it.
so sorry.
You
My
did.
bad.
You
Go
did
ahead.
kind of. It's all right. You did kind of agree. I think you agreed that we have the right as humans to not be killed, right?
No. There
but you
has to be
don't
more
believe in human rights,
qualifications.
but I
even
think
agree
There
to
needs to
that.
be
But
more
you didn't even
qualifications. It's not
fully
just
agree
humans,
at
because we agree
all.
that corpses, for instance, don't
Well,
get protection.
So
there
I
has
think
to be more qualifiers.
Destiny,
by that, yeah.
I think your position is not human rights; it's conscious rights. That you have to be you have to have consciousness,
Mhm.
and not just have consciousness, you can have it taken away from you and it come back to it, but that is okay. But if the child hasn't developed yet, then that's okay. That's your line.
And Destiny,
that
do you want to
slippery
answer the question, just when does life begin?
When
If
does
you-
life begin, or when does it become a person?
When does human life begin, Destiny?
Whatever your sense of the
the
question is.
personhood thing that I'm looking at?
No, let's
when-
talk about science for a second. When does human life begin? I answer the question, you answer it.
If you're talking about like when does a unique genetic code happen, it's
Yeah.
right at the union. It's right at the moment of conception.
When two parts become a whole.
Correct.
Excellent.
Finally, we agree on something.
That's
when
a
human life
that's
comes
a,
into
hold on.
existence.
Yeah, that's called a scientific fact.
That's what
Wonderful.
we've been saying.
Okay,
in the
I
past
understand.
minute.
Let me catch you
Well,
up
there
to
are a
the
lot of pro-abortion
conversation.
people who don't agree
Sure,
with
I
that,
understand. Let me catch you up to
interestingly,
the conversation. We're not having a scientific discussion on when genomes are formed. We're having a moral philosophy discussion on when does something get the protections of being a person.
Correct.
Right?
And our position is simple. And what Kristen was saying earlier is that throughout human history, there have been many times when groups of humans, groups of humans were considered non-persons,
I
right?
don't
and
know
you're,
what this
you're
Can
certainly,
am I
well,
gonna
you're
get to ask
certainly,
it?
you're certainly
Oh,
familiar
yeah.
with this, Destiny, and I know Kristen
gonna
is.
go
but
back to this
for
question.
example, under the Rwandan genocide or with slavery in our
Yeah,
country,
I understand.
the
That's-
Holocaust,
that's the
there,
next step.
there are groups of people who were seen as who were
It was
human.
Roe v. Wade, KCV, Planned Parenthood, and
Who
then I
were-
think it was apartheid in
just to
South
finish,
Africa.
there
No,
were
actually, I
human
think Roe versus Wade came from that.
There were
I think,
human
oh,
beings.
might have been.
There
Because they
were
were
hum-
inspired by the Nazis, right?
Just
They
to
were
clarify,
like,
there are human beings that were seen as non-persons, and
True.
that opened the door to huge injustices.
Okay.
And similarly today, we see humans in the womb at this arbitrary line, and you're one among many. I mean, other people say, well, right before birth is when they become human, or viability is when they become human,
Haven't
or
made
heartbeat
either
is
of
when
those
they become
arguments.
human.
That's good,
There's a lot of
Uh-huh.
different variations
I think
because
those are all really bad arguments.
Hold on, just let her finish.
well,
Just let her
I
finish.
agree,
So
and I
sorry,
think
my bad.
consciousness is a terrible argument too,
I think it's
because
a
you
great
can't
argument.
because you can't
That's
assign
your opinion.
the development of
Obviously,
a human.
that's why I'm representing
And your
it.
opinion's wrong.
And back to the toddler and the adolescent, because you kind of you had a clever move there, Destiny.
right.
You were saying, well, an adolescent has the right
All right, we're back.
of signing a contract that a toddler doesn't have. So therefore, I think your next conclusion of that was if you're preborn in the womb
I could
before
also tell you my
consciousness.
conclusion. You don't have to guess because I'm
Well,
here.
okay. I mean, feel free to give it. But it was an interesting position because what I was trying to get to in that conversation before I got a little bit derailed there is, do you think that your age or your development as a human means you are more or less entitled to the law for basic human rights, including the right to not be killed?
If that development, when you say including the rights to not be killed,
That fundamental right to life. Let's just talk
your
about only that
intuition-
right.
your
Only that
intuition
right.
pumping. So,
Yeah, just I don't know about intuition pumping. Let's just isolate it and just say just the right to not be killed. The right to not be
So here's the question. A lot of women have miscarriages, like without even knowing in the first few
I've
weeks.
had.
Do you think that those embryos should be rushed to the hospital?
Well, if the embryo is dead, no. I mean,
Okay,
I think,
but
I
do
think
you think that like any woman, do you think we should start locking every single woman that has sex into some sort of facility to check for early miscarriages like that? Because if it is true, wouldn't that be the equivalent of a woman leaving a child starving to death on their floor?
No,
No.
absolutely not.
No.
How dare you?
Hold on, can you
First
answer the
of
question?
all,
before
no,
we're all
I
gonna-
got no.
How
because
dare
what
you?
Because what you're talking about right now is essentially the real genocide of children is all the children being miscarried right now in the first few weeks of development. That's
miscarriage
horrible.
Yeah.
to not feeding my child.
Why? It should be the same thing.
No, it's not.
Why is it not?
Well, you obviously
It's not because
Oh my gosh.
it's not because
Well, hold on. You're telling
Every
me,
woman
hold
in
on,
America
if you want to
who's
extend
just
human
had a
protections
has had a
all the
miscarriage.
way
It's
to
very
the
dangerous.
very
Hold on,
beginning,
one
the
at a
very
time,
moment
one
of
at a time,
conception,
please.
if you want to go all the way to the moment of conception, then that means that a woman who just whatever kind of miscarries in the first, second, or third week and doesn't realize it, that is the same as like, oops, somebody dropped their child down the stairs and they died.
no,
That
it's
is
not the same.
absolutely not the same. Do you understand science and what happens in a miscarriage?
Tell
And
me.
an unattended miscarriage?
Unattended. That's why I'm saying we should lock them up after they have sex.
I don't think
That's
your
me.
argument doesn't make any sense.
My argument makes perfect sense.
No,
if
in
you
fact,
truly
if you lock a
believe,
woman up,
I'm
it's
gonna
actually
say, I'll
very
restate my
heinous.
argument.
You might be more
I'll
likely
restate
to
my argument.
miscarry
I
because of
understand
the
it's really,
stress.
I know it
Which is
hurts
why I
because
don't
it
think you
obviously
should jail
demonstrates
pregnant
another
women,
huge
quite
flaw.
frankly.
If you
Can I
believe that the
finish?
moment
Can I-
of no, if you believe that at the moment of conception you've created a unique human being, then that means that right now you should be in tears because at every moment women that are engaged, in fact,
Yes.
you could probably make the argument that sex without the intention of immediately going to a hospital is probably immoral because you're engaging in some activity that might result in the death of a child
think
in
that's
2
right.
or
I
3 or
don't
4
think-
weeks because you don't know if you're going to have a
You don't
miscarriage.
think women
Every
can
single
gestate
time,
a human
every single
being
time
and
a woman has sex,
be
she's probably
protected?
be rushed to a
Please,
hospital
please, please, one at a
immediately
time.
after
One
just
at a
to make
time, one
sure
at a time,
that whatever
please.
fetus might be there is absolutely
No, I
protected.
don't
Destiny,
think.
let me answer your question.
That is misogyny because what you're saying is
I'm back on my
women cannot
misogynistic energy, yeah.
gestate human
Destiny loves
beings
the
in the
hypotheticals.
womb
Let
and
me
be
answer.
productive citizens of our society. society.
They shouldn't.
That is misogyny.
So, Destiny,
sir.
I don't
That's
know
exactly
that.
what.
Hold on, let's let Lila
Okay,
go.
I
Go
don't
ahead,
know.
Lila.
I think your question might betray perhaps a little ignorance about how pregnancy works.
Okay, inform me,
Because
please.
if a woman gets pregnant,
Mm-hmm.
rushing her to the hospital is not going to magically prevent a miscarriage that she may or may not have. Miscarriages happen for a lot of different reasons, and I would argue, especially for imprisonment, as an example, imprisoning a woman who's pregnant, which I'm opposed to, by the way, that additional stress could add to the miscarriage. So if you grabbed a woman after she had sex and might be pregnant and dragged her off to a hospital, that might actually induce stress in her. And
Yeah, but there's
create a
also
miscarriage.
potentially
So I'm
things,
not
there's
sure
behaviors a woman
where
could
you're
engage
going
in
with
that
that.
increase the risk of miscarriage, right? Maybe a woman
Say that one more time.
There might be behaviors that a woman could engage in if she
Which
is
is
pregnant
why-
that would increase the
which
risk
is why-
of
which
pregnancy.
is
However,
why-
that means that
Destiny.
you could have sex with a
Destiny.
condom and with birth control, and you might actually get pregnant. So if
That's
a woman
right,
is
let me
having
answer.
sex and she starts drinking or whatever, she's
That's
going to be
right.
murdering a child right then and there.
Destiny, let me answer that.
Yeah.
That's why we have recommendations, from the FDA that women who are pregnant should not drink alcohol.
No. You don't even know if you're pregnant
But
yet, though. That's the whole deal.
That's different.
That's the
No.
difference between direct and indirect actions, though, right?
That's how, what is, it
So-
doesn't get much more direct than doing
No,
things to
if
your
a
body
woman
that
is
harms your
pregnant
child.
and does not know she's pregnant, say she just conceived and
Uh-huh.
she goes and celebrates her 20th birthday at a bar, 21st birthday at a bar, and she drinks a whole bunch, and she miscarries, no one would say
You murdered your child.
you murdered your child.
Of
No
course
one
you
would say
did.
that. That's not that was not the intent.
It doesn't matter what the
There's
intent
a
is. You
whole
think the kid
difference
cares what the
between
intent is?
the
You've murdered a
intent.
child.
Abortion. What is abortion? Abortion is the direct, intentional killing of an
Do
innocent
you think
human
from the
being.
perspective of the fetus, do you think it cares if
That
it was
is
an accident
a
or intentional,
direct
that it was...
action. We're arguing about the morality of abortion, which you've informed me like 5 times because you don't want to talk about science.
Sure, but what I'm saying is that if you think that from
Abortion
the moment
is
of
a direct-
conception...
I will say, I'll give you this,
intentional
Destiny. If you're having sex, and this is actually goes to a related conversation to the abortion
New
conversation,
topic.
but that's very important. I think
topic is
anyway,
you guys didn't answer any of my other questions.
sexual
I have a
ethics.
question, actually.
And I think your
after
question
Lila
kind of
goes
gets into
here.
the sexual ethics world,
Yeah.
which I think is important. So we could go there. 'cause
Sure.
If you're
I
having
do have
Well,
Am I allowed
heterosexual-
to...
I-
am I allowed to ask any of my questions because none of them got answered?
Well, I would
Do you want to
argue.
reiterate them?
Sure, I had like 3 really basic
Can I
ones.
answer his little hypothetical though,
Yeah,
really
answer.
quick? Okay.
Sure, about the mass genocide of
Well,
accident
no, it
elevators.
was more about, if you're having sex, should you be heavily drinking afterwards? I think was where you were going with that.
Mm-hmm.
And I would say, no, you shouldn't actually. I don't think, and this is part of our society's problem today, post-sexual revolution, is we have separated sex from procreation and from relationships.
Okay.
And because of that, we have the abortion rate of 25 million children killed every day by abortion. Mass unhappiness. We have breakdown among female relationships. People actually are having less sex in many ways than before. Pornography use is spiking, and it's all because we've forgotten what sex is designed for, which is intimacy and new life. So I would be against a culture, and I am against acts where people are just being promiscuous, having sex, not
Literally
really caring.
none of that has
and then,
anything to do with what I said, because everything that I described happened could literally happen within a marriage where a woman gets
Well,
pregnant, doesn't realize
well,
it, has some
hold
alcohol.
on,
Well, then I'll answer
let
to that too.
hold on.
Actually, let me answer that too, because I'm
I'm just
married.
saying that nothing what I gave
Well,
had anything to do with the
Okay,
sex
well
culture or anything else, yeah.
thank you for the clarification.
Okay.
I can relate to your question. I'm married. We hope to have another baby, and yes, when I know if I might be fertile, I might be getting pregnant soon. Yeah, I'm not going to be drinking
drunk.
gin and tonics because I might be getting pregnant, and I want to have my body be as hospitable as possible for that baby. And I think that would be the prudent thing to do. And that's another reason, if as a woman and you're having
We weren't
sex
talking
with
about
get
what was
pregnant,
prudent or
to
not. We
be-
were talking about like moral rights or wrong.
well, I think it would be morally irresponsible, yes, to be getting drunk when you may be getting pregnant, yes.
On the same
So
level as like
creating-
murdering a child, right?
Creating a new human being is a
there's
logical
a bit of
Hold on,
outcome
just one
of
microphone at a time, please.
heterosexual sex. And so that's what I'm saying, is that if you're engaging in heterosexual sex, you have to be aware that one of the very biological outcomes of that behavior, of that choice you've made, is creating a unique, whole living human life. So therefore, you have consented to the fact that a unique, whole living life may come into existence by engaging in that act knowingly.
Gotcha. Okay.
Destiny, did you have more?
I
know
said it
you have
very
a couple
slow
questions.
and very
very
clear.
simple questions.
Did
Do
you
we
have-
agree
okay.
that is puberty a real thing?
Absolutely, puberty is a real thing.
Okay. When does it happen?
It's a range.
Oh, hold on. I know
where he's going. I know he's
Can
going
I
with
just
it.
make a
Go ahead,
comment here?
Lila.
But that's
There is-
fundamentally
hold on,
different
there's-
between...
hold on, let me just...
Lila go.
There's an absolutely... There's sure.
I love you, but you don't let me answer any questions.
Yeah, Lila.
All right,
Jesus.
so I'm
So
just gonna,
rude.
like,
You're being
move
misogynistic.
I mean, I
over.
think it's been pretty.
I've been
No.
trying to be
I think they're
pretty-
both. I think they're both
We
misogynistic.
need,
Okay.
we need hand signals. So, no, I understand where the question was. You brought this up earlier. Yes, absolutely. I have two preteen reminds every day that puberty is a real thing. And absolutely, you can set to different ages based on the environment, experiences, or stress that the child may be going through, or the genetic conditions that a child may have. But that's not an equivalent for saying, well, we don't know when human life begins, when we know it actually begins, and we've already proven as a scientific fact begins at the moment of conception. Therefore, we can kill a human being.
Okay. So
Is
all
it
I'm
not
trying
the
to
same?
illustrate to you is that
Can
you
I answer
believe
now?
in.
Is that okay?
Yes,
Okay.
Lila, go
I
ahead.
added what
and
I
we'll
did
have you
too.
come in. We'll have you come in. Go ahead, Lila.
So I would just say, yes, there is a sliding time frame from when someone might undergo puberty. But if you are basing a decision about whether or not you can kill an innocent prepubescent or pubescent child, then I would say your standard of puberty shouldn't matter. Similarly to your standard, your unjust standard of consciousness, to demand that a baby that's not fully developed yet has to be developed in order to be protected, and I think that's age discrimination.
Gotcha. Okay. So all I'm trying to point out is
Do you agree you are age discriminatory, by the way? Do you agree? 'Cause
I
you
am
said
age.
that.
Do you think? Are you age discriminatory?
So you're age discriminatory about when human beings should have
I'm
the right to
discriminatory about a
live.
lot of different things.
So you believe that you are age discriminatory about
I'm
when human beings.
developmentally discriminatory.
Typically,
Developmentally.
typically, developmental discrimination is for the protection of the less developed person. It's
Or it
not
could
for
be
the
for the
manipulation.
protection of a mother that doesn't want to have a pregnancy
It's
too.
not
There
for
is
the,
another
it's
person
not
in the
for
equation
the
here, you know.
manipulation and the
There
harm
absolutely
of
is
the
Manipulation or
less
harm of
developed
the mother
person.
who's being forced. To
You know what
I can morally loathe this
Wait,
just the other way if you want. If you want to play that game, I can do that.
You
all
know,
day.
I think your argument actually isn't consciousness. I think you are making a bodily autonomy argument.
No, I'm not. That's the
You
dumbest argument in the
absolutely
world.
are, because you said the mother has a pregnancy. No, the mother.
No, I'm just trying to show you that
Mother
there,
has a
if you want to
human
morally
being
loathe things like
developing.
murder of a child, then I'm going to
Well, you didn't agree with me about my analogy about artificial wombs.
What I
either. You
didn't
said
agree, I
abortion
rejected
would-
it because I said it was dumb because my ability is not whatsoever on my feelings on whether or not a fetus is endowed
But
with
I
rights
think
for human life or not.
Kristen is correct in that you are sort of talking out of both sides of your mouth a little
I'm
bit there. because
absolutely
on
not.
the
Right now,
one
I'm struggling
hand-
to talk out of one side of my mouth.
on the one hand, Destiny, you're saying that it shouldn't matter whether or not the mother wants the baby or doesn't want the baby if the baby is conscious. And on the other hand, you're saying actually the mother's desire to have or not have that baby, being forced to birth that baby, actually does matter. So that's a little bit of a contradiction.
Yeah,
It's not a contradiction at all. Whether or not somebody wants to have a child or not is not the same as when does the child get moral protections. Those are two fundamentally separate questions.
You're saying you
However,
should not be,
I might
you
want,
are
I might
saying a
want,
woman
I
should not
might
be
want.
forced to give birth.
I
You are
might
using
want
that language.
No, well, because you're using the
Yes.
language of like killing a child.
No, you're ending the life of an innocent human
Yeah,
being
that's,
that is
thank
a
you for
child.
illustrating my point. Yes, yes.
Well,
So
it's
if you're
not-
gonna
Why are you
morally
so
loathe-
offended?
hold on.
Why are you so
Hold on,
offended by
let's-
the word
I'm
child?
not
Use the
offended.
word
I'm not
that
offended
doesn't
because
make
when you
sense. It's triggering
say
you,
child, it's
Destiny.
not that it's triggering me.
It's absolutely triggering you because you've said it like 6 times.
Because you're begging the
Are
question.
you triggered,
Okay.
Destiny? Confirm or deny?
I
Are
am
you
triggered.
triggered?
Okay.
Okay.
So hold
I
on,
actually,
hold on.
you know what?
Yeah,
I
Very
have.
good.
the problem is that what right now the point of our debate, it's kind of like going to a self-defense trial and having the people that you killed being called victims.
Well, hold on,
right?
hold on. You're the one who's advocating for the positive right to kill a child in the womb. That's, you're the one advocating for that.
Okay.
We're advocating to say you can't kill a child. So that's it's.
I'm just
it's
trying to
a-
explain why calling it a child is
But
begging
why
the
does that?
question.
But why
on,
does
I-
that bother you?
I'd actually
Why does
like
it
to
It bothers
understand-
me because the subject of the debate is whether or not it is a child. So if you call it a child, you're already presupposing the most
but
difficult
not-
part of the conversation,
It's
which is begging the
bothering.
question.
But I think, but that's a contradiction too, Destiny, because
It's not a contradiction.
it is because you just said that you become a person at consciousness. This arbitrary line that you've drawn that's
True.
not even that's not even clear.
Yeah.
And
No,
you're
it's
saying,
very clear,
But
but
you're,
go ahead.
you never
Who
were
hasn't
obsessed.
named
You
any
never talked about
biologist?
when childhood begins. So let's actually talk about that.
When is a
Does
what?
childhood begin at a different time than when personhood begins?
Childhood is whatever you want. Some childhood begins when you see your first Sesame Street episode. I don't know. What does childhood mean?
Okay, when does a child become a child? When is it okay to call a preborn life a child in your
I don't
view?
know. That's a semantic question I'm not really
So why are you
interested
upset
in.
about us using the word if you don't really have
Because
an
we're not
opinion
just
on
having semantic disagreements. We're having like very discrete disagreements on
it? So
morality
where
over
do you
when something
disagree
should be.
then? When do you
My
think the
disagreement
life
is
becomes
I don't
a child?
think that it becomes a person at
But
conception
you
that's
just said
endowed
you
with
don't
human
like
rights.
us using the word child. When
I
does
don't
the life
you
become
know
a child?
because you're asking about childhood and now you're asking child. The reason
I'm
why we're
asking
arguing over
when you start having your childhood, when you start
Okay.
becoming a child.
Let me know
when
when I
is
can
that?
fully answer the question. Okay.
Please tell me.
Okay. We're having a conversation right now about when something is endowed with like moral consideration. When
I'm
does
asking
something
you a pretty simple question, actually.
Are you a liar?
I'm just asking.
I asked you to if I could finish. You said I could, and now you cut me off.
Let's let
you
Destiny
lied to me.
finish
Okay.
the,
Let me finish the question.
Go for it.
Don't
Go
lie,
for it.
because you'll lose moral consideration. Okay. All right. No. Yeah. The subject of is when does a fetus become a person? Okay, child is another word for person. So when you say,
Okay, that's
do
what I
you
was trying
think
to
it's
clarify.
Hold
okay?
on.
When you say,
please let
do you think
Destiny
it's
finish.
okay to kill a child? Obviously, no, I don't think it's okay to kill a child. But that's not the
What do you
conversation
call
we're
it
having. The
before
conversation we're
it's a
having
Please,
is
just let them
when is
finish.
something considered a child? So that's why I'm obviously going to push when you say you're saying we should kill children
What do
at
you call
2
it?
weeks old. I don't know, a fetus, whatever you want to call it.
But do you know what the Latin word?
I don't care. I'm not Latin.
It means young one. It's another word for child.
That's great. There are young ones that are puppies. That doesn't have any bearing on me.
That's
You're not
okay.
going to etymologically
That's a very
win the
interesting
debate
question for
against
you.
me.
So just
do you
to
think
clarify,
puppies get consciousness at a certain point?
Not human
just to
consciousness,
clarify,
no.
we're only allowed to call
That would be an
a
interesting
human
question.
life a child at Destiny's arbitrary line of consciousness. Is
What
that
I'm
correct?
saying is that
Because you're very offended when we use this term, so I'm trying to understand when it is, in your book, correct to use
if
it.
anybody is triggered in this room, it is not me. Okay.
That's good.
So it's funny that you keep using the offended line. I'm used
Okay,
to
you
mad bros.
disagree strongly.
No, I don't disagree. You're just
You
like
don't
presupposing the argument. That's the
It's
issue.
pissing you off when we use the word child, is what we're saying.
Confirm or deny? Are you
Confirm or
pissed
deny?
off, Destiny? Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. I actually, you know what? I
doesn't
actually.
Can I? Wait, no, hold on.
Whoa,
It's the same thing as you guys, because and I guess maybe it's just like in your brain, is how you approach this conversation. But I know you guys get frustrated when people argue with you, and you're like, you just want to take rights away from the mom. Oh, so you're trying to make moms slaves?
Well,
You're turning moms into baby factories?
yeah.
That would be if I wanted to engage in the same style of conversation you're engaging in. I would just say that over and over again. Why do you
No,
want to make moms baby factories?
I
Why
would
do you want to
ask
make moms
them
slaves? You know what is really problematic is when we take away rights from certain groups of people and we force them to do things with their bodies that they don't want to. A lot of eugenics was done that way. A lot of the Nazi concentration camps were that way. In Japan, Unit 343 did a lot of weird things like that, or whatever the fuck, right?
That's
So
indication
if
that
you're
they're
gonna if you're gonna make the
No.
arguments like, oh, well, viewing people as people sometimes and not as really problematic, then I'll say, okay, well, restricting rights from people, especially women, has also been really problematic historically. Welcome to women's suffrage. Welcome to women being able to own property. Welcome to women having access to birth control.
Thank you
Welcome to
for
women
explaining
being able
women's
to
rights
do.
to us.
No problem. I'll do it
That's
since you
it.
guys have the problem with the understanding.
thank you.
But I'm saying I'm not doing that because that's boring to me. Because obviously, if you guys thought that a fetus wasn't a human life, then you would obviously agree with me. And if I agree that this was a human life, I would obviously agree with you. So
Wait,
when
wait,
you
wait.
use
You don't believe
normatively
in-
Hold on, let
loaded
him
terms,
finish, let
This
him
is
when
an
you
finish.
important
use-
point.
when you use normatively loaded terms like murder a child or commit homicide, then all you're doing is you're begging the
You
question
don't- No,
because
they're not-
obviously
okay.
nobody at this table and nobody in this room believes in killing children or committing homicide
Okay.
against children.
Except
the
that
question
I have
is,
a question for
when does
Destiny.
it become a child? That's
I
the
have a
question.
question for
I-
you, though, because you just said when a fetus becomes a human being. When does the fetus become a human being, Destiny?
The personhood comes when the conscious experience starts, which
Okay.
is found
Wait. Biology says moment of conception, like
Biology does not tell you.
No,
Hold on, wait,
stop,
I'm not.
stop. Excuse me.
Biology does
Excuse
not
me.
tell you
I'm
when
going to
human
start talking
rights.
to you like I talk to my 4 boys. Excuse me.
Can we,
Human
well, hold
life
on,
comes
wait,
into
wait, hold on,
existence at the moment
Kristen,
it exists.
Kristen, one
Let her
sec,
do it.
Kristen,
Go
one
ahead.
sec, one sec. If we can, and you know, there's been some comments about this. I would like everybody here at the table to have an opportunity to speak. So if we can including Kiki, yes.
Okay.
So if we can try to limit the interruptions, let people finish their thought, and then go on. I'd like Destiny to have time to speak. I'd like Lila to have time to speak. Kristen, you as well. Go ahead, Kristen.
Fetus. When does the fetus become a human being? Because biology says, biologists confirm, 96% confirm, that the moment of conception, you became a human being. You became a member of our species. But you kept saying the word, it's not a human being. So when does the child or entity, whatever term you want to use, it doesn't trigger you in the womb, become a human being?
20 to 24.
So you're actually, wait a minute. This is very important because you didn't say this at the beginning of the debate. At the beginning of the debate, you were making a moral argument, but you weren't saying that it wasn't
changed
human
the
being.
position from person.
This is what Lila and I were exactly. This is what I pointed out like 15 minutes that you are using an argument saying that consciousness gives that human being special personhood rights not to be killed. But I made the argument a while back that you aren't really making that argument because when I presented a couple other scenarios to you, you wouldn't agree with me. But the argument, what you just said...
What was the scenario where I
stop.
didn't agree?
The argument you just said was it wasn't a human being. You just said, for everybody here, that it becomes a human being at 2020. That is scientifically unsound because what we've already proven to you is that the moment of conception, a unique human being comes into existence. Do you agree with me that a human being is present in a mother's womb at the moment of conception?
If you want to define human being as unique genetic code that appears, then we can call that a human being. But the conversation that we're having right now is not about what a human being is. The conversation we're having is when does something get granted rights or moral consideration.
So I think you need to be careful with your terms then. Because you kept saying
you're the
human
one that's
being.
mixing everything up. I've been pretty clear, and I'll continue to be clear, because you're trying to ask me, yes or no, when does it become a human being? And if you're defining human beings as the thing that gets rights, then I'll say it 20 to 24 weeks. The thing that I've said over and over again, what I am talking about before, is person. And I think that a person is not a collection of cells. A person is not some body parts. A person is not something that responds to heat or heart pumping blood. When we think of people or persons, we think of people that are having subjective conscious experiences like we have now.
So I have a
when
question.
we think of when somebody dies, we think of that subjective conscious experience ending. That's why earlier the question that I asked that I will never get an answer to, and I understand why you won't answer it. I asked you if a person is going to be in a coma for the rest of their life, will never wake up, can you kill them? The answer is obviously yes, but the reason why you won't say that that's okay is because a comatose person possesses every single thing that the pre-conscious fetus has.
Let me answer the question.
So if you can kill that comatose person, you can probably kill the
No,
pre-conscious
you're
fetus.
not killing.
But the problem
I think it's
is
wrong
that you
to
won't
take a
answer that
gun
question
and
because
kill
of that.
the person in a coma. I think it would be wrong to take a silver clamp and dismember that person
100%.
limb from limb who's in a coma. I think it's wrong to take a needle and insert digoxin into that person's heart who's in a coma and cause a cardiac arrest. All things that happen during abortion, by the way. We would never argue that a person who's in a coma, whether we know they're brain dead or they're not brain dead, we don't know because we don't have an actual scenario we're talking about here. But we would never say you actively kill a person who's in a coma. What Lila said, what
I agree with that.
said,
I agree.
And you can actually remove hair. You can remove the
I've already
breathing
demonstrated
apparatus.
that you don't agree with
see
this
if
argument.
The person.
It's not an argument that you agree
No,
with.
you just said we didn't answer the argument in your question, but we did.
Yeah,
Well, what
okay.
happened was there was a bit of
what's up?
filibustering where
Sure.
I was
If
trying
you want,
to
we
get
can very
clarification.
clearly
You
get
don't
to the
like
bottom of
our
this, or we can
answer.
ramble on to irrelevant things. Do you want to get to the bottom
You
of
don't like our answer, so
Okay.
you say we didn't answer
So
your
what
question.
you're doing is you're pointing out a difference. So sometimes in moral philosophy, people want to point to the
So
difference
don't
between doing
you?
and allowing harm. There might be a
Just
fundamental difference between doing harm to somebody
streaming,
versus allowing
playing
harm.
It
Yu-Gi-Oh.
depends what you mean by those actions.
Sure, you're trying to
Oh,
draw
man.
some difference here between doing and
How's
allowing
that
harm.
going?
However, none of us here believe that matters.
I don't know.
in this
I just
case,
started this
right?
game, so
Because if you look at a child,
you have to
none of us
unlock a
here
bunch
would
of
say
shit
that,
before things get interesting.
one is
right
morally
now.
okay to
Kinda
allow
boring.
harm versus one is morally okay to do harm.
Definitely,
For instance, if you had a child that was connected to
Why
an
you gonna hop
insulin
on or
tube
what?
or feeding pump because they had issues with digestion
Yeah,
or feeding,
I was
you wouldn't
about to
say
play
that like,
some Call
okay,
of Duty for a
actively
little bit,
killing the
maybe
child is
like an
wrong,
hour and
but if
a
you
half
just
or so.
disconnected their insulin
Probably
pump, that would be
got me
okay
to
because you're
like 10.
passively killing the child. We would say no, they have a fundamental right to
Damn,
survive and
your
be
cutoff point
alive,
is always
and you would say the
10.
same thing to a person
Damn.
connected to a machine. Because if a person was in a
I
coma
wake
or
up
not in a
at
coma, let's
6,
say they were just
and
unconscious,
honestly, I'm not
okay,
good
and you knew they
unless
were
I
gonna
get
wake up
like
in 2
7,
weeks,
8
the
hours.
likelihood of it, we would say it's
If I
probably
get
unethical to
5,
unattach
6
the
hours,
machine,
I'm just
even if all they
not
do
a
is sit there
happy
and starve to
person.
death.
Definitely.
So this
Walk
weird
around with a
description
chip
that
on
you're
my
trying to, or this weird
shoulder and I'm
dichotomy you're
not
trying to
this
between doing versus allowing
nice,
harm
bubbly
doesn't apply
person
here
that
when we
I try
talk
to
about
be,
moral
you know?
consideration
It
of different
absolutely
ways.
I think you're
applies
making.
when it comes to
I think
Don't
there's
say
a.
false
And I just
analogy.
realized
I
that
think there's
because
an
back in the
oversimplification
days,
here when you're
I
talking about
missed
moral
out on so
philosophy,
much
because
sleep that
a
my
lot of
body
it
now
turns
demands
into
it from me.
who has the
My body's not
responsibility, what
playing
my
with me anymore.
responsibilities
It's
and
like,
duties
fuck
are to
you,
you.
you
So
took
I'm
out
an
you
adult
too
and I
much
have
sleep,
responsibilities
and we're making up for
and
this shit,
I have
man.
a child who's getting an insulin
I
treatment.
do,
Yes,
so
it
it's
would
probably
be
about 12
homicidal
years
of me to
straight I was
rip the
doing
treatment away from the child.
3 to 4 hours
If
a
I'm a
night,
parent
if I
and
was
my duty
lucky.
and responsibility as a parent
If
is
that
to
was
provide
nice, I
nutrition for my
would
child, and I
have the poker
rip that
game at 4 in
nutrition
the
away from
morning
my child, then
and
yes,
leave for work
that would
at
be
7.
a
So I was waking up
potentially
at
a homicidal
6,
act that
6:30,
leads to
taking a
death, and
shower,
certainly
getting
would
my
be a
ass
case of
together, and
neglect
leaving by
and perhaps
7.
abuse.
It's like
So
horrible.
similarly, if I, as a parent, have these
So
responsibilities
now my
to my
body's like,
children,
fuck you,
then I have to. It would
not
be morally
happening no
wrong
more.
for me to not live out those
We're
responsibilities.
making
And
up.
every child is dependent on his or her mother.
Oh, you don't want to
I do
see
not
8
want to
hours?
become a
I'll
child
show
who
you.
doesn't have consciousness. You don't have a timeline of when that is. We haven't been able to nail that down.
Yeah,
So,
well, it's what happens
and
when
in
you get
addition,
older, unfortunately.
consciousness.
Enjoy those 2-3 hours of
In
sleep,
addition,
and
a
yeah, you
child
still
before
got 'em, you
developing
know?
consciousness only needs time to develop that
So here's
consciousness.
wait, this is the most important
So,
part.
One
and,
thing,
you know, my job is fucking demanding
I'll let you make
sometimes,
your
so
point,
I
but
need
after
to
you make
be
your point,
sharp in my brain.
Most important question then.
Well,
Could you
a
respond
person-
to what I said, though?
slowly
I'm
getting there,
curious
you
your
know, I
thoughts
got
on
my
what
little desk, I got my little position, the things are,
Do you
my
agree with what I
position is
said?
evolving,
Do you agree with
to
it?
become
I said
easier
evolve.
for
I'm
me,
not saying
which is
not
great.
I'm not
Like,
saying
you should
move
take care
up
of
in
children,
the
you should
ladder. I'm
fully care of
saying
children. Obviously, I agree.
become a
But
boss.
that's all
Oh,
very
be
relevant.
just the owner.
The question is,
Yeah,
when
like
does it
be your own
become-
boss.
so it's not
No, but
Whether it's that-
what do you think about the
that line of
distinction
work or,
of I
you know,
have the
something else you
I
like
have the
going?
capacity for consciousness. I only need
No, I
time
hear
for that
you.
to be realized. Similar, I'm under an anesthetic. I can
I
have
had
the
a
capacity
conversation
for
with my
consciousness.
dad for
It's not
Father's
realized
Day.
because
Like
I'm
we
under
were,
anesthetic. In
we were
both
having
cases,
a
it's still wrong to
conversation.
kill.
there's a
And
difference. You're
he
not
said something to
developing
me and my other
the
brothers.
conscious.
just
Why
to
is that
kinda,
difference
like,
matter,
give
Destiny?
perspective,
Because
right?
there's a difference between
you know,
a
like,
thing
I
and
know
a thing
there's a
something
difference,
else.
but why does
Hold
the
on,
difference
let him
matter?
finish. Let him
Oh,
finish.
I am getting
Perspective
triggered.
matter,
You're right.
right?
I'm getting triggered. Okay,
I know.
hold on.
We all know Destiny.
And he was telling us that
The
like
argument
floor
for
is yours.
the
He said
She knows her argument is
in
bad, and that's
in
what
one
she
day
wants to say.
Correct.
he
Trigger
made
the
like
fuck out of me,
$1,000,
okay?
and then
Well,
the next day
let
he
Destiny
made
respond. Go ahead,
1,500.
Destiny. Go ahead.
And then like over the week, I think he maybe closed the week
gonna
like
ask
close to like maybe
If you have
I
a
wanna
person
say
connected at end of life
maybe
care,
10K or something like
when
that.
does he become
I could be
active
wrong. I don't
or
remember if he said 10K.
You didn't answer. I'll answer
Basically,
that.
he was basically
Lila's
saying that
question. But why
instead of
does the
working
difference
per the
matter?
hour,
Why does
even
what
if you're
The
making
difference of the
difference,
child
you're not even going to let me finish.
30, 40 an hour,
The
right?
difference is there's a difference between
He
a
was
thing
saying that,
and a thing
like,
that something will become.
the ability
Those are two
to
fundamentally
make,
different things. So when you say, what's the
like,
difference
3 or 4
between a fetus that
times
doesn't
that
develop the
money,
parts
and then
to have
you're in
consciousness
control.
yet,
If you
versus
want to
what's the
work
difference between
more
the fetus-
time,
I told you
you
when
want
I
to work
finished.
6,
Versus
7
what if
days,
you need
Let him finish.
it's
currently
kind of like your
unconscious
choice
and
that
become
you're like
conscious
more
later after
available to
anesthesia
work
will wake
for
up.
yourself.
The difference is you're not
And you get to kind of
developing
like keep
the capacity
the
to
big
have
piece of pie.
consciousness.
And
There's
he was
a
just trying to give us a
continuation of a
perspective
prior
when he was
conscious
telling
experience.
us.
All the parts
the
are there
perspective
to create a
about,
conscious
like,
experience. They're just temporary,
That's
working for
temporarily
somebody else
alleviated.
until
They're
you
just no, it's not
can,
because
like,
the
have the
fetus has never
ability to
been
work for
conscious. It
yourself.
doesn't have the parts to deploy the conscious experience.
Right,
So there's
right.
fundamentally a difference. Was that 2 or 3
That's
interruptions
kind of
that I
why I'm
said were gonna
telling
happen,
you
right?
that,
There's fundamentally a
because,
difference between a thing doesn't even have the capability to have a conscious experience versus somebody else's is temporarily
Come
evaded
on.
by a drug. That is
Why-
the difference.
One of my
Thank you
brothers
for that
just graduated
example.
high school, so
Why
I don't
does
know
the
if that has to do with like
continuation
him bringing up the topic.
of consciousness
Because I was saying like, oh, I'm gonna get my brother
Continuation
a
matters
job,
because
like
the thing
you know,
I'm
'cause, like I still got my
valuing
Tesla
is
contact.
the underlying
I
machinery.
was like, oh, I'm gonna get my brother a job or whatever.
Deploy
Because right now
Why?
Tesla's paying like 23
Why?
starting.
Because in all the intuition of when we talk
Right,
about other
so-
people and things,
Intuition?
it seems like, well, ultimately that's kind of where morals come from, don't they? Right? And
Well,
at the
that's
end of
good
the
luck.
day, the thing that we seem to be valuing in other
That's
people
pretty
seems to
good.
be the subjective
22 bucks an hour.
No, but
Fine.
yeah, but again, that's kind of why my
Under
dad
your
said that
logic,
like perspective
tell me.
thing, right?
a
Like
newborn
wants,
child whose
Yeah.
consciousness, their memories,
he
they won't
wants
even
us
have
to like
memories as a
not
newborn.
go into
They
a
have
job
conscious-
thinking
because
I can
your
have this job for 20
consciousness
years. He
as a
said he's
newborn
basically
child, and
go into a job
as a
because you
1-year-old,
can make
is very
money
different
to like not
than your
have to rely
consciousness as a
on
destiny,
somebody
however
else
old you
for
are.
employment.
Are you less
then
of a
you make all
human,
the
less of a
money.
person, excuse me, because that's the word you're
Thank you.
using here.
Uh-huh.
Are you less of a person because you have less consciousness?
Yeah, you might be.
Come on,
Okay,
seriously.
interesting. That's
But
an
just because
interesting
you're less of a
acknowledgement.
person doesn't necessarily
So-
mean that you have like not that fundamental
So
right to be protected as a life.
If you are less of a person,
Just like a person who's prepubescent is less of a person in terms of like
Okay.
being like endowed with all the rights of society.
Sure, so
but they
so-
still have the right to life
Okay,
and not being murdered.
so
Yeah.
let's walk this forward. Then,
Okay.
if you're a 1-year-old
Slowly.
and you're a little bit less of a person than a 20-year-old, say, should you have less? Are your human rights less as a 1-year-old than your human rights as a 20-year-old? Where does that
Your
distinction
human rights
matter when
are
it comes
less
to
as a
rights?
1-year-old, yes. But in
Your
terms of like
human
right
rights-
to be
Come on.
killed,
Wait. Human rights are universal and inalienable. They're for everyone. We're not talking about rights when you turn 18 to vote. We're talking about your universal inalienable rights. The idea of a human right is we all share them. And they can't be taken away from
Because we're
us.
human.
okay,
Maybe
but
we-
you,
maybe we should have defined that at
recognize
the
that there's a
beginning.
fundamentally different set of like rights for children than there are
Well,
for
I
adults.
think-
now, if you want to talk about like right to not be killed, that's why
Well,
I keep
you-
clarifying. That's why I keep specifying right to not be killed. Yeah, I think
It's
you
a
have that
human
right to not
no?
be killed. Yeah, that is
Human
a human right.
Okay,
Yeah.
so just to clarify,
Mhm.
the amount of how much of a person you are, is what you just said, does not change your human rights, because my human rights as a 1-year-old, even though I'm less of a person because I'm less conscious than a
Sure.
20-year-old, I still share the same human rights, no?
If you want to, yeah, sure.
Okay.
Okay.
So why would you deprive a child in the womb
Mhm.
weeks before developing this uncertain amount of consciousness that's still very limited compared to even the consciousness of a newborn? Why would you deprive them the right to life?
Because they haven't become a person yet, because they haven't developed that.
But that's a
subjective
circular
experience.
argument. You
It's
just went back to this.
absolutely not
You went back
circular.
to the
Hold
same.
on. I'm so
When
sorry.
did
Wait,
a
wait.
fetus
To be
become a
clear,
person?
you're trying to say that. Let's say that a person is 100.
You're saying
hold on. Whoa.
consciousness-
You're saying let's say a person is 50% a person at 1 year old and 100% a person at 5 years old, and let's say you're saying that a second trimester baby is 20% a person. Well, what about somebody that's 0% a person? Well, I would say that's not a person.
Ah,
It's very
shit.
clear,
Well,
very
but
easy,
you're,
very obvious.
You're, but
yeah.
you're not. But you're
Almost
you're
violent, right,
basing
Adam?
that off of though development.
Yeah, the developing of a
Show me
conscious
twice.
experience.
So-
Just like
so-
death is based off
so
the development of the lack of a conscious
So that's
experience.
age discrimination. It's maturity discrimination.
If you want to call it age discrimination, you can call it what you want. You're,
Okay.
you're trying to like
Okay.
dress it up to intuition
You still
pump like
didn't answer
other
my
things.
well,
question
you're
from
using intuition for your
Hold on,
argument.
no. When I say your
Interestingly.
intuition pumping, making. What I mean is you're trying to draw on all of the negative things of age discrimination
still
to make it
didn't
sound bad,
answer
but you're not
the
addressing the fundamental point I'm making, which is that the conscious experience seems to be. And I'll go back to my one question: is when can we decide to pull the plug on somebody who's in the hospital? What is the defining factor for
Tell me more about this person in the hospital.
Sure, they're in a coma, they're in a hospital, they're in a bed.
Are they they're on life support?
Yeah.
I'm going to guess. And they're not medically induced coma.
Correct.
Okay, so I would want to better understand, or did they just have a car
Okay,
accident?
talk to me. Yeah, they had a car accident.
Okay,
I
and
know
are
everything.
they brain dead?
They might be. Should we test for that? Do you think that's important?
Yeah, that's very important.
Okay.
So,
Brain dead. What do you mean by brain dead?
I mean, they can't detect any brain damage on the person. Are they flatlining? Is there any heart?
So, are we going to go by detection of brain waves? Is what we choose as the
Because
end of life?
what you're getting to, it is ethical, I believe,
Okay.
to remove life support when there's no more hope for the person.
Do you think it's ethical to dismember the person when you remove the life support?
I mean, like
Would
that
you
gets
do
into
anything
a
wrong
weird...
if you said,
I
I'm
think
a
that
sadistic
people
person
have,
who wants to
I think
dismember
that people have...
the difference, though, is
hold
life
on.
support is an
Just let him answer. Let him answer the question.
it's not a proper analogy is the
It's
problem.
such a good analogy. Because
You
what
enjoy
you're
it, I
getting
know,
at-
but it's not a proper one. For the child
It's
in the womb, it's not a
important because
proper
you're
one.
asking the very human questions I would expect you to ask, which are the questions everybody asks, is there brain waves?
Those are the ethical questions you have when you're a medical
There-
personnel
is there-
making a decision about whether or not to use life
And we
support.
don't go by... We don't go by... We don't go by...
Those are often, yes, those are evaluated
They're-
when you're determining making life and death decisions in a hospital.
Brain death is usually what we're looking at.
Yes,
to figure
that
out.
is absolutely
That is
considered
the
as well.
defining aspect
Alright,
of when we
I
consider somebody
understand.
dead.
So hold on, can I just ask one question then? You are making an equivalence between a child life support and a child in the womb, as if the child in the womb is on some form of life support. That is not correct, though. That's not correct, because when I'm a child in the womb, when you're a child in the womb, you're not on an extraordinary medical measure to support you. You're in your natural habitat. Yeah, because can I get into that? And let me say one last thing, and then let's begin. And the only thing that's going to kill you when you're in the womb, if not a miscarriage, would be an abortion.
Okay.
You may
So it doesn't matter.
you still haven't answered the question about the 21 week and 6-day-old human
I said
being.
it's fine. You could do... Yeah, they would be past my 20-week cutoff, so they'd probably be treated like a child.
Probably. It's a,
Assuming
but
that's the
how?
law, it would be treated like a child, yeah.
So you're saying that the law is 20 weeks, and that is exactly where you're at.
Yes.
What about the child who's 18 weeks in the womb, who has spina bifida, and the
Gone.
doctor
Outta
said
here.
anesthetic to
Ejected
correct spina bifida
into
and
the
put the
atmosphere.
child back in the womb?
Oh, in the womb, if the parents want to. That's their choice. It's a medical
here's,
procedure.
this is my question before
Okay.
you made your farting noise.
Yeah.
Does that child at 18 weeks, or the fetus, or
Mhm.
the thing that you want to call it,
Yeah.
does that child have any rights
No.
at all? But see, what's interesting is you're conflating parts with wholes. Because
Nope, I'm not.
No, yeah, you were, because you keep saying that earlier, and we can rewind the tapes or whatever,
Okay.
that the child doesn't have the capacity for consciousness, but the child does actually have the capacity to have consciousness. At the moment of conception,
No.
At the moment of conception, I told you I'm going to start treating you like a child.
Okay.
At the moment of conception, all of the parts are there, right? The genetic
No.
code is there.
That's not the parts. A blueprint is not a part.
Wait, can we
What?
pause
Okay,
here?
so wait, let me
Pause.
finish my
Good pause.
I'm a child.
let me finish my question.
Yes, ma'am.
So, what part gets added in the womb
Uh-huh.
at between 0
Well, let's see.
days
There's
and
the
20
brain,
weeks?
there's
no,
the
no.
heart,
Excuse
there's
me.
the spine.
Where does that part come from, Destiny?
From the blueprints. Do you think blueprints to a car are the same thing as a car?
You just said it doesn't matter. I said the child
A
in the
blueprint
womb
isn't going to magically
has-
become a car.
Well, but a
that's
one-cell
not-
thing is not a thing with many
equivalent.
cells.
You're acting as if. Can you sit up? Oh my
Yeah,
gosh.
Destiny,
Look here, I'll
If you're
see
going to treat me
child.
like a kid, I'm going to act like a kid.
Destiny,
We're
please sit
really
up
tiny.
and have good manners.
Treat me like an adult.
No.
Let's
we-
go back to
okay,
the coma.
hold
Let's
on,
go back
hold
to the
on,
coma.
hold on.
I think
Answer
I'm
my
going
question about the parts and the wholes, because I think this is really interesting.
Are we-
that
is this a birds and
you
the bees
just
talk?
said
Yeah.
that the child at 20 weeks
Uh-huh.
has the right to life,
Okay.
but the child at 18 weeks has 0 rights.
That is correct. That was my cutoff.
Absolutely all. But what
Absolutely.
you were saying in your arguments with Lila earlier
Yeah.
is that the child doesn't have the capacity for consciousness. And I said that's absolutely incorrect.
of course
Because at
it
the
is.
moment of conception,
these guys getting
all the
harassed, I
genetic
can see.
material needed for that child to obtain consciousness is there. All, and what Lila had already said very articulately, all the child needs is time to grow and time to develop. It's not as if the child in my womb at 12 weeks, I, take a needle and insert this like little part into my womb and say, bam, fetus, now you have the capacity for consciousness. No, all the parts are already there.
Sure. Let's say that I walk by.
Would you agree with me on that fact that all the parts are there?
Just one thing. Destiny, you respond.
Okay.
And then I do have to jump in. So Destiny, go, and then I'll go.
If I walked outside and there was 100 steel beams and there was a ton of nails
What's
and
up with
all this shit laying on the ground,
with the radio thing?
and I walk over and I push over the steel beams,
Stop doing it, or
nobody
what?
would say, "Oh my God, you just destroyed a building."
I don't know.
All the parts for the building are there. The blueprint might be
It's
there to build the
vandalism.
building.
There'd still be vandalism.
Yeah, but it's not a building.
And
And I agree with killing a fetus is killing a fetus, but it's not
it's
killing a
still
human.
If I'm a home builder,
The argument here is not
One
whether or not
trick,
a thing
man.
is being terminated. We agree it's whether or not that thing is the thing you're claiming.
it's part
You're
of a
claiming
building.
that a thing has a blueprint or can develop the parts of the future
I'm
with
not
the capacity
Hold on,
to
let him
become a
finish.
thing.
Let
Science
Destiny
says
That
finish.
argument
Let
right
Destiny
there
finish.
betrays your whole point because
Oh,
you're
still lost.
conceding that it is not the thing itself. If I walk
No,
around and start
I had
knocking stuff
Father's
over,
Day
I'm just destroying a
weekend.
building.
I DJ'd a party the weekend before that.
Oh, wait, how's that
When
going?
does the fetus get the...
Can I
Yeah, it was
answer
my
that really
birthday
quick? If
before
you go and
that.
start
There was a lot of
burning
shit going
the
on,
building
man.
before it's built. Yeah,
Yeah,
that
but
would
when
be...
I
But
asked,
through all of
kind
this,
of
I
like,
still was
no,
doing
but
so.
I
It would
the
be
question was
vandalism and it would hurt a
And it
future
would
building,
hurt
but it
the
hasn't
building.
destroyed a
Like,
building.
coming up, like,
It definitely
and then you
destroyed
just
what
kinda
you were
like,
building, for
Well,
sure.
yes, but it
I
could
don't
destroy a
know.
building, right?
No,
but
we'll be doing it.
No,
We'll be
this
doing
is the
Friday.
whole
This
point of the
it's
debate.
not the
If you've
whole
destroyed all the
debate.
materials for a building, have you destroyed a building?
A building is a
yeah.
thing, a human
I mean,
being.
My
I
equipment's
think-
all
I think
dismantled
it
though
doesn't
right
match
now,
to
to be
what
honest.
our
I should be
conversation is
fucking
on
hooking
a
it up.
on life,
Maybe I do
because
that
an
tomorrow.
embryo is a whole unique individual
Yeah,
human
and part-
life.
Let's come back to that.
But
Can
we
let's
go to the coma back really quick? Because
The
I
coma-
actually want to
the coma
address
thing?
that.
Well, let's
Okay.
come back to that
Okay.
in a little bit. We do have a couple chats
Okay.
to get through here. We're going to read through a couple of these chats. If you want, give a quick response to these, and then we'll continue on with the conversation. We have about, I think, 10 or so different chats. Gredneck, thank you for the 50. Appreciate it. I'm pro-life. First of all, woman, let the man speak. Damn it. Second, Destiny, a hypothetical is something that is a scientific. You guys should probably spell check these before sending. Things that are unrealistic, like a button
Damn, I
saying
sucked.
not
That
going
was
to wake
horrible.
up is
Yep, that was
unrealistic
my
and
fault.
impossible. Gretna, thank you there for the donation.
Yeah,
we have
we lost the lead
Stir
because
the
of me.
Sauce. Oh
my god, and this guy running around like a ninja all of a sudden.
174,
huh?
if the perpetrator
Tell me
commits the
a
predicate
breakdown
offense
on
with the intent to kill the unborn
that.
child,
Because you
the
killed me.
punishment for that offense is the
There you
same as
go,
the
you little
punishment
bitch. Fuck you.
provided under
Headshot,
federal
you're
law for
fucking dead.
intentionally killing or attempting to kill a human being.
Killed me twice in a row. He couldn't get me that third time.
By the way, if you want, you can read
Can
them
I-
on the screen here.
Can we go to the coma, or because we got?
Let's do a
Okay,
few
go on.
more.
Okay,
We
you
got
go.
a few
You
more.
got it.
Did anybody want to respond to Stir the Sauces? He's saying that
He's trying to make an argument from legality, but it's a dumb argument because nobody here believes in that. Because if the law right now, obviously they would disagree with the law. If the law says penalty of homicide, I would probably disagree with that law. But I mean, like,
Okay.
none of us are arguing.
All right, next chat we have Mickey. Hey, thank you for the
Sick how you
$69
hear a little fucking chicken.
Thank you.
Oh,
Take turns
God.
talking. It's the woman couple choice. Why is it anyone's
it's
business
fucking
who's
snake.
not
They're
going
just
to raise
standing in the
and
middle of
finance
nowhere
the
busting
child
shots.
have a say? All that is needed to do is provide a safe space for them in order to prevent unnecessary casualty due to self-abortion? Can anybody parse that?
It's a stupid argument. People that say that it's just a decision between a man and a woman is dumb because what's being debated here is the life of a child. If you believe it's a child, then it's not just two people that have a say over it. The life of the child ought to be provided
Sure.
some personal negative rights as well. Yeah.
All right, we have Alvin Sam here. If abortion is murder, should the woman be charged with that and go to jail? Credit for both of this. Lila or Kristen, do you have a response to Alvin's chat here?
I believe that those who commit murder, so the abortionists, those who would be assisting in the abortion, could be tried with a crime. And actually, we've written laws at Students for Life Action that do make committing abortion a criminal offense. We do not believe that a woman should go to jail for abortion because sadly for 50 years in our country we have told women that it's not murder and it's not killing, it's simply a removal of meaningless blobs of tissue that don't have any consciousness yet, which we know is false. And so we actually see her very much as a second victim of the abortion industry that tells her that she can't, that she isn't capable enough, as you know, the argument that Destiny was making earlier, that women somehow aren't capable enough of walking around this earth pregnant without, you know, being locked up or whatever for potential miscarriage. We believe that she absolutely has the capacity to achieve her career goals and her educational goals, but sadly,
come on, let's see what that looks like in real life.
Something different for the past 50 years.
Hold on, real quick. That's the worst thing. If
Bullshit.
you believe that abortion is murder, then a woman should be held morally responsible for a conspiracy to commit murder if she goes to an abortion clinic. Full stop. End of discussion. If you think abortion is murder, a woman going to get an abortion would be the same as a woman going to get her 1-year-old child killed. Abortion is murder for everybody involved, including the woman.
And I'm more of that position, which is that there's obviously, when it comes to homicide, there's a lot of potentially mitigating factors, full intent, full knowledge, coercion. But I think, yes, if you're willfully and intentionally taking the life of your child, there should be criminal penalties.
Got it. All right, we have Rams here with the Canadian 69. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Maybe we should take policy back to the age-old normal.
Yeah.
Oh, to the age-old normal, because babies coming from marriage in society is the norm, and therefore out-of-marriage births will be the exception, and overall less births to consider for the mystery of when a fetus is a human.
For like the next 2-3 years or so.
Okay, Ram, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Did anyone have a response to that? David Sina, can you each describe what happens during an abortion, starting with Destiny?
Harder, so.
I think it depends on where the development of the fetus is, but I think normally don't they checking it out. I think it depends on how far along the development is.
Would you like to go in detail? Because like if you are advocating for abortion, I think you should be.
Get the fuck out of here.
My understanding is
don't just
prior
be like,
to
whatever.
Yeah. So I think generally there's like this whole slew of, I would call them like gore porn films, like Saw and stuff, that they have doctors watching beforehand, so that when they go in, I think the goal is to inflict the maximum amount of gore and pain on the fetus before they take it out. So the first thing you do is you open the vagina up as much as possible, dilate the cervix,
Here, give us a serious answer.
I think they start with little razors. It depends on how sensitive the baby is to pain, and they start to flay it alive in the womb, and then they pump like oxygen so the baby can start crying and everything.
Why don't you give a serious answer?
No, because the argument of like what happens on some emotional level, you're totally conceding any logical point. It absolutely is. You're conceding because you're trying to win on some like emotional point. If you want to morally grandstand on it, fine, but we're not here to like mince words over like, oh, well, this is what happens to the abortion.
Well, if you support abortion, I think you should have the balls.
I support cremation as well, and cremation would be pretty bad if I thought that a corpse was a living person. I also support embalming too, and that would also be really brutal.
But that's not a living human.
Yeah, and I don't agree that a fetus is a living human. Welcome to my argument from like 2 hours ago.
This goes back to the argument that we keep saying. You keep saying it's consciousness, but you just said it's not a living human being.
Are they dead?
It's not a person. It's not a person.
Is a fetus in a womb who's 12 weeks dead? Or is it alive?
It's not a person.
Is it? Wait, you just said it wasn't a living human being. So answer
in the sense
the question.
That it's not a person. You can try to trap me on semantics, but everybody in the audience knows what I'm saying. Your heart is living, but it's not a person. A fetus is living, but it's not a person.
Yeah,
of course it's up. Yeah, of course.
Well, I mean, but you were saying abortion.
Mitosis occurs. There's metabolism happening. It's getting external nutrients.
Just to clarify, just to make sure I'm understanding, you were saying that abortion isn't gory the way, or it doesn't matter that abortion is gory the way embalming or cremation might be, because it's not taking the life of a living person, something, okay? You said human being, but then you changed it to person because you realized that was bad to say human being because you already agreed that humans start at fertilization.
Sure.
So, but abortion does end the life of something, no?
Yeah.
Does it?
It terminates some process, metabolistic thing.
Okay, so it ends life.
Yeah, if you consider it, it's a living thing, yeah.
So is abortion killing?
Something, yeah.
What does abortion kill?
A fetus.
What is a fetus?
However you want to do it. It's a human being. Probably on the total development of like a human, you start as a zygote, you begin mitosis, and you develop into a fetus, and there's different fetal stages or whatever.
So a fetus is a human?
Aren't you considered a fetus all the way up to like delivery? Technically?
Yeah.
Like an 8
so a fetus is a human?
Sure, it could be.
So it's correct not
You're not
literally to say,
you're not going to win.
Is it correct literally to say that abortion
we were
kills?
just fucking murdering it, and now he's getting murdered.
But you
why is she incorrect in that
The ultimate example of somebody not being confident in their position is try to win the debate through etymology. You're not going to win this debate by trying to redefine words in a clever manner away from me. If you want to pretend that, that's fine. But like, you're not making any actual like arguments here. What you're trying to say is like, well, do you consider a fetus a human? Sure. Do you consider a baby human? Yeah. Oh, so you want to protect some humans but not others? I guess.
I'm
so what about white
trying to
humans and black
understand-
humans?
I'm trying to
No, you're not
understand
trying to
your
understand. My point has been crystal clear the entire time. I'll restate it for like the 5th time. My point is the conscious experience,
seems like-
whatever you want to call that. If you want to call that when it becomes a human, before that it's just a fetus. If you want to call that a person or give a person whatever, 20 to 24 weeks. At that 20-week mark is when you get the protections that you're endowed with as a human person under the Constitution of the United States. At 20 weeks. If you want to call the thing before a fetus or a human fetus or a human thing or whatever you want to call it, you can call it whatever you want. But my position is crystal clear. I've elucidated on it multiple times.
If you guys want to respond, go ahead, and then I'm going to get some more chat.
Does abortion kill a human being?
A human being, I probably wouldn't agree to those terms, no.
Well,
but if you want me to say yes, make you feel better, sure.
So it's a little
Also,
you're
hold
like
on.
all over the map.
I'm not all over the map. I'm crystal clear, but you're trying to semantically win on a
your
point
circles
instead of having the
are
actual
fine.
argument. However, I'll say this. I can shortcut that whole question. The question is stupid, and their point of like saying, like, well, look at how Blighty actually is stupid, because I can ask you this question, and I don't know the answer. If there was a way to do an abortion on a fetus that was 100% humane, that was 100% pain-free, they just went in and sucked out and instantly deleted it, would you think that that's okay? No, it doesn't change your argument at all. So why bring up how gory or whatever, right? There's no bearing on your argument whatsoever.
I'm answering your question. Still an innocent human being.
I know, I agree with everything you're saying. I
stronger
understand.
person.
But I'm just saying that, like, so the process of the abortion has nothing to do with the veracity of the argument. So the only reason you bring it up is to win an
No,
emotional
actually
point.
think, I
That was the
actually
whole
think
point of my initial point.
It's actually very important to the abortion argument because as someone who's talked to women who've gone into abortion facilities or have been considering abortion, they are actually not fully consented as to what an abortion actually entails. And one of the big challenges that we face in the pro-life movement is actually educating Americans about what an abortion procedure really is. Is it
Baby, calm
a
down.
removal of a couple of cells? Is it like removing your appendix or a tooth? Or
Oh,
is it
nothing,
actively ending a human life
Did
that
you
has
invite him?
unique genetic
Yeah.
code?
Call Nicolino.
So
That's
this
a
is-
lie.
This is where it kind of falls apart, Destiny, in my view. And but tell me where I'm wrong here.
Okay.
Help me understand. So
Help me fall
you
apart,
were we were talking about consciousness, and you were saying that consciousness, the reason that the development of consciousness matters for personhood, and you referenced moral intuition, okay? But you're very uncomfortable with the moral intuition that might also arise when you consider that abortion is the direct killing, dismemberment, poisoning of a preborn life, human. And so why are you uncomfortable with the moral intuition against killing an innocent preborn life of consciousness? And you're comfortable with the moral
He left
intuition
you
around consciousness.
on red.
Just to clarify, it is innocent, right? Because you said it like
So good.
Hasn't
I
made any
fucking do that
sense.
shit all the time, so I never could take
Um,
offense.
I'm not uncomfortable with any intuition. That's why I
Except for what happens
Well, you can talk about that if you want. I gave my thought.
You
I
said
know
you answered
something.
every question, but you
Well,
wouldn't
go
actually
for it.
answer the question.
I don't know
Even
the
worse with
exact
that.
procedure.
Even with
I
Father's
know
Day,
that.
Father's Day, my phone got blown up. I didn't say
Well,
nothing
I
to
was
nobody.
Wait, I would
going
like
down
to really
They
hear
didn't
about what happened.
respond
Well,
and
we
say
were
thank you or
going down
none
a
of
path
that
where
shit.
you said that abortion is killing and yes, it's a human.
I
But then I
know.
said, so
Horrible.
you're okay with
Really bad. I
abortion
should
and
have
that
at
kills a
least
human. You
a
didn't
couple of my
like that.
closer
I think your
friends
moral
like, yeah,
intuition told
brother,
you that
send
doesn't
you
sound right.
bullshit and all
Because
that,
doesn't sound
but
right.
I
That
wasn't
you
really with my
support an
phone that
act
day,
that
and when I got back to it the next day, I'm
Yeah,
like, nah.
Obviously,
Yeah,
Then I
that's
go
what
back
abortion
and start
is.
answering all these
That's
people
what
a day
abortion
late.
is. But your
You couldn't get that.
cognitive
Moral
dissonance is
intuition
raging
is
right now,
different.
Destiny.
What up?
It's raging.
Not at all.
It's raging.
My
doing?
position has been crystal clear the entire time. There's
But your
no
definition
pretend with
Rocket
every
science
question.
is
I'll
not
answer every
tenable.
question.
Oh,
And
so
when
you
guys are
sign on. I thought you was busting some duties, so I
Let's do a
can
couple
I
more
want to
say.
chats.
coma. Can we do? Oh,
Yeah,
go ahead. Sorry.
I got the power deck until
We will come back to
Rocket
that.
shit.
We have Juggernaut here. Just a heads up, Juggernaut. Thank you for the super chat. Just
Alright, got
a
it, got it.
little iffy.
Alright, cool, yeah, we
Not
should
gonna
Wait,
see
what
this
is
stuff
it?
on online.
He's being a bit insulting, like he's being a bit rude.
What are you doing
To
tomorrow? You want to go to the spa or you good?
It's misogyny.
So I went
so
to the store in the Hamptons today and I got 3 drawers. I bought some I
Juggernaut,
got
we
some
will
new
read
shit
your
for
other
us.
super chat.
Purple.
Hey, thank you for the 50 super chat. Thanks so much, man. This is a seriously
It's
heavy topic
purple,
for
but
dating
it's,
podcast. I know what I was getting into tonight. I'm gonna stay
Fruit
tuned.
punch
Can't
or
turn away.
fruit
Hey, Scott,
something.
thank you
It's
so
something
much
I've never
for,
seen before.
super
So I
chat,
was
and
like,
thank you
alright,
for
fuck
tuning
it,
in.
I'll
It's a
cop
little
it
different than
because
what
I've never seen it.
we normally do.
Hold on, let me
but,
get you the name.
I
Kind of
suppose
important when you talk about dating.
abortion is somewhat related.
Purple punch. There we go.
Red pill
I got it. I got it. Purple
Like 90%
punch,
of the
son.
audience are virgins, so
Well, I mean,
I'm just kidding.
well,
I'm
just
so
related
sorry.
to dating, I think it's related.
the red strawberry
sex,
coffee?
and then the consequences of Scott, thank you. Jonathan D, thanks for the Canadian.
Ooh.
Molar pregnancy occurs
That's
after
a good point.
fertilization when replication of cells becomes abnormal. The embryo becomes a trophoblastic tumor, which is cancer. It is an embryo before it becomes cancer. Is alive per Kristen. I'm a doctor. This is fact. Please explain. I'm not sure what Jonathan is.
Right. It's funny because I caught some of those in the Hamptons today, and as I was driving back, I was like, wow, I finished my first tizzy. Interesting.
And the child doesn't actually fully become a child. It's like that's why they call it.
The one you're talking about, the same one that I gave you from Mike that he bought in the Hamptons, it's the same story, yep.
No.
Wait,
It's funny, I just thought that, and I was like, damn, and then I smoked two already, and I was like, I'm here rolling up, and you're right, but it's just not nowhere near as powerful.
Like children can have genetic abnormalities.
No, I said I bought that. Well, so you want one, you're saying? Because I didn't call you because the other day you were bitching about how you had so much and you were good.
We have Nobunaga here. Hey, thank you, man. Good to see you.
But I'll spare one if you really want. But I didn't buy it with you in mind. I got to be honest.
If human life begins at conception like Destiny agreed with, then factually Destiny is wrong in response to Destiny.
I didn't consider it dictionary.com.
And I got two of the models. I really only have like three.
Gredneck, hey, I'll read this one while it's up. Gredneck, hey, thank you for the start of the bad text that I get from this is Destiny agrees with you on that. It is killing, deleting after conception, but the right to life begins with person under 20 years. And before that, it doesn't matter to him. By the way, I love your podcast, Brian Gredneck. Thank you. Destiny, do you have a response to
yeah, that's probably right. You're telling us right?
Okay, and then we have here, I think we had Nobunaga.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was like, hit a purple one right before I go to bed to see how it goes.
Okay. Definition of a person, quote, a human being regarded as an individual, end quote. Since Destiny agreed that the unique human DNA begins at conception, then he is wrong again.
Not even necessary for me this week at least, but I do think I want to see James though.
Okay, Nobunaga, thank you. Do you have a response to him, or is that sufficient?
If he's going to bring out Merriam-Webster, who am I to contradict him?
All right, cool, yeah.
Nobunaga. Here's another. Do you want to read this one?
Destiny is wrong again on
Alright, so I'll see you Friday then.
The thing. There are cases of people
or maybe tomorrow online. Let's see what happens.
Don't remember or suffer from memory loss. His arguments are a bunch of BS, and I bet he doesn't mean bachelor of science.
It should be depending on if I have company or not. But, you know, I haven't seen her in a couple of days, so I'm sure she's back tomorrow. She can be like, hey, what's good?
Okay,
but there's just as much a person because consciousness does not give you your humanity or your personhood.
No, I think she plans on being here every weekend no matter what now. So.
Thank you for the big
it seems to be that way.
But
it's not bad. She's pretty chill to be around at least. So.
They're not sure how she had the accident, but she ended up in a severely disabled state. Some called her a vegetable, but her family's not a vegetable. She's interacting with us, and she's a human being. Human beings aren't vegetables. And her husband, in a very famous court case, he had a mistress, and he was actually separated from her because he was her guardian. Euthanized her. Chose to kill her in the state of Florida. And actually starved her. It was a horrific.
Was in the 90s?
And the way he euthanized her was that they refused food and water.
Mm-hmm. She died of dehydration.
She didn't die of her condition. She died of dehydration.
Okay.
That's back to the. Yeah. Tell me when we can do COVID.
Yeah, almost. We're about halfway through these chats. All right, we have Henry N. Pleasure is never as pleasant as we expected it to be, and pain is always more painful. The pain in the world always outweighs the pleasure. If you don't believe it, compare the respective feelings of two animals, which is in the other.
Yeah, so I had a busy couple of weeks though, man. Between
we have Christopher.
So my birthday was Memorial Day weekend.
Several conditions may mimic
we went out to see Fiesta the weekend before that. We went to go see Armin the weekend on my birthday.
Guillain-Barré syndrome, delayed paralytic.
After that,
all mimic brain death.
Father's Day, DJing the party. See how all these weekends are just like crazy.
Okay, Christopher Fisher, thank you for the soup chat. Appreciate it. We have
I mean, that's good though, right? Because summer's about to start, so.
I feel like I'm missing. There was another major event that just happened.
Back to you, becoming extremely obvious
Just not
that
putting
they're
my finger on.
either not listening or responding in bad faith. Lila seems like she's kind of trying, though. So shout out to Lila. Dr. Ocho, thank you there.
I'll try to do better. I'm truly.
And then we have Jonathan D here. Merci beaucoup for the Canadian 50. Did we read this one, or is this a different? Molar pregnancy does not result in miscarriage. Google invasive molar pregnancy. It can, in fact, spread the abnormal
It's miscarriage
cells.
in the sense that the child is no longer alive. So that there's no child. That's what.
Okay.
But yes, it may.
Just as a quick thing.
Here, I just Googled molar pregnancy for everyone who's confused.
Sure.
A tumor that develops in the uterus as a result of a non-viable pregnancy. There may or may not be an embryo or placental tissue in some cases of molar pregnancy. If there is an embryo, it's not properly formed and it cannot survive. It's very rare, 20,000 cases a year in the United States. And a routine blood test can, just for anyone who's concerned, a routine blood test molar pregnancy.
Okay.
Also, just to clarify earlier, because these guys wildly misrepresented the Terri Schiavo case, and I just wanted to look at the facts before I correct one. Terri Schiavo had made several statements to family members that if she were to ever be alive in some persistent vegetative state, she would not want to be.
Baby, calm down.
Definitely on
Did
machines
she say
like that.
she wanted
Number
to be
one,
starved?
she had said that to multiple. She had said that to multiple family members. These are in court records. And
here.
secondly, she was in a persistent vegetative state that autopsies afterwards confirmed she was likely never to wake up from. Her brain literally was half the weight of where it was supposed to be for somebody.
That's actually not true.
That's fine if you disagree with that. Now we're not arguing normal. We're arguing the autopsy reports just as much. Her brain was in a worse state than another woman prior to her who had been unplugged because of similar issues.
She was disabled, but being disabled.
She was not
let me finish. She had a severe intellectual disability due to the accident, but that doesn't justify starving her. And
do you think
it doesn't justify? Can I just finish? It doesn't justify.
Hold on,
Destiny,
you
can
are
I finish my statement?
wildly out of
Can I
pocket.
finish my
No, I'll
statement?
cut you off this
That
time.
doesn't
To compare
justify
somebody in a
dehydrating her to
persistent
death.
vegetative state
That
to
was-
somebody with severe intellectual disabilities is a wild statement.
and-
she was not severely intellectually disabled. She was a vegetable.
That's
she
not
was
correct.
a brain
That's
dead
not
that
true.
did not respond to external
not correct.
stimuli, and the autopsy confirmed just as
There
much.
have been people whose doctors have said are in persistent vegetative
That's not what
state
we're talking
who-
about here.
Yeah, but that's what we're talking about here, because there are people who doctors have said are in persistent vegetative state who went on to fully wake up and recover. Did you know that?
That's fine,
So
but
it is
the
always
autopsy on
wrong
this concluded,
to
they
deny-
concluded from the medical records and consultations with medical experts that the scope and weight of the medical information within the file concerning Terri Schiavo consists of competent, well-documented information that she is in a persistent vegetative state with no likelihood
Her
of
husband
improvement,
wanted her
and that the
dead.
neurological and speech pathology evidence in the file support the contention that she cannot take oral nutrition or
those-
hydration and cannot consciously interact with her environment.
Destiny,
she
those-
was super brain dead. I don't
those
care
were-
what the husband said.
those
The
were-
statements that were used to verify whether she could be
Do you
unplugged
think
were
that
statements that she had been made to family.
Those were doctors.
She had made statements to her family saying, I don't want to be
Did
kept
she
alive in
say,
this state.
I want to be starved
She
and
said,
denied
I don't want to be
water?
kept alive forever on machines. That's what she said. Sorry, those were her statements. That was what is legally entered, and scientifically, the evidence does not exist that she was ever going to wake up from that
The
persistent
part you're not
End of discussion.
the part you're not referencing is that the doctors that looked at her were paid for by her husband who wanted her dead.
Okay,
That's a
well,
very
all the
important
courts
point.
disagree with you, and all the autopsies disagree with you.
Well, I think her
It's a very
family would
important
actually
point.
disagree with you
So-
as well, Bobby Schindler.
I'm not
Well, they were there interacting with
what
her.
entered on the? Why would I care what a family member?
They were the ones interacting with her.
Yeah, but do you think they're going to be the least biased interpreters of what's happening medically in some event?
Do you think that their experience and their interactions with her, their conscious experiences with her, didn't matter?
Yes, I don't think they matter.
Well, one question for Lila, or I mean, you two, I guess. Is this Terri Schiavo thing? Does it come up?
It was
frequently in
older
abortion
person thing.
discourse?
Wait, how old are you?
It
Not
doesn't.
not
no.
frequently, but it was a big case a
was
couple
a very
decades
big
ago.
Okay.
I don't like the same age.
It was particularly tragic.
The name
yeah.
It was maybe because I live in a Republican household. It was a really big deal because of all the. I've heard their arguments a million times. Where the argument that people present is that she was there and she was communicating with family members in the hospital, and her evil, horrible husband, who was fucking a mistress on the side, just wanted to terminate her life to get away from everything. That's usually the arguments provided.
And they
But
dehydrated.
when
It took
you
her
look
10
at-
days to die,
When you look at
slowly and
all of the
painfully.
medical evidence in that case, overwhelmingly,
Do you think that was
she was
just-
brain fucked. That's why all they can say is like, doesn't the family member in the room matter?
Well, no. Do you think the way they
Still
killed
doesn't
Terri
justify
Schiavo was
what they
an
did.
ethical way of killing her?
At that point, I don't get much evidence.
So are you less of a person if you have dementia?
You can argue, but you're not a person.
When do you not become a person?
When you no longer can deploy.
Well, then if you're asleep, then, or if you're under anesthetic, then you're not deploying your conscious experience. When I'm under anesthetic,
you can wake up. Why do you keep using this as an example?
Because with an embryo, you can develop.
You can't wake an embryo up. They don't have the parts
yet.
If
you give it time, it takes time to wake up.
Give it time,
and it takes time
to develop your
magically enters
it's
the
changing.
womb. That gives
It's not
the
the same
child
thing.
consciousness. Is that what you believe, that there's something that like happens that comes down from the sky?
No, it actually.
Hold on.
Do you think that something magically comes down from the
sky?
sky?
Sky theory argument. My bad.
Well, hey, you're the one who likes these situations.
Well, I know I like embryos developed, but I don't
Do you
believe
think
the
that
sky
something
theory.
comes down from the sky and inserts into the woman's womb after the child is already alive and developing, which you've already agreed to as a human being? Do you think that is how a child develops consciousness from other parts? Has to get added, like she goes to the OB/GYN doctor.
That is what I thought.
Hold
Is that
on.
the wrong answer?
Hold on. We have to insert the consciousness part.
No. I thought, because when women go for ultrasound, don't they have like the long amniocentesis? Isn't that like when they put the consciousness in the baby?
I'm asking you because you're the one making
you want me
this
to actually
ridiculous
answer?
argument.
Let's see if I can actually get
No,
to this
I want you to actually answer.
Okay. Let's
Because
see if I get
the argument that you
that's
keep
my prediction for how many interruptions when I answer.
the argument that you keep
Two.
making, Destiny.
Does this count as an interruption? Because you asked me, could I'm not even answering. Oh, can I
The
answer?
argument
Count as
that
one.
you
Sorry,
keep
go ahead.
making is that the child doesn't have the capacity.
I could
for,
just tell you the
would you
argument I'm
stop
making.
for a second?
Okay, I'm so sorry.
The argument you're making is that the child in the womb doesn't have the capacity for consciousness because the child isn't 20 weeks old yet. And what we've said multiple times is that at the moment of conception, which you agreed, all those genetic components are already there.
What is a genetic component?
Because the genetic code comes into existence.
Genetic component is another word for
egg,
blueprint. A blueprint is not the thing itself.
Do you? How do you think a child gets consciousness? Do you honestly think that there's like a part that's inserted into the uterus that then gives the child consciousness?
Do you think I honestly think that? Why do you ask it that way? Do you honestly think? Do you really think I honestly
because
think
I
that?
don't think you're that stupid.
Okay,
why
thank
I'm
you.
saying that.
Okay,
because you
let's
keep
play a
asking
game.
this.
Where do you think I
question.
would say? What do you think my answer would be? Where does consciousness come from? How does it happen? Tell me what you think I would say. I'm so curious.
I actually don't know because you keep saying that the child in the womb.
Yeah.
Because when you have the argument with Lila about coma that you've talked about like ad nauseum at this point.
Okay.
I'm getting sick of the same argument over and over again.
True. Let's talk about viability.
Would you stop interrupting me and acting like a
amazing.
child, please?
Oh, I'm sorry.
You just like literally keep talking while I'm talking.
Does this all count as one interruption? Remember,
No,
she asked me
this
the
is
question like 20 minutes ago. Yeah.
No, but when you keep arguing that the child in the womb has no rights, that can be terminated, killed, brutally dismembered.
Brutally.
Yes, actually brutally. You admitted that earlier.
The
that
only
the
types of
abortions
abortions
are
I'm
very,
in favor of, yes.
The
Sorry, keep
abortions are very gruesome. So you said the child has no rights, and that because the child hasn't developed consciousness, it doesn't have the capacity. And what the argument that Lila and I have made multiple times today is that the child just needs time to grow because the child has everything the child needs to develop.
If you don't kill
this is the point.
It needs
the
nutrients from the mom. It by definition,
the child has everything it needs at the moment of conception
because the person under anesthetic needs nutrients to live.
How
it depends on how long you're under anesthesia for.
If you're the one making this argument, if you're the one making the argument that personhood doesn't begin until consciousness, tell me how the child in the womb develops. Explain it for me, because I don't think you understand what happens at the moment of conception.
Okay. You probably know the process better than me, okay? So I'm going to try my best, okay? And then correct me if I'm wrong, okay? So the egg sees a bunch of sperm guys around. They let one in, usually, not always. Usually one comes in, and then the egg and the sperm come together. And when they come together, the cells begin to grow and divide. Now, over time, once you've gotten to hundreds or thousands of cells, different billions of cells. Probably not interested. There's like 100,000, 10,000, then eventually billions of cells, right? I think that you have little things called stem cells that go to different parts of the body and begin to grow and develop based on the genetic code you have and how things are being directed, right, during that process, okay? I'm sure there's a more complicated way to explain it. That's about as well I understand it. So what I would say is, when does the baby get consciousness? It's not magical. What happens is there are parts of your brain that stem cells are hanging out in that are slowly growing out and developing. It's getting nutrients from the mom. It's developing along some normal path. And at some point, it develops the parts, and then those parts begin to metabolize things and function, and then you have that conscious experience.
So you just said
so
it develops the parts.
It develops parts.
Yeah.
that at the moment of conception,
Doesn't
everything
have, no.
the child
What I'm
needs
admitting,
to form
what I'm
consciousness
admitting,
is present.
what I'm
Destiny,
admitting.
can we have you sitting straight up?
He's in his child.
Do I really? Is that like a rule?
Well, it's just like
It wasn't on the release I signed. You have to sit up. That wasn't on any of the parts. Wait, look at the camera. Show it on me. Am I that out of frame? I'm
it's
fine.
just
Because you keep
you're
arguing
midway
that
down the
Lila
end
is
of
in a
focus
coma,
if you're
but she has the ability to potentially.
Why can't I answer a question? Why do you keep like talking? Can I answer the question?
You did, and
I didn't get the answer.
You actually just proved
You were
yourself wrong.
making the point that you said it develops, so you proved my point. Wrong. Develops implies you didn't have it. That's why you develop it. You don't develop.
Where did
things
it
you
come
have.
from? Did the magic conscious fairy deliver it in my vagina?
The
Yeah.
reason the child got consciousness is because the child, the human, develops its consciousness naturally. Just
Correct.
like you will develop as you get
Correct.
older,
Yes.
age, you'll have an
Yep.
aging process. The toddler
That's
will
right.
develop
Yep.
age into an
And
adolescent.
until you've developed the parts necessary to have a conscious experience, you're not having
And
one.
we're saying that's illogical and
It's
unjust.
not illogical.
And you're,
It's perfectly logical.
Well, you said
Just like
earlier-
if I give you the blueprints and the parts, and I show you something,
not a
the
blueprint,
parts in the
though.
blueprint don't go vroom vroom, but when I put the car together and I turn the key on, it does go vroom vroom.
child is
I wouldn't say that just
nothing.
because I've got the parts and I've got the blueprint, I've got the vroom vroom. I would say after it's all put together, then it has the
But
vroom vroom.
Destiny,
Yeah.
unlike a car and parts and someone putting in a key, an embryo that's developing is self-developing and self-actualizing with nourishment
From within.
and time. With nourishment and time. It's, you
Okay.
could say, a self-building car that's building
Sure.
as it goes.
I'll say if you want to use a self-building car, a self-building car with all the parts in the blueprint that can
So
disassemble
if
itself
we
is
want
still
to
not a
use,
car until it's put together itself.
Hold on.
Hold
If
it.
you want to use your car analogy,
Okay, gotcha. Let's
if
use
I
it.
go buy a baby Tesla because it's a tiny self-building baby Tesla, and if I
Yep.
leave it in a room with oxygen and put a couple gasoline things along the wall,
Two posters
baby
of Elon
Tesla
Musk, yeah.
will develop into this mega beautiful Tesla, okay? I would be very angry with anyone who came into my garage where baby Tesla was and killed baby Tesla and said, well, it wasn't a Tesla yet because it wasn't big and all the way developed yet. I would say it would have been if you didn't kill it, if you didn't destroy my
It
Tesla.
would have been.
But it was
hold
still
on.
a Tesla.
Destiny wife
It would have.
Melinda
It's still a
donated
Tesla. Do you see that? But
$199. Have my abortion destiny.
That was very rude. Why did that one get to play?
but
That,
offended.
it was the TTS trigger is $199 and up.
Okay. So they can install me for $199.
Destiny, a blueprint.
I see how it is.
Destiny,
Well,
a
any side.
blueprint will never become a car. An embryo will become a newborn if you don't kill it or
Sure.
it's not miscarried.
I
Do you
agree.
see the difference in why your analogy doesn't work?
The point
You
of the
see that?
analogy, I know that a car and a child are not the same thing. Okay?
Well, but your analogy also doesn't work. Your application of the two
point,
things
an
to compare
analogy,
doesn't work.
The
Do you
reason
understand
why
that?
you make analogies is to show some part of the argument that's similar. Not
And
to
I'm
say
telling
that
you, your argument is wrong
No.
and faulty because your analogy doesn't work. You see that because a blueprint doesn't develop into a car without somebody else going in
So
there,
do you think
getting
that
other
the
pieces
thing
and building
developing
it together.
itself is what makes it human? The fact that it develops itself?
That's one of the qualities of being a unique individual human is that you can grow. Yes, and you can develop.
Okay, I disagree. I don't think that makes you
So
a...
you're saying that it's not an aspect of a
It is
human
an aspect
specimen.
of,
It's
but
not core to being an organism that an organism grows.
it's core to a ton
Isn't
of
that
different
part
types
of
of
the
work.
nature of being-
Cancer, you just described, okay? Cancers
okay.
are things that grow on their
Well,
own and develop and pass cell death
But
and all
but
of
are
that, right?
you are you equating a cancer to a unique human organism?
Cancers can be pretty unique.
So are you
But no,
equating
I'm not
cancer to a
equating.
human?
You keep doing this thing where when I make a comparison,
I'm-
like,
I'm
are you saying
applying-
this thing is
yeah.
the same thing?
Because-
No, that's the point of a comparison, is to just show you the fault
But
of your
no,
argument.
Destiny, the point of
Yeah.
a comparison is to expose where there is logic or a lack
Yes.
of logic.
And
I'm
the
using
exposing
your
of the lack of
comparison
logic, what I'm
to
trying to
show
get you,
that there's actually a
what I'm
lack of
trying to
logic
get
on
you
your
to
side.
understand is that a thing that is developing into another thing is not the
But
thing
you're
itself.
not understanding because it's not developing into another thing. It's developing
It's
itself into its
self-directed.
full potential.
Does a
But
woman's
it's
body? Let
developing-
me ask you a question. It's a biology question. Do you believe a woman's body tells the child how to develop? Is that where you think how babies develop? Do you think the woman's body tells the embryo how to develop?
I mean, it depends on how philosophical you get that. You could argue, yes, it provides half the instructions during insemination. That is how that works, yes.
But so after
So technically, yeah,
After
the
the
woman's
genetic
body is
code-
contributing half the DNA. Now, if you want to cut it off at the conception mark, which obviously you
Yeah,
do,
I-
but for a variety of reasons, teleologically, we could
after
theoretically go to
human
fourth
life
and
has been created, after unique
okay,
human
yeah.
life
Oh
has
well,
been created.
if we assume all the hard parts away, well then, yeah, at that point it is an independent thing that I don't think My guess is no at that point. The mother probably doesn't dictate the growth.
That's
of the
right,
children.
because the child, as Violet has pointed out, the child tells its
Well, it's self-directed, well,
how
taking
to
nutrients
grow.
from the mom. Yeah.
Absolutely, the child.
As any human being
The
does.
child is in the
Being past gestation is connected to other human beings taking
Every
nutrients.
human being
have
past
to-
gestation needs nutrients
Not
to
other,
live.
and no other human
And,
being is connected
um,
unless you don't.
My infants needed my breast to survive because I was producing milk.
Why
Are
does...
there infants over there?
Wait, but Destiny, now you're
No,
using...
so they're not connected.
Now
I don't know why
but,
you use that
but
as an
why,
example.
why
Go
are
ahead.
we
Babies
saying
now.
that connection,
Yeah.
your connectedness, the degree to which you're dependent or connected to your parent determines your personhood? That seems to be where you're going with that
That
argument,
is
no?
not at all where I've gone
Where are
with
you
any
going
part
with
of
that
it.
then? Where are you going
Well,
with that?
here's what I would say, okay? This is what I would guess, okay? What I would say is, broadly speaking, 20 to 24 weeks is about when you develop a conscious experience. So at about 20 weeks, I would probably cut it off because when consciousness forms, that's when the subjective experience, the person, the who, begins to...
Why? Why does that matter?
Because that seems to be the thing that we care about when we're talking
You
about...
care about
That's
it.
what
a
you
great
care
deal,
about
but
a
why
lot.
does it matter?
Everybody cares about it.
No,
That's why when we
not
talk
true.
about
That's
Terry Schiavo, notice what your defensive...
Majority of Americans actually oppose abortion.
Wait, hold on. What?
$200.
What?
The different...
Notice how when you guys
The
are talking
difference-
about Terry Schiavo... Notice how when you guys are talking about Terry
Okay.
Schiavo,
Okay.
the thing that you were trying to say was, hold on, Terry Schiavo wasn't totally brain dead. She had an intellectual disability. That shows that you yourself were trying to grab at that idea that she still has some conscious experience. Because at the end of the day, we all know that's the only thing that matters.
No, Sherry Shriver was alive. There's no doubt about that.
There's
Her
first-
body was alive.
There's
but was she
first-person
the person?
accounts of her
Okay,
being alive.
here's the
People in the
question.
room
Let's say
saying
that,
she's
let's say that
alive.
you take a person, and let's say that you chop off their arm and you replace it with a bionic arm. Is that still a person? Okay, let's say
Yes,
you chop off a leg and replace it with a
absolutely.
leg. Is it still a person?
Yes,
What if you get rid of the heart and replace it with a bionic heart? Is that still a person?
yes. And then at some point,
What
you're
if you
gonna
replace...
run
Now,
out of
let's say
parts.
we've got a full human. What if you just replace the brain? Is that still the same person?
Yeah, if that's possible. I mean, if you get to that point,
Okay.
it's ever been done successfully.
Okay.
I mean, it'd be an interesting question, but it still would be wrong to kill that person, Destiny.
I
Are
have
you
a
saying,
question.
Are you saying if brain implants are possible, it's okay to kill someone who successfully has a brain implant? Is that what you're saying?
No.
Okay, because then
Why ask that
why do you ask that question? Why is it relevant to whether or not you can kill the
I
embryo?
feel that's
I
this
might have
life.
to go.
I've got a question.
I didn't know we were going to fight. I never bit the bullet on the brain transplant makes you the same person thing.
Well, I
didn't know
think
that,
I
so.
think it's people say if you have a
Fucking
heart transplant,
Nobody
are you gonna
says
say,
that.
well,
No.
there's people say I feel a little bit different.
That's
There's something about the
I.
person's
The
brain.
subject I
Yeah.
haven't changed. You might have different feelings,
So,
but...
but I don't think you are your brain, Destiny. So this is also a question
Really,
of
what
you,
am I?
You are a human being, which is made up of many parts.
Okay,
And
but
that's
you're
all I
you
got
could
to
cut
say about
my body.
Right.
Cut my neck off, right? You cut
Right.
dismember the neck. Let's say you can choose to keep
Yeah,
one
man.
thing alive. My head and put it on another body, or the whole rest of my body
Well,
and put
there
another
you
head on.
go.
What do you choose to make it me?
What up?
Well,
Yeah,
I
I'm trying to
would.
wipe
It's less
out of
about
a
which
hoe.
one is you, and it's more about do I have the right to kill you?
yeah,
That's what we're
yeah.
debating. No, Destiny, no, you're being
Do
pretty
you want to
squirrely
get
here.
hypothetical again?
No.
This is the story of Wolfenstein 2.
Destiny,
Did you play that game?
Destiny,
They
this
did
is
a
a
whole
very
head
important
transplant.
point.
So it's real. It can
Destiny,
happen.
No, this
That
is
was in World War II.
Destiny, this is a very important point.
I agree,
Because
but you
whether
totally don't
or not,
answer it.
No, I am answering it because whether or not we have the technology to put a new brain in someone else's brain, right? Or we have the technology to cut off your head, put it on somebody else, and then put a different head on that other body. I mean, the question of is that person still Destiny or is that a new person? Those are questions to explore. But
Still
in
person.
both cases, it would be wrong to kill Destiny with the new body that maybe is part Destiny or Destiny with the new brain that's maybe part Destiny. In
I don't know
both
if that's
cases.
true.
Well, that's an interesting position.
No,
that you're
I think
taking
you
then.
agree.
No,
If I cut a
it's
person,
an interesting
let's say if
position that you're taking then.
I cut a person's head off, okay? Let's say that I stick the head on a bionic body. I don't think people would go, oh my god, there's two Stevens. They would go, wow, Steven with a bionic body. They wouldn't go, wow, there's Steven with a bionic head. They would say, this is Steven, because we are our brains.
Yeah,
because we
I-
are the conscious experience we have. We are
I mean,
the conscious
Just like
our
how
brains
the
are very.
fetus in the
But
womb
to
has the
clarify,
capacity to
our
develop
brains are very,
that
very
consciousness.
important.
It does have
They
that.
are
But
very
just to clarify,
important.
our brains are very
I
important.
agree.
But
Oh,
your lack of
donated $200. 777 777 777 777 777
I think he just wants to stop the fighting.
777 777 777 777 777 777 777 777 777 777 777
Okay.
I was going to say,
thank you
our
for that.
brains are very important.
I
Right?
agree.
Yo.
But there's also a mystery there.
Yo, Draco,
right?
are you
about,
live?
or are you
about
just
what
lurking?
makes a human,
Hold up.
as in terms of
We
the
need
soul
to
and the
do
body
you a solid.
connection,
You
because you
live?
can have a lobotomy, you can have a part of your brain removed. There's a story of a baby like Jackson who's born missing a large portion of their brain
Anencephaly.
Yo,
because
Draco.
of
Let me know
hydrocephaly
if
or
you're live, buddy.
anencephaly. And in those cases, you still have a person, and it would still be wrong to kill the person.
Do you think they killed Jackson?
No,
No,
Jackson's
Jackson
alive.
lived
Which one
to
was
be-
the?
he lived
Oh,
to
to
be
like
4
6
years
or
old.
whatever.
That's
Right. That wasn't even like.
No, I did not
It
know.
wasn't amazing. It was tragic.
I have a
Wait,
question
so do
for
you
for
believe
people.
that baby Jackson should have been
Baby,
murdered?
who's
Yes.
Baby Jackson?
Well, not
So
murdered,
he
killed.
was
Because I
a
wouldn't kill
child
person.
born, and he lived for about 4 years with part of his brain. And it's actually a common justification for late-term abortion when children are diagnosed in utero with hydrocephaly or anencephaly when their brain hasn't fully developed, or their brain is,
I mean,
the
it's
skull hasn't fully
it's,
developed.
It's ableist
But-
to say that because you lack some brain function, because your brain
I'm not talking about
is,
lacking some brain
let me finish
function.
it for a moment. It's ableist to say that because you lack some brain function, or you have dementia, or your brain is less developed, or you're missing a part of your brain, that you are less human, and it's okay for someone to kill
It goes
you.
back to my slippery slope argument early, like at the beginning of
next
this.
to slavery.
No, because you make it slippery slope. You've separated out personhood from being human.
Gotcha.
And
so
in the pro-life
issue with
movement,
some babies like Jackson is some children. Hydrocephalus was an issue with Jackson. I believe it was also a really famous case in the United Kingdom where parents were trying to fly around their hydrocephalus kid's brain, or they were trying to fly this kid's body around to get him like
I think
treated
it's
by
Albie,
doctors or whatever. But the issue is you can have some like very basic human function. I think you can respond. I was talking about them. I didn't want them to hear me, but I'll talk to them.
Okay.
The problem is like the brainstem allows you to have some really basic human function, like response to stimulus. I think you can respond to light. You might be able to respond to like hot things, I think, but there is no conscious experience there. I don't even know if you would argue the
baby Jackson was having conscious experiences.
No, he wasn't.
I've met him.
No, that's great that
I
you
mean,
met
you
him.
can talk to his family.
That,
There's
I'm sure
videos.
you can, and I would probably feel the same way if I
Are
did
you like
that.
the expert in determining who's everyone's consciousness?
Yes,
And what
I
conscious
am.
experiences
Yeah.
everyone has?
I am,
That
yes, I am.
is the problem with your whole argument. Is your argument
I know,
is
the appeal to science.
excuse
I know, it
me.
hurts.
No, you're putting a moral quality on consciousness.
You're,
That's not
so now we're
fair.
talking about
you're
morals
trying
and
to
not science.
You're putting
Okay.
a moral quality on it. That's not fair.
Uh-huh.
Steven
Yeah.
/ Destiny
True.
are trying to say that you get to be this determinant of as to what types of experiences people have to have in consciousness in order to be persons and deserve not the right not to be killed. Because I brought up to you earlier about the situation of children in the womb from a pro-choice and a pro-life biologist who agree that at 12 and a half weeks a child can feel pain. A lot of folks would say that would mean there's consciousness there if
No,
the
they
child has
wouldn't.
ability to feel
Nobody
pain.
would say
Or
that.
about the these biologists would.
Then bring
or
them that next time. That nobody would agree to that.
or
And
the,
basic response to
twins in the
stimulus
womb
doesn't even
at
require
14
processing in the brain
weeks
sometimes.
who are interacting with each other. A lot of people would say, well, that obviously proves consciousness. You have
Bacteria
this
react with
arbitrary
each other. That doesn't
definition
prove
of consciousness
No, I don't.
that is really a slippery slope because you
True.
already admitted early in the conversation, Lila got you on
I
this
feel like
point,
some people in this
where,
conversation may be
sir,
lacking consciousness. I understand.
No, I think some people don't actually actively listen and just wait to talk.
Gotcha.
But I would say Lila got you at one
we base
point.
it on total
excuse
speaking
me,
time, or?
At one point, Lila was asking you about the conscious experiences of a toddler versus what was an adolescent or a 20-year-old. And I would even ask
probably
you about the
quite different.
newborn. And you then admitted that those conscious experiences are different, and therefore there should be varying degrees of personhood, which I go back to the fundamental principle. That's a bad.
If
That's
you're
a
a human,
bad,
you're a
bad
person.
argument.
If you put intellectual abilities or development as a qualifier for whether or not you are protected from lethal acts, from homicide, you're opening the door to tremendous injustice, and that's what's happened with abortion.
Tremendous.
I have a question for Lila and
He's like,
Kristen
where
here.
are you? It's been 2 hours.
So, if you guys have to be on the other side, be charitable, what is the best argument that you come up against from the other side? The most compelling argument the other side makes. And Lila, let's have you go first.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So I would say it's not the consciousness argument, because I do think that is pretty. It's pretty arbitrary, and it's also the moral intuition that's sort of guiding destiny. You could easily apply that before consciousness. So I don't think consciousness, and also you can be unconscious when you're sleeping or under anesthetic, and a toddler has less consciousness than an adult, etc. So it doesn't really work. I think the most effective pro-choice, pro-abortion argument have appealed to extreme emotion and very tragic cases. Those are, I think, what win the most people over, because they say, oh my gosh, I can't imagine forcing, a rape survivor to give birth to the rapist baby. So you hear these really tragic cases that are heartbreaking, and they tug on a lot of people's heartstrings. And the pro-life response to that, of course, just hearing, this horrifically tragic case of this very young girl who's the victim of incest or rape, and she's pregnant, is to acknowledge that it's horrific, because it is, and it should never have happened, and that girl deserves justice, and that perpetrator needs to be held accountable. And then you have to ask the question, okay, what next, right? What is the next thing to do here? And the girl needs medical care, she needs counseling, it needs to be removed from that dangerous situation. But is the answer to commit an act of violence against this new, now third party in this scenario, this preborn life that is not the perpetrator of the crime?
This is my steelman position. It has
I'm responding to
not necessarily your
to the
position, but just the steelman position, generally speaking.
And in this country, we give the death penalty. We actually are forbidden by federal law to give the death penalty to rapists in the United States. But in an abortion, you would be giving the death penalty to that preborn life. And when you're doing that too, it's done in the name of protecting that girl or that woman, but that act of abortion isn't going to unrape her. It's not going to take away the trauma that she endured by the rape. It's only going to levy another unjust act against her, that child, that child. So, well, it's a horrific and tragic case. Unfortunately, when it's represented without any counterpoint in media, I think it is effective in winning people to push this.
So we had second-class citizenship for a long time in our country, and throughout human history, we had second-class citizenship. Children who were conceived out of wedlock, for example, used to be considered bastards and not be allowed to own property or obtain certain positions in their professional lives. And we said, no, that's actually wrong. Like, a child is not at fault for what happens the night of his or her conception, or the state of marriage. A whole living human life that deserves fundamentally the right to not be killed. That right to life, liberty.
They're going to help us make our
Got it. And Destiny, what would you say is the best argument that you?
No, why would I? They didn't stand by my position at all. Why the fuck would I give them any leeway whatsoever? That was insane. Holy shit.
Well, don't necessarily steel man, but what is the best argument you come up against from the pro-life side? As someone who's pro-choice.
The emotional ones, when they bring out the tools and like, here's obviously, the issue is that all pro-lifers unhinged lunatic. The only way they can ever do anything is this is what a fetus looks like when you're cutting it apart and terminating
showing
it,
people
and when
what
you're vacuuming it out, and the baby cries. It's getting stuck in the so hard to argue against, because how can you argue against trying people?
I debated a pro-choice scholar one time, and I actually asked, we had a really great discussion being intellectual. And
to be clear, there's still man in my position where it's emotional.
Exchanged a lot of emails back and forth, and we were going back of what we thought each other's best arguments were. And I thought it was interesting that you didn't really want to answer about what if I'm wrong versus what are you
I did
wrong?
Answer that question.
Because I actually think your position's it's a very reckless position.
Yeah, so is yours.
To start
Especially
saying,
when you talk about women's
no,
rights.
because your recklessness results in tens of millions of children being put to death. That's the result of your recklessness.
There's already like tens of millions of children dying every day to accidental miscarriages anyway, so it's not like that much worse. If I buy into your position, right?
So because children die from car accidents, it's okay to run them over with a car?
No, I'm saying that it wouldn't be less. It wouldn't be as tragic if 20,000 children died from car accidents if there were already like a million
You're saying
children
because there's accidental
dying.
death.
No, what I'm
deaths
saying is
are
that if you're
okay.
trying to make some appeal to a broader tragedy, the
No,
tragedy
we're saying
loses
that,
a lot of gravity.
No, we're saying that.
What's the question I'm not answering?
Because what if you're wrong?
I already answered if I'm wrong. If I'm wrong, it's pretty bad.
It's pretty bad.
Who are you, Catholic or religious?
That's actually
Wait.
that's
What is your
the hardest
denomination?
argument for the pro-choice
What is your
side.
denomination?
Why does that matter?
Well, what if you're wrong?
I am Catholic.
Well, what if you're
I
wrong?
consider that a lot.
Well, what if you're wrong? That's like the worst type of wrong. Because not only that, like, forget anything happens on Earth, you're like eternally fucked, right? If you're wrong on that.
It's
So
like,
what? For being Catholic?
Yeah, you'll go to some other hell or some other dimension of, wouldn't it be like the worst thing? abortion thing. It's who the big man in the
If
sky
someone-
is.
I
This is
get-
why this is why I referenced earlier. It's called past persuasion. This is why it's stupid to think and like, well, what if I'm wrong about this particular thing? Because you have to
Because you don't, but what you're doing is you just, like, you're making these judgments like, well, consciousness somewhere 2024. You're driving, it's a dark road, at the end of the night, you're tired, in the middle of the road, and you're
Ooh,
like,
we got
that could be a small child, or it could just be a shadow coming off the tree.
Yeah, and in
Do
your
you
world,
speed up?
running over the shadow is the same thing as running over the child.
No, in our world,
Yes,
you
it is.
avoid
No,
running it over.
Well, because
in
if you
our
wait a minute,
world,
won't the child
you
run across the
slow
road and the
down
shadow will
and you
become the
stop
child?
and you investigate to make sure you're not running a child. In your world, and the view you're taking is, screw it, I'm going to speed up and I'm going to go through the shadow and just hope to God it's a shadow and it's not.
What if you're wrong? What if
What if I am
If
wrong?
someone,
Yeah.
if someone
What if
can
you're
prove,
wrong?
hey Destiny, if you or someone can prove me wrong, I will happily
Well, no, you
learn.
But
No,
like,
I
what if
would.
you were
I would.
wrong?
No.
If someone can prove to me that
Well, I'm
you're
curious,
right,
because
I'm
you
right.
made me deal with the gruesome details
Yeah.
of the tens of millions of babies
if-
being murdered. So what if you're
If
wrong?
I am wrong, if
Uh-huh.
I am wrong about abortion, and
Yeah.
abortion is nothing but removing lumps of cells,
Yep.
has no meaning whatsoever. It's
Yep.
just like removing your appendix,
Yep.
which, by the way, the majority of people would disagree
Yep.
with because we
So
all
much
seen
normative loading. I
ultrasound.
love how qualified.
Okay, well, no, I'm
yeah,
just
go ahead.
showing
That's fine.
science,
No,
right?
gotcha,
So if
gotcha.
I am wrong, nothing, and every vaginal canal is suddenly magical and
Yeah,
turns
the
nothing
magic and the
into a
magic
baby.
conscious fairy too.
Yeah, that's
Well,
right,
yeah.
because you
Keep going.
believe in a lot of
Yeah.
magic to justify
I'm
your
helping her
position.
steel man her. Yeah, go ahead.
No, if I am wrong, and
Yep.
this is really magical,
Yep,
what
very.
I have done in my life's work in advocating against abortion
Uh-huh.
is saying that women who may not want to gestate another human being in their womb for 9 months had to be inconvenienced. That's what if I am wrong.
Okay.
That's absolutely. But if you're wrong, you've just said
60 million
60
people
plus
are dead in the
million
United States
people.
alone.
Do you think if an 11-year-old is raped, she should be forced to carry that child to term?
Now we've moved on to the
Well, let's address that because I actually
Yeah.
was addressing that earlier.
Yeah, I want to hear that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's talk about it.
I think it's a horrific situation, and we both agree, which is why it's such a loaded question because it's just horrific that she's raped and that no 11-year-old should be pregnant in the first place.
Okay.
So start with that, and
Sure.
she needs support and care, and the rapist needs to be held accountable, and she needs to be taken out of the vicinity of whoever's abusing her.
Yep, true. We all know this. I don't know why we're talking about it, but go ahead.
But the solution in that, what is the next step in that, right? What is the next step in that
I know, I'm
very
asking you.
tragic situation?
Yes.
It's not to take the life of this innocent, now conceived third party. It's not to
Okay.
end that life. That's not going to unrape the 11-year-old.
Mm-hmm.
It's not going to un-traumatize the 11-year-old. In fact, it might traumatize her even more. And it's forcing the birth. She's still going to have to birth that life. That life doesn't magically
Be a
come out of her.
C-section.
She's going to have to, if she had an abortion, and usually by the time with a young rape survivor, it's usually well into the second trimester, it's going to be a very traumatic act that now kills her baby, and she's still having a birth process just of a dead child.
Sure. So then if
So
the
it's
11-year-old
horrific.
gets raped, is pregnant, and is scared, and then she goes to a doctor looking for an abortion, should we charge her with murder?
Wait, do you believe?
No, I don't think so. Because she's a victim.
That in a lot of these cases where we see these very tragic circumstances where there's been rape, pregnancy is not often discovered until well beyond
Unconscious.
Do you
Yeah.
well beyond
That's a good point.
consciousness?
Yeah.
So do you agree with us that a child who becomes pregnant because of rape or incest with another child is pregnant with a human being
Uh-huh.
who, as you just said, has consequences, like, I don't know, 24 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think abortion's justified in that case?
No, but just because I hate the woman. So let's say
No,
you
no,
have
no,
the
no.
11-year-old, and the
Answer the
11-year-old goes
question
to,
seriously.
let's say that the 11-year-old goes
I've
to Planned
been very
Parenthood to have an
serious in
abortion.
my
Do
answer.
you think the 11-year-old should be charged with murder?
No, because in that case, she's an 11-year-old who's
Well,
the
yeah, but you
victim.
can still charge adolescents with. You don't have to crime as an adult. You can crime as a
Well,
child.
in any-
Put him in
any-
juvie
you
for like
need-
6
You need to answer the question. Do you agree with us, though?
I have that's the easiest thing in the world. No, you shouldn't be allowed to have an abortion.
You should
Wow.
not what?
No, of course not. If it's already a baby, why the fuck would you have an abortion? Just because he's younger, it's going to be dramatically inconvenience for 7 8 months.
Well, we agree on that. That's great.
Actually,
Yeah, but the difference is my
That's good.
position is coherent, and I'm able to
No,
bite
it's
bullets
very
on that.
incoherent. I actually want to go back to your position, if that's okay, back to the coma and the consciousness, and explore more. You were
No,
saying-
wait, I just want to clarify.
Yeah.
Because what I was trying to demonstrate is because you were saying that in your world, if you're wrong, it's the biggest genocide in the history of the fucking universe.
it is.
And then you were saying, in my world where I'm wrong, someone who's been minorly inconvenienced. But that's not true. In your world, if you're wrong, 11-year-old girls are being convicted of murder or conspiracy to commit murder.
Destiny.
Yes, if you're an 11-year-old girl.
What 11-year-old girl in America is being convicted of murder?
Hold on. I said in your world. In your world where it's illegal to have an abortion and you get punished for it. That's what
She's
you wanted.
She's a traumatized rape survivor.
Who cares?
In that
Wait, hold on. So
situation.
11-year-old can kill a sibling?
First of all,
Whoa. If your 11-year-old is
I love when you tell
traumatized,
me what I think.
could
Thank
your
you.
11-year-old
Please tell me
kill
what I
their
think.
younger brother?
I mean, theoretically, since you like hypotheticals, if there's a
I
case...
do like hypotheticals
okay. If
because,
there's a case
by the way, it's
where,
not hypothetical that children get raped by adults in the United States and then get pregnant.
Yeah, well,
Go
it's
ahead.
not hypothetical that late-term abortions happen on rape survivors all the time because society says, oh, you should
And I
have
would
an
say
abortion.
that's wrong.
And
But
by
notice
the way,
how I can very easily...
And by the
that's
way,
like less than 1%,
Destiny,
but I can very easily... Any hypothetical give me... I love hypotheticals.
The only two studies that have been done on rape survivors and abortion show that over 80% of women choose life for their child, and 90% say that they are glad that they did, and over 80% of women say that they regretted the abortion. For the ones that had abortion, they regretted their abortion.
You don't care about those numbers. So if those studies show the exact opposite, that would have zero impact whatsoever on your...
That's correct. On my
so
but it's good impact.
You're bringing up pieces of information that might support you, but like, who cares? You don't care about that.
I want to go back to the
claim you made about women.
It should impact your position because you just said you cared so much about this rape survivor that they should have abortion. I was giving you data to show you that rape survivors have abortions when they have abortions, and when they don't have abortions, they actually are happy that they didn't. And you didn't seem to care about that data.
I don't care. That's not relevant to me. I don't.
But you were just arguing from a position of
emotion.
I'm not
arguing from any position of emotion. I am crystal clear, logically considered the entire way. If you go out to get an abortion on a third trimester baby because you were raped as an 11-year-old, to commit murder, whatever it is. That's fine that you do, but I would consistently uphold the law the same way would if an 11-year-old killed her younger sibling, or if the 11-year-old killed somebody else. Now, there might be other aggravating or mitigating
factors.
Sure, that might be the case, but I'm saying in general, that's probably where you start. Much the same as anybody kills anybody, you probably start with, bro, that was a murder, like, let's see what's going on.
And we typically start there, yes.
But I'm saying that, hold on, but don't accuse me.
In a criminal trial, we look at mitigating factors. We look at
don't accuse me of I'm crystal
because we've
just
been
like,
kind of...
oh, wait, hold on, I'm sorry. Do you believe in puberty?
Do
you know when puberty begins?
When does
puberty begin?
Okay, guys.
I want to know. Because she says, apparently I don't believe in consciousness because I can give you the precise moment it comes. I'm supposed to believe in puberty.
No, that's not the reason why consciousness is a bad argument.
It's not fundamentally different. Everything that develops in a range of time, it absolutely is.
No, because when you develop puberty and you start puberty, doesn't whether or not
I never said it did. I'm just pointing to a developmental process that has some period of time.
So hold on, Destiny, you were saying consciousness is everything. And if you have, you're temporarily unconscious, then that's, well, because we're trying to understand...
I've already answered this question a million times. I'll answer it for the 7th time.
I want to get into the moral intuition thing because where it seems to land for you, if I'm understanding you correctly, so please correct me if I'm wrong, okay? I really want to understand this.
Yes.
Where it seemed to land with you is I was trying to really pinpoint why consciousness equals humanity or personhood for you. Especially when consciousness is unpredictable. People have differing degrees of it. Some people haven't developed it yet, and they're, I believe, still people. But nevertheless, you say that at this 20 to 24 mark is consciousness, and that's humanity or personhood for the human. All right? So what I want to understand is why. Tell me more why. You mentioned moral intuition earlier. Explain that.
When I think of all the ways I could test for life, all the ways that I can work, everything to me seems to revolve around a person having a conscious
But you know that it's a life before consciousness, no?
You admitted that.
You admitted that earlier.
What do you think I mean when I say a life?
You mean a biological human life, no? You follow me.
Okay. In that case,
clarify.
I just realized my whole position is wrong because I said a fetus was a biological human life. You won.
Excellent.
You won on definitions.
We know we won.
Okay.
We didn't even need you to tell us.
I mean, I think our argument is pretty airtight. And
it's not airtight.
So
that's why
the
reason why I've already explained it a million times.
Right.
The reason why you kind of
it's not tricky words. It's
tricky
alive or it's dead, and it's alive in the room.
I should have a tally mark every time I repeat.
Are you conceding the
I consider a person
to
have personhood
at
20 to 24 weeks. That's when consciousness develops, right? So my policy,
why does that matter is what I'm asking.
The reason why it matters. One, how do we consider when the end of life is? The end of life seems to be the cessation of a
Why do you have to measure
life? Hold on, let him finish. Let him finish.
Sorry, excuse me. Sorry, go ahead.
More interruptions.
Good point.
Okay.
No, that's a good point.
The cessation of a conscious experience. That person is dead. What I do is I could replace replace parts of the body. If I replace the brain, when you start replacing the brain, something unique seems to be happening. It seems like we are our brains, the experiences, the memories, the subjective, conscious interpretation of the world. That seems to be the thing that's really important to defend.
Black Rose Dragon.
So when I think of like when I'm instructive on like how could I end a life and what is the end of life, none of it revolves around reception to pain, heartbeat, unique DNA. All of it seems to revolve around this conscious experience. And then when I think of like let's even be more abstract. If I try to think of like what does it mean to create a life? We're talking about AI now, right? When we talk about AI and we talk about creating a life, we're not talking about creating bodies. We're not talking about creating hearts. We're not talking about even creating DNA. What we're really talking about is creating or emulating a conscious experience in a machine. That seems to be the thing that we're defending. When we think about vegans and why vegans defend animals, they're not defending animal bodies, animal hearts, whatever. They're defending the animal's conscious, the sentient conscious experience of the animal. That's why I say if life all ends that way and can be ended that way, that's probably when life begins.
Okay.
I can't believe I answered the whole thing. Thank you to both of you.
Thank
I
you.
love
And
you.
I think perhaps I may be able to answer your question
Go
in
for
terms
it.
of where the disagreement is here. Because just like a person under anesthetic or a person asleep or a person in a temporary coma that is going to wake up, it would be wrong in all those cases to kill the person, right?
I agree.
Okay, excellent. So, similarly, for a child a few weeks before potential consciousness first can be measured 20 to 24 weeks, in a few weeks it's a matter of time duration, that child will have consciousness. So in that way, they are very similar. They are not experiencing consciousness, but in a matter of time, they will experience consciousness. So in both cases, it's wrong to kill.
The
Do you
child
agree?
has the capacity to develop consciousness. Do
Well,
you
but
agree
I
with
want to
that?
understand. Yeah. Do you agree?
Do you agree?
No.
Okay. Why? Why does the development process matter so much to you?
The development process matters because there is a thing that I am valuing. The thing that I value is the human conscious experience.
No, it's not.
Hold on,
Destiny, I don't think that's correct.
It's
Because
the
you
thing
don't-
that I'm
yeah.
valuing is, or more precisely as I said before, it's the capacity, the underlying structure to deploy that conscious experience.
Yes, and
Now, when you talk about a person undergoing anesthesia, okay, they have the underlying mechanism. They have the capacity to develop a conscious experience.
But why does the
Hold
capacity
on.
matter to you
It
so much?
abates for a while because they might be asleep or in a medically induced coma, whatever,
Sure.
and then it comes back. But there is a thing, even when it's temporarily ceasing, there's a thing that we can speak of. There was a conscious experience. There was a person that knew what it was like to be a thing, to be a person. That subjective experience existed. It might be temporarily abated, but all the machinery is still there to deploy the exact same one, and then they'll come back and deploy the same conscious experience. If I were to create a human, okay, up until the moment that first conscious experience happens, there is no prior experience to speak of. That's why when you guys keep saying things, when you guys keep saying things like the fetus will develop the capacity, it will develop it, but it hasn't developed it yet, so there is no such experience to speak of. For a sleeping person, when you go to sleep tonight, you have had a whole subjective experience right now. When you wake up, that experience will resume, but a baby hasn't even begun to
Destiny, what if
exist
I
yet.
have amnesia and I don't remember anything? I'm like a brand new first moment of consciousness human being. And during my coma, I lose all memory. I lose all sense of my personhood, and when I emerge from my coma, I am like a brand new baby. Would it have been okay during that coma to kill me?
Oof, I would have to think a lot about that question. So the issue...
Have you thought about it before?
No, I've thought about it a great deal, but the question is way more complicated than you seem to think it is. Okay, but that's not an easy question.
Well, it's not an easy question.
The direct analog is when somebody takes a teleporter in Star Trek. Are you killing one person and creating a new person every single time?
No, I don't agree that that's the direct analogy.
It is the direct analogy.
Because
when you start talking about, because now you're getting away from just conscious experience, and now you want to dig into the parts of conscious experience. And I'm not going to sit here and lie and tell you that I can tell you precisely, because there are a lot of things that make up our conscious experience. One of those things is memory. If you erase a person's memory, and if you give them whole new personality traits, and then you wake them up the next day, is that even the same person that was before?
Well, it's a great question.
I don't know. That's a really difficult question.
Destiny, a newborn, or certainly a 26-week-old preborn fetus, doesn't have memory. It has a very nascent personality.
Memory is a necessary part
but
to have your consciousness.
you're trying to define consciousness.
But what is consciousness?
You've brought up memory a few
Consciousness
times.
is the subjective experience that we have, knowing what it's like to be a
But their
thing.
subjective experience, they're not even going to remember it, Destiny.
Just because you don't remember doesn't mean it didn't happen.
Okay,
I'm still a human being when I'm blackout drunk.
So
So why
babies
does that
in the
matter
womb
so
have the
much to you?
capacity to develop consciousness.
Develop, but they haven't developed it yet.
But
wait,
why
wait,
does that
stop.
matter so much
But
to
the,
you?
Because it's not the thing
person
itself.
who is brain dead,
Yeah.
who you're saying has no longer has the ability to have consciousness.
Yeah.
So that's not the same. You have somebody who is brain dead, who you're saying does not have the ability to have consciousness.
The conscious
ever
experience
again.
is over,
You
yes.
have your
Yep.
magic button, right? And
Yep.
you've already determined through your magic button that this person can never have consciousness again. That is fundamentally different than the child in the womb who has the capacity still yet to develop consciousness. The child in the womb who has the capacity to still develop consciousness is completely different from the person who's lived their life, something tragic has happened to them, and now no longer ever has that capacity.
Yeah, obviously
That's
they're different.
fundamentally different.
What is it like to be a two-celled organism?
What is it like to be a newborn? You don't remember it.
I don't remember, but I can probably guess what it's like.
But you can guess away what it's like to be a 10-week-old embryo then.
I
You don't remember either.
No. I
So
can't
that
guess what
doesn't mean
it,
you can kill the
I
10-week-old
can't
embryo.
guess what it's like to not have a conscious experience. Guess what it's like to have a dreamless sleep.
Well,
Yeah,
I mean,
but
so fetuses
Guess what
but
it's like to be
that's
dead.
the fetus
No.
is in our
So
volition.
I can guess what it's like to be a baby. There's probably a lot of new sensations. You're probably having crazy temperature adjustments. You're probably seeing a whole bunch of stuff and really squinting away from it. I can guess what it's like. I don't know exactly. I can't guess what it's like to be a thing without a brain. I
Do you
can't.
think
I have no. I
fetuses-
don't know what it's like to be
do
a
you think
rock
fetuses
or
in
what
the
it's like to
womb
be a
dream?
tree.
Sure.
Do you think
What?
fetuses in the womb dream?
I mean, once the necessary brain parts are there, I imagine at some
Scientists
point they
say
probably
it
do.
can be as early as 16 weeks that
I
a
don't
child
probably- I
has
don't know if
rapid
I-
eye movement REM sleep.
I don't know if I believe that, but
Okay, I know science is hard to believe sometimes.
I mean,
Sorry,
the
contradict your
reality
opinion.
is what we're keeping
Do you
coming.
think they
what-
actually dream, though, if they're having REM sleep? What do you think they're dreaming about?
I have no
Lila,
idea.
you wanted to
sounds
say
and
something. Lila,
colors.
you go ahead,
What
and
we
then I have
keep coming
something to add.
back to is there's all these qualifications on what consciousness even means, and
Can I
when
be
we kind of
normal for a
isolate
minute?
them and we kind of
Obviously,
make an
somebody
argument or
who
ask
handles
Destiny a
that
question about that,
shit,
because well that
yeah.
specific aspect of consciousness doesn't matter. Destiny has trouble defining consciousness. He does trouble defining exactly when it begins, and yet
To be
this
clear,
is a qualifying
I didn't have
line
trouble
to be-
defining it. I literally
but-
told you exactly what it.
But
No,
you
you
said
didn't.
it
You said
involves
subjective.
these different things. It's a subjective
It's
experience.
subjective.
It's
Hold on,
memory.
wait. Does subjective experience not count as a definition?
Okay, but my point
Subjective
is,
changes
but
with the person.
hold on, Destiny. My
Yes. So does your
and
conscious
listen, my-
experience change with a person?
but-
Welcome
but
to
my-
humanity. Yeah.
but my
That's why
point
your
is-
slippery slope fails.
It's not
hold
a
on,
slippery
hold
slope
on.
to say that everybody has a different
Destiny,
subjective
but
experience.
the-
It's not a slippery slope.
The point here is your definition of what even consciousness is, the aspects of consciousness, when you isolate them and describe it, is this a reason to assign personhood or not, it falls apart.
It doesn't fall apart at all.
Because some people don't experience, when you're a newborn, you don't experience your consciousness, you don't remember it later.
Just because you don't
You
remember
don't
it doesn't mean you're not conscious.
And
Again,
when
if I
you're,
get
and when you're
blackout drunk-
unconscious, you're unconscious.
No,
you're
but you're
still
gonna
human.
wake up.
And when you're an embryo pre-consciousness, you're going to develop it if someone doesn't
Develop
tell
it.
you.
You're not waking up because there's no experience to speak of.
But
Nobody
why
can
does
speak
the
of it.
development matter
you can
so
actually
much?
say the
Because
child,
you asked that
excuse me, the
question.
child is sleeping in the womb, so the child
It's not
actually
sleeping.
does
Sleeping
wake up.
implies you were awake at one point. That's
No,
what
the
sleeping
child
means.
actually-
Things aren't
in
sleeping
the
from the moment of their
medical articles,
inception.
They refer to
It's
two
age
different
discrimination.
sleeps
Why does
that happen
development
in the
matter so
womb.
much?
The
Why
child
does
actually
development-
is
Why does the
asleep
DNA
in
matter
the
so
womb.
much?
It all matters. That's what we're saying.
Well, no, it doesn't all matter because you wouldn't say a sperm is a baby, right?
No, because a sperm
That's
is a
part-
part, not a whole. You
Remember
know
the parts in the whole?
Okay,
whole
but a sperm at some point will, when
No.
combined with an egg, will develop into something else, right?
And when it develops into a whole,
Yeah.
a unique single-cell embryo, that is a human life that is
Wait,
worthy
why
of
should the
protection.
uniqueness of the embryo matter more than the uniqueness of the sperm or the egg?
Because it's a whole individual
Wait,
human life.
hold on. What do you
No,
mean?
no,
it's a
because
whole-
a
wait,
unique
What do you
genetic
mean it's a
code
whole?
comes
A sperm
into
is a whole
existence.
thing. An egg is a whole thing. They're both
Sperm
human
is
beings,
not
right?
part of the
whole
father.
human
An
organism.
egg is
It's
a
not.
part of the
What do
mother.
you mean? Hold on. So sperm. So
It's not.
Hold on. So
It's a-
semen and
like,
eggs are
my
not part of a
skin
human
cells-
organism?
My skin cells are part of me. My egg cells are part of me. They're not in and of themselves an individual human life.
They don't carry unique genetic code.
Why
And
does
they're
the
never
unique-
going to be.
but
And they're
hold
never
on,
going to
sperms
develop into
do
a unique
carry
human
unique
life.
genetic code.
And the
number one.
cells in my body, my egg cells, I'm not going to magically get pregnant without having my egg cells inseminated. Obviously.
Sure, but why should that be the defining point for how you consider
Because
life? Is once you have the
biologists
unique...
all agree,
No,
we all know.
Whoa. Biologists aren't answering the question. This question is more philosophy.
Science, I know science.
Because-
No, science. No. Why do you value the zygote and not the moment before conception?
Because we all acknowledge that a human life begins at fertilization. That's something very special
If
happens
you
at
call
sperm
my
egg
definition
fusion.
circular by saying a human life begins when we've agreed a human life begins, I'm asking you why you consider that
Because
to
at
be a
the
human
moment
life.
of
Because
conception, I'll repeat this slower this time. At the moment of conception,
Repeating it slower doesn't make any less dumb.
Excuse me, two parts, part from the mother,
Uh-huh.
the egg, the part from the father, sperm,
Okay.
unite and create a unique whole with genetic code, unique genetic code
Why do you keep
that's
saying
never,
unique?
because it's unrepeatable.
That's
It's a
not
human
true.
being. It's a unique genetic
If
code
two twins meet
that's
two other
never.
twins, they can
nope,
both have
nope,
children
nope,
that are
nope.
theoretically.
Twinning happens later, by the way.
What?
Twinning happens later, by the way.
Not necessarily. Sometimes
So
two
unique
sperms can get in,
genetic
sometimes-
code comes into existence that's never existed before.
Why do you value the unique genetic code?
Because that is when you became you. All the components
Okay.
about you, Stephen,
Is killing a
became
two-cell
you
organism, is that
at the
just as
moment of
immoral as
conception.
killing a baby?
What do you mean by what kind of organism? If it's a human
A
organism,
two-cell, yeah.
yes.
So is killing a fetus when it's two cells, does that have the moral equivalence to killing
Yes.
a baby?
It's a human
That's
life.
right.
Okay, if you're in
Just like killing a baby has a moral equivalence, even though it has less
I understand.
consciousness
I understand.
than
Okay.
killing an adult.
Let's say that you're. Let's say
Because
that.
consciousness
Yep.
and development, your age, your maturity as a human life doesn't define your worth or your
Gotcha.
personhood.
So let-
and back to the
Yeah.
zygote, a zygote has the capacity for consciousness.
No, it doesn't.
It has
It
all
still
the
has to develop
machinery.
it.
Has all the machinery needed for consciousness. If
No, it
you
doesn't
give it,
have the machinery. It
if
has
you-
the blueprint. That's
if
all it
you,
has.
If you give it time, just like the
If
coma
you give it
patient,
time and if you give it nutrients.
just like the coma patient,
But it doesn't
if
have
you
the
give
machinery.
it time to wake up from the coma, will regain its consciousness.
It's not regaining it. It
It
never
will
had
gain
it.
its consciousness.
It never
But
had
it
it.
will
It's not
gain its
regaining.
consciousness.
Do you acknowledge there is
No.
a difference between the person who had the ability to have consciousness,
Uh-huh.
who now in your magic button no longer has the ability to have consciousness, versus a child, a human,
Yeah.
a fetus, whatever name you want to give it, that doesn't
Pretty
trigger
important,
you,
but go ahead.
in the womb,
Yeah.
that has the ability to have consciousness. Do you understand the difference between someone who
You control
no
the
longer
muscles
has the
and the muscles
capacity
and
to form consciousness versus someone who has the capacity to form consciousness but just needs a little bit more time? Do you see how there's a difference there?
Is there a difference between a dead person and a fetus? Man, I don't know. It's a real
I mean,
mind
you
bender.
already
Let me
said
think. I'm not
earlier.
sure. I don't know. I'd have to think about that one. Maybe we can do a
Okay,
second
think
debate
about
and
it.
I'll come
Let me.
back.
I got
Okay.
a couple things here.
Okay.
This is for the entire panel, so, and I know this is kind of a unique question to ask. Do you think this could potentially be a good middle ground, a good compromise? And I know there's some potential existential risks involved with the development of something like this. What do you all think about an artificial womb?
You can
Now, obviously, there's some
hard.
considerations of, well, what are the impacts on humanity, because we could use these as,
Right.
breeding grounds, and but let's say just within the confines of the abortion discussion, do you think an artificial womb could be a compromise between both sides, or would you be
You can make
ignoring some of the potential downfalls of an artificial womb? Would you be in favor of?
Yeah, I think it's a technology it's a very fascinating question, and I think that especially if there's like a problem with that the woman is experiencing and the baby is experiencing, and somehow it could be like a medical device to support them. It sounds like it could be potentially used for good, but I think the potential of the use for bad and the fact that it's breaking the natural bond that baby deserves to have with his or her mother. This is why surrogacy is so problematic, because you're severing that child often from the genetic mother and from the gestational mother, and then usually the social mother is sometimes even a third different mother, and so the child has a right, I think, to their mother.
A child has a right to a mother, and
And
so that's
to be
why we would
gestated naturally
say
in their mother.
That's why we would say that would be the number one goal, is that child has a relationship and is gestated within his or her mother. However, I ask this question a lot. I'm really glad you brought this up, because I ask this question a lot on campuses, because often we hear the argument, we didn't get to it today because Stephen doesn't care about the bodily autonomy arguments, but we often hear the bodily autonomy arguments of, it's my body, I have the choice to decide whatever happens to my body, whether or not I want to give permission to this another human being to grow inside of me that will change my body. And someone who's been pregnant 4 times, I can testify to that. So I actually do think that the artificial womb technology would actually, it will, when it is developed, will decimate the bodily autonomy argument, that you will not actually be able to use that argument to justify legal abortion any longer, when a woman simply can choose to take the child out from her womb and implant it into an artificial womb to grow. That way, she doesn't have to pay someone to end the life of her child. Now, do I think that's the best situation? No, because a child deserves to have a relationship with his or her mother, and I think there'll be a lot of bad things that come out of children who are born in artificial wombs who don't know who their mothers are. And so there's a lot of other situations and societal questions we'll have about foster care and adoption and things like that. But I do think that will actually decimate this whole argument of the, quote, need for legal abortion in our country.
Sure. And I guess one question, and again, ignoring some of the, I suppose, societal impacts of if we were to introduce a artificial womb, because there's definitely considerations of if people started farming children, for example. But within the confines of the abortion argument, do you think that, because a woman could end the pregnancy, but the life could persist. So do you think that that would be, if an artificial womb came along, do you think that would, in effect, put an end to the whole abortion debate?
I would think it would, but I asked Stephen this earlier about artificial womb, and he didn't. I mean, Stephen, you're representing the pro-abortion side here. Would you think that those who advocate for legal abortion would say, I still think they will argue no, and from the conversations I've had on campuses, which are in the thousands now, I've yet to have someone who agrees with me that the development of it, who's pro-choice, that the development of an artificial womb would eliminate the need for abortion, as in their words, because they would still say that, well, that's still inconvenient to a mother to have to, I don't know, maybe the artificial womb only works at 13 weeks, so she would still have to undergo 12 weeks of possible morning sickness, and so they would say it doesn't matter if there's artificial wombs, she still has agency over her body, therefore she can destroy it.
There's also a kind of a weird genetic ownership argument that emerges, even though this is not, I think, a fully conscious thing by a lot of pro-choice advocates, but there's this argument of, oh, I don't want my kid out there in the world, you know, I want basically control over my kid, so I think in that case, it's sort of a property argument. They make this child as my property, and even if it can be survive in an artificial room, it would be, it's my right to end the life of this child.
That's what happens with people with IVF, with couples where they split up and they've already created human beings who are frozen in IVF clinics. There was a very famous case of a Hollywood actress who this was a situation, and Nick Loeb, the former partner, sued because he didn't want the mother to destroy these children that they had frozen. And the court ruled that the embryos were her property. These human beings were her property to do with what, as she saw fit. And that's, a broader question of why are we treating human beings as if they're a property? Say, well, I don't want to get pregnant. This isn't the best time for me. I wasn't intending to get pregnant. This baby is inconvenient to me. Therefore, I have the right to kill it. We act as in our country as if human beings are, these children are property. Yet, then we also claim that we have a right to be a parent, and that right allows us to own other human beings, which is wrong.
Wait, how old are those embryos that are frozen?
A few weeks. Yeah.
A few weeks?
They're not very old.
You were in a burning hospital.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yes. Please give me the...
Yeah, there are 2 children crying on the bed. Like, please carry me out. But next to them, there's a tray of 10 frozen embryos. You're grabbing the tray of frozen embryos?
Answer this question. Are those my frozen embryos?
They're random people's children.
I think that I actually think that makes a difference because.
Okay, well, I just told you it doesn't matter. So
no. Actually, I'm saying I need to know more information.
I gave you all the information. It's 2 random babies. They're very Asian, and then it's 10 frozen embryos. They're all also very Asian.
None of the babies, neither the born toddlers or the frozen embryos are mine in this situation. Because I think first you have to ask that question. Because
I already answered it.
Well, no, I would say some people when you would
ask
them.
Why are you obfuscating so hard? Just answer the hypothetical.
You're
like arguing with, like, you're like boxing demons.
It's a loaded question, Stephen. I'm trying to answer.
It's the same as saying, would you press the red button and kill 10,000 people over here, or would you press the red button and kill your entire family over here? And you had to pick one, which would you pick?
But I'm not asking that question.
But it's the same question, Destiny.
But that's not the one I'm asking. You have no relation to any of the children. Yeah.
I don't know. The question would be, I don't know.
I don't know.
Okay. I don't know what the situation is. I don't know can I reach those children? Can I reach those?
Okay, let me
I
give
think
you
the
the answer.
majority.
Okay, let me
Listen
give
to
you
me.
the
Can you let me answer the question?
No, you're not
The majority of people would say they would
I'm not
reach.
asking what the
The majority of people would say they're going to reach for the toddlers.
I'm not asking
But that
what the majority of people
doesn't
say.
saying that you
Hold on,
reach for the
I'm
toddlers.
not-
Can I answer the question?
You're not answering the question.
I absolutely.
I'll
majority-
answer
no,
really
Can I
quick.
answer my question?
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
So the majority of people would say that they would reach for the human toddlers versus the human embryos because they recognize themselves in those toddlers. Those toddlers can also feel pain. Those toddlers are crying out to them versus the embryos who are absolutely silent. But that analogy doesn't change the fact that a tragedy is unfolding and human life will be ended.
It's the same, Destiny, just to remove familiarity because I mentioned
To
your
be clear,
family.
you did not answer
Hold
the
on,
question,
just
but
to,
go
just to be
ahead.
clear,
Yep,
to
go ahead.
remove familiarity because I know in one hand it's your family and it's 10,000 individuals on the other that you don't know, but let's make it a little different. Let's say it's 2 toddlers and 5 elderly people in their nursing home. There's 2 toddlers crying in the lobby. There's 5 elderly people in their beds. Who do you save?
Grabbing the toddlers every time.
If you grab the toddlers,
I hate
though,
old people.
Right, but if you grab the toddlers, that doesn't mean you think it's good that the old people died. It
I
doesn't
do.
mean that you
I was
don't-
glad when COVID happened.
Come on, Destiny. It doesn't mean that you think old people don't have value. It doesn't mean that old people aren't persons.
Uh-huh.
It just means that you're going to go towards the ones that you feel most emotionally in that moment connected and you feel you can save.
Gotcha.
Similarly with the burning building. It doesn't mean that those embryos, oh, gotcha, they're not persons, gotcha, they're not humans. It's just that, no, just like with the elderly people, I'm going to
Yep.
run and try to save those toddlers.
Okay,
So,
so let me.
it's
I'm
the-
going
it's
to
the
try
same
this again.
answer.
Okay.
And
Babies.
just after
Yeah.
you respond, I do have to get through a couple chats,
Sure.
but go ahead, Dustin.
Okay, I'd love to hear an answer. Okay, 2 babies are right here. Okay, crying, help me. Okay, they're both 1-year-olds. Okay, they can't run out of the building or anything. Okay, and then here is a tray. There's a tray of 10 perfectly in vitro fertilized, perfectly preserved specimens. You just pop them into a fake uterus or a real one. They'll grow into people, right? What's the morally correct choice? The 2 crying babies or the 10 perfectly preserved embryos?
There isn't a morally correct choice in the sense that you are arguing that then if we choose the children, the toddlers, that somehow means the embryos don't have value. Well, of course we're going to choose the toddlers. They're just like I would choose the toddlers over the 5 elderly people in their beds. That doesn't mean the embryos or the elderly people aren't humans.
Okay,
Do
let's
you
say you had a
understand
choice
that?
between 2.
Do you understand that, though? Do you understand
I
our
don't know. I'm
position?
trying to understand. I'm asking another question. Let's see if it's
But do you
between-
understand
I
that-
don't understand anything. That's why I'm
What
asking a
don't you
question.
understand?
I don't. That's why I'm asking a
What
question.
don't you
okay?
understand?
I don't understand it. That's why I'm
What
asking
don't you
a question.
understand,
I'm going to
Destiny?
ask, and you can tell me.
Destiny, this is
say
not
you
the say. You have to say what
Listen,
you don't
you have-
understand. This is
I'm
not
asking a question to elucidate. You
No,
can
you're not
I don't understand the
explaining-
difference between the toddlers and the old people. That's what I'm asking. So
Okay,
let's say
you don't
let's say
understand the difference between what?
between like why the toddlers and the old people matter. That's
Okay,
what I'm going to ask another question.
can I
So let's
answer
say-
that
no,
question
No,
for
no,
you
no,
then?
because I can ask another question that'll perfectly elucidate.
But hold on, let's slow this process down because we go super fast here, which is fun.
We're
but
not going fast. It's a bunch of rambling. We're not engaging in
well,
No, we just keep going in
no,
circles
we're
over and over
we're going in
again
circles a
with
bit.
this
But
slippery slope.
the
That's what we
reason
keep
what I
going.
said I would like a response to it, Destiny, is because in my statement, what I was explaining was that the elderly people in the nursing home or the elderly people in the building are humans, are persons, and me choosing to save the toddlers doesn't mean that those elderly people aren't humans, aren't persons, or don't deserve the right to life. Similarly, me choosing to save the toddlers doesn't mean that me not choosing to save the embryos means that they are not persons, not humans, and don't have the right to life. Does that make sense to you? Or,
No,
or
that's
what
why I
doesn't
wanna
make
ask another
sense?
question.
Can you explain
What
what
doesn't
I-
make sense about
I
that?
don't the age thing. Okay.
Oh,
So
why?
So,
Why?
Wait. So are you saying that the elderly people in the burning building in your scenario are more worthy of life than the toddlers because they've had more consciousness and lived experience?
Well, let him say it. Let's
Is that your
not
argument?
put words in his mouth. What do you think?
Well, I'm
of
Oh
it?
my God! You want to know what I want to?
I want to know what you're saying.
Oh my
Seriously.
God! Okay, yeah. Let me tell you.
Tell me.
The guess that most people probably, me included,
Yeah.
we'd probably be weighing like roughly amount of life left. About right. Like if we go on the hyper most extreme example, you can choose either a 1-day-old baby or somebody 1 day away from death. You'd probably save the 1-day-old baby because they've got so much more life to live.
But that doesn't
if you
negate
had
that
to
that
choose,
person's alive.
Hold
and
on,
has
one more.
value,
Let's
right?
think. Hold on.
I thought that meant you could murder the old person.
Hold on. Let
Thank
me
you.
fix that. So let's
Yes.
just to solve that problem for you. Let's say the 2 toddlers. You knew because you are a psychic or something. You know,
I
you
am.
had this. You fortune teller.
Uh-huh.
You knew that they would both die in 5 days.
Yeah.
Would you still save them, or would you try to go in and save the 5 elderly people in their beds?
5 elderly people.
Okay. Well, then there you go. That you chose to make the decision. I probably still, even though if I knew in the back of my mind they're going to die in a car accident later and they're crying right there, I'd probably still grab them and drag them out.
We're not talking about you think morally it's more correct to save the children that are going to die
I
in
think
5
in that
days than
case,
the older people you could wheel
I don't
out?
think you can
I don't
actually
think-
morally say whether or not children are going to die
Yeah.
in 5 days.
Well,
so you're
but
like
in my-
making a lot
that's
of
why it's called a
assumptions.
hypothetical.
Yeah. But I think the bottom line is,
Jesus Christ.
whoa, loud noise. I think
Got
it
a
might.
truck.
Oh, he's got an,
coming
the thing
through.
is he's got an air mattress upstairs, and I think his mom just jumped on the bed.
I think what I'm trying to say here is that in that
Wait, can I
scenario,
just ask my one question?
Well, we're getting to the bottom.
What's your-
We're not getting to the bottom.
Ask
We
the
are getting to
question.
the bottom.
I'm so sick of
Destiny.
the same
wait,
question.
let's-
Destiny just
let's,
likes to ask the questions to try to.
Here, let's
Well, no,
do
no,
No, because he
let's-
doesn't actively answer.
Well, let's let him say. Let's let him say. Let's let him say.
order in the podcast studio. Let me do a couple chats here, and then we can, if you guys want to pick up again, we can. So we have Doc Venablis here, Mr. Density. Terry S. was not in persistent vegetative state. She was severely brain damaged. She was still able to interact with others. The videos are still available for you to view. By definition,
Thank you.
that interaction excludes PVS.
So
what is PVS?
persistent vegetative state.
Okay.
So they're saying
That's what I
thank you.
tried to prove to
Yep.
Destiny, but he said it didn't matter what the family and the videos said.
Yep,
That's
true, and I'll
the
explain
Catholic
why that's
concept.
wrong scientifically. They don't like medical explanation, but I'll give the medical explanation.
Give us
medical
a quick.
Yeah, very quick is people with a brain stem can still respond to incredibly basic visual stimuli, and they can do so in ways. That's why when you watch the video of like Jackson the baby, he does it.
I think it's about Alfie, not Jackson.
That's it, or Alfie, or whoever, or Terry Schiavo. It's the same thing. So the videos you see are that. Now, obviously, the families are like, oh my God, she's alive, she's communicating with everything. But like the doctors all say this chick is super dead. The brain analysis afterwards showed this brain was super dead. She was never waking up. There was never any improvement. It wasn't just severe mental disability. Half her fucking brain was gone, and she wasn't even probably having an unconscious experience. What you're seeing is the very rudimentary expressions of things your body can do to very basic stimuli that the brain.
But what does that have to do with abortion? This is like we've talked about
I was
death
just answering the question about Terry
and
Schiavo.
coma so much today. But what I've already explained to you, when you're talking about someone in persistent vegetative state or somebody who is severely brain damaged and we're not sure has the capacity to have consciousness, what does that say? Well, how does that change the fundamental question, which is, does the human in the room have value, who definitely has the ability to have consciousness, who's unlike the person
your
who is in a
response, and then
persistent
we have to
Yeah,
continue.
if it doesn't have the parts yet, it doesn't have the ability to have
It does
consciousness.
have the parts.
It has the
The
ability
parts-
to develop
the
the
parts
parts.
are
The part. I know. Two-cell organism. Where are the parts? Where are they in the two-cell organism?
The code is
That's a
already
blueprint.
in
A
place.
blueprint is not the thing itself.
But it's
In
a-
2 cells, where are the parts?
But
Where is the brain in 2 cells?
It's not
So you're back to the
the
fair.
It's
You're
back to
It-
life
no, no.
itself.
It's,
A blueprint, if you put a blueprint alone in a room, okay, and you put the wood, line up all the wood around the room, okay,
Yeah.
the blueprint doesn't magically
correct. So
direct
what
the
you do
pieces
is
of
you
wood
have
to
a
build a
blueprint,
home.
And then you give it other things. That's what the ability
No,
of the mother's womb
but that's
is.
nutrients. That's different because the
It's
embryo
different.
self
Nutrition.
that-
It's a self-assembling machine, but it still needs. But the self-assembling,
but
the blueprint, genes. Hold on.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Is there a brain?
in my
is there
analogy-
a brain? Is there a brain in your DNA?
Is
Is there a
brain?
heartbeat in a DNA?
Your
No, it can
DNA
develop into it if it's the
Is a
code,
blueprint,
if
yeah.
it's part of
Thank
the
you.
genetic
for
code.
you to develop a brain and a heartbeat.
Develop, because it's not there yet. True, I agree.
So let's continue
But-
on
but-
with some of
okay,
the chats
you're-
here.
you're like the fairy
We
tale.
have Davon Jackson here. Thank you for the
Davon
donation.
Jackson, yes.
He's simply saying the potential for consciousness is not the same thing as having consciousness. Non-existent is probably better than being born to parents who don't want you. I'm anti-abortion as contraception, though?
I don't.
Okay, Davon Jackson, good to see you in the chat, man. Thank you much. Thank you very much. We have Carmen here with the $69 super chat. Thank you very much.
Oh, the
Yeah.
sex number.
Yeah, that one. All right, Destiny, your arguments are as
baseless as they are stupid. Human life is the most precious gift God can give a man and a woman. In my opinion, if you are in favor of abortion, what does that say?
I'll read the rest.
Yeah.
Then I'll bet you are in favor of legalizing murder. Hashtag abortion is murder. Hashtag abortion is murder.
Absolutely.
It's a hashtag. Hashtag, by the way. Okay, thank you, Carmen, for that donation. Appreciate it. We have Carmen here again. Destiny, your arguments are as baseless as they are stupid. Human life is the most precious gift. Oh, it's the same one? Oh, they sent it twice. Okay, well, Carmen, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Double time on that one. We have thank you for the $69 donation. Why is it when Destiny would use science, you females attack him for it, but you can use it later in the convo? And why you get mad when Destiny, when he interrupts, but you have been doing it the whole time since it started? You girls are just too missing an O there. Are just too emotional. Sweet Tooth Thank you for the. Do you guys, anyone have a response?
Thanks for the misogyny, I guess.
Okay.
I just wish Destiny had another person here because I do agree it's a bit imbalanced to have two pro.
No, this is better. If there was a
I
second
actually
person, it
feel
would have been
bad
even
for
more of a
people
shit show.
listening because I feel like the people listening probably wanted to have more of a discussion about other arguments you hear about abortion, like bodily autonomy.
No, those
like,
are dog shit arguments.
No,
Why would I have
like
those arguments?
excuse me, I'm still talking. Like the person who just brought up the question about, a person being born having a bad life. I feel like people who probably tuned into this debate probably wanted to talk about other circumstances beyond persistent vegetative state and people in a coma, because we just literally had the same argument.
You want to see really good arguments in favor of pro-life? Go watch my YouTube videos 6 years ago when I was pro-life, because my arguments for pro-life were really good.
Well, you should watch mine.
Way better than
What changed for you, Destiny?
Yeah, actually, we never got to that.
Yeah,
Why did you become pro-abortion?
Because I did a greater analysis of when death happens, and then I realized that saying that life begins at the moment of conception doesn't make sense unless you say death begins the moment all of your body disappears. It doesn't make sense.
Why do the markers for life and death have to be the same thing?
Well, because generally when we talk about why a thing exists, if we're trying to figure out like when a thing starts, sometimes we look at when a
But
thing
we
ends.
know we agreed earlier when human life begins. You just assigned person to it at consciousness.
Yeah.
So we do
Just
know when
like
life
we know
begins.
that like human life continues past death, but we wouldn't really assign that in a moral way. Like things still happen. There's some metabolizing and shit that happens to the body after you die, but like
the
we don't
body's
assign
not.
that.
If there's actual true death, the body's not acting in a coordinated fashion anymore.
Yeah,
Unlike
maybe
what
not in a
happens-
coordinated fashion, but there's still
That's
stuff going
what
on. But we
happens
would say that
with
like it's
human
dead
life in
because
the
the
womb.
brain is ceased
But
to
you
function.
usually give a little window of time. Like there was a woman as an example who you probably
Yeah,
heard.
but you're not giving
She was
that
in-
window.
Well, just to clarify, she was in her coffin and she actually was tapping on the coffin because they declared death too soon
Sure,
for her.
we're not
right?
giving a
So-
window of time because we want to extend it past when death has happened. We're
But
doing that because we
Destiny,
missed when death happened.
there's a
Yeah.
window of time before consciousness where the child, the life, the human is alive and will develop consciousness very soon.
If it doesn't have the consciousness, I don't care.
But when you're dead and you're really dead, you're not going to become alive again.
Yeah, but if you're dead and you're really dead, then you're dead. Then we say
Yeah,
you're dead.
so back to my original question, why is having the definition of death that's medical so important to you for a marker for personhood in the womb, even though before consciousness, the human is still alive?
Because there's a lot at stake in the conversation. So yeah, I
Okay.
think it does
Tell me
well to
more. Go ahead.
analyze both sides of like what exactly is happening.
What do you
so
mean by
figure
that?
out-
A lot at stake.
As in you've got on one end, you're balancing potential lives that are being lost, and on the other end, you are threatening the autonomy of a woman to control her body.
Okay, so you do care about bodily autonomy just up until your marker of consciousness. So this is about autonomy in the end.
If we're just talking about a surgery, yeah, it is just about autonomy. Yes.
Okay, that's a good thing.
But
to
your
acknowledge.
bodily autonomy doesn't give
So
you
my
the right to kill somebody. But if you're not killing a person, then
But you were
absolutely
just
your
saying
bodily.
the reason that this consciousness definition matters so much to you is because of bodily autonomy and because
No, I'm saying the reason why the whole abortion argument and figuring out when conscious starts and stops, if you care about that, the reason why it's important is because in the realm of abortion, that's what's at stake. You're weighing the potential loss of a woman's autonomy for no reason, if you're wrong, versus the weight of murdering children, if you're wrong. That's why it's
And
important.
I would say if you're
even
weighing those two things, murdering 60 million children would probably be higher up on the moral wrong.
It depends on the probability
So
of you
to
being right or
clarify-
wrong on any
so
given
to clarify,
argument.
if I am an embryo who's going to develop this consciousness in just a couple
You
weeks,
are not an
just
embryo.
a couple
Yeah,
weeks,
you were never an
hypothetical,
embryo.
you love these, okay?
I
Stay
do.
with me here.
Okay, I'm here.
In this hypothetical,
Yeah.
there is an embryo who's going to develop consciousness in just a couple days.
Yeah, that's not even
You would
hypothetical,
make,
yeah.
it's not a hypothetical.
'Cause it
There
happens,
you go,
yeah.
it happens.
True.
Yeah. So in that case, though, you would say the bodily autonomy of the woman is more important those 2 days prior to consciousness than that child's, that human's, excuse me, I don't like the word child, that human's right to life. Why?
Because it doesn't have the conscious experience yet.
Why
There's
does that
nothing
matter?
Because that's the thing I think that we protect when we're talking about endowing
What
people
even
with
though
moral
that
consideration.
consciousness is I mean, I guess we're going to go back in the circle.
You're
Let's
talking
go back.
about, let me
let's go back
and
to
fundamentally, the
your,
most
can I ask
fundamental
a
thing, the most
question
fundamental
of-
thing is you're talking about protecting a thing that I don't believe exists.
What
so you're
about
saying like
maybe
we have to protect
doesn't
a person.
exist? What about medical
So-
technology keeps improving, right? So we all acknowledge that it used to be 28 weeks.
Oh
you
my
had to be
God,
born-
you're making another
No,
viability argument? I don't care.
No, but I'm just asking this question. So at 19 weeks and
If you could,
Wait,
if you
excuse
could
me, can
viably
I ask
take,
my
no,
question?
I'm
Can
not,
I
I
ask
don't
my
argue for
question?
viability.
No,
Why am I
at
saying
19
viability
weeks, if we
hypothetical?
have, if we have medical technology that allows a child who's 19 weeks and 6 days to be born and survive,
Yep. then you should be able to take it out at 19 weeks, 6 days, and use it as target practice.
So that child who's born in the hospital,
Yep.
who NICU is
Goes
helping
right
to
to
stay
the
home,
range.
can be totally
200
thrown
yards.
away in the garbage.
Yep. Magnifying scope and everything.
That is the
Yep.
problem with the consciousness argument.
That's not
is
a
it's
problem
not
at all.
logical.
It's wholly consistent.
No,
Just like how it is immoral if a person is going to die, if a person is going to die in one day, is it ethical to kill them?
No, it's not.
Of course not, because they're
I
conscious,
know your
right?
argument,
So-
but
so, yeah,
if
wait,
I'm
wait, wait, wait,
unconscious,
wait,
but
wait,
Destiny, if I'm
Hold on, no, let me ask
unconscious,
a single question.
and I'm
Okay,
gonna die,
okay,
and
I'm
that
standing
day,
over.
it still isn't right to
I'm
kill
standing
me.
over. Wait, what?
If I'm unconscious,
We're not talking
and
about
when I,
unconscious.
you
Let's
are
say-
because you care so much about
I'm talking
consciousness.
about lack of consciousness.
I'm
Completely,
un-
not just being
I'm-
temporarily unconscious.
No,
Let's say
but
there's a
that is
person.
lacking
I got a person right here. Person's
It's
whole body.
lacking
Okay?
consciousness.
I'm getting ready to
You're
stab this guy. Is there a difference between
When
stabbing
you're
him?
unconscious, you're lacking
There
consciousness.
is a difference between stabbing him 5 minutes before and 5 minutes after.
No, yes, of course, because death is the important marker.
Then you
Yeah.
asking me, is there a difference between killing a child 5 minutes before it has conscious versus 5 minutes after? I'm going to give you the same answer.
Consciousness.
No,
both
because
of these
Destiny,
things
you
work
still didn't
exactly
listen
tandem
to
with
what
each
I
other.
already said like
but you
a
don't
half
have
an
to
hour
kill,
ago.
Hold on, you don't have to kill a dead person, Destiny, as we both know. You do have to kill a
person is-
pre-conscious
You don't.
baby.
Obviously, we're not killing the thing I care about. That's the whole point of
In
the
an
conversation.
abortion, you
you
kill
are
a
acknowledged
pre-conscious
that the
baby.
child in the womb is alive. So if you're killing a child in the womb 5 minutes before the child in the
The
womb
question we're talking
develops
about isn't whether there's a
consciousness,
living thing, it's whether that thing is a person. Why do we keep going back to this?
So it is
because
living.
when you
Of
said
course it's
because
living.
you
What do you think,
asked
it's dead?
earlier you
you
were
asked
kind of
about
You think
somebody
I'm
who
gonna
is
use this
dead.
dead thing that becomes alive with the magical fairy
Someone
wand?
who is dead
Yeah.
is not alive. Do you agree
I
with that?
totally agree with that. Yes.
So stabbing a person who is dead
yeah.
is not the same as stabbing a 19-week, 6-day-old fetus in the womb, hours away from turning 20 weeks, when your like little magic conscious fairy invades my uterus and suddenly implants a conscious
The
in that baby.
similarities is that stabbing a dead person isn't harming anyone because there is no one of which to speak. Stabbing a fetus that hasn't developed a conscious experience yet is not harming anybody
Destiny,
because
by
there
your
is,
logic-
because there is no one up there to
By
speak.
your logic-
there is nobody to speak of. There is not a
Destiny,
person
by
to
your
speak of.
logic, stabbing an unconscious person has no moral problem because they are unconscious and
Only
there's not a
if they're never
person of
gonna
which to
become-
speak.
we've
The
returned.
child
We've
is going to
returned.
become conscious,
We've returned to that.
Destiny.
But they were never conscious.
I just
Why
like
does
to
that
point out
matter?
that
If
Destiny
you
Can
become
you explain why
hold
that
on.
matters?
If you become unconscious,
Why does
is
pre-consciousness
there a person
matter?
still like to speak
Wh-
of that
why
has had
does-
your conscious experience?
Why does pre-consciousness matter so much?
It doesn't matter.
It does matter.
If you've
You
never
don't.
been conscious, it
I
doesn't
never
matter.
want to hear the word consciousness ever again after this
Here,
damn
let's,
podcast.
we
Like,
got
my
some
God, how many
chat.
times have we said this?
We got some chats. Let's
One
do,
more thing on the burning building.
One more thing on the burning.
on
Oh, was that? Can I ask why one thing on the burning building?
Well,
Let's say. Hold on, wait.
wait,
Here.
can I just say what I was going to say?
order,
So on the Titanic, right?
Make it quick. Make it quick, Lila.
Okay, I'll make it quick.
Make it
They saved the women and children first, right?
I don't even know if that's true. but
Okay,
go ahead.
well, they should have,
say
or
hypothetically,
whatever,
yeah.
right? Typically, we save the children and leave the women first. That doesn't mean that the men are less human or less persons than the women and the children, no?
No.
There you go. So similarly, if you happen to save the toddler but not the embryo or not the elderly person, that doesn't mean the elderly
why the
person or the
numbers were brought
toddler
up.
or
Don't do
the
it.
embryo or the elderly person is less human or less of a person.
Okay.
Okay, so we
So
have
the moral quality
we
of the thing
have
does not
some
change.
chats here. We got Dank Naked here. Thanks for the donation.
Dank naked.
The word fetus means offspring in Latin. If
tried
you
to
kill
say
a
that
fetus,
earlier.
you're killing human offspring. What is in that womb is human. We can tell the difference between an elephant fetus and a human fetus. Dank Naked. Thank you very much
shit.
for that.
Yeah, Destiny told me
donation
earlier
there.
he didn't care what the word fetus meant when I asked him.
True.
We have-
I don't win debates with the dictionary
We
definition.
have Pyrotechnist. Thanks for the donation. What about an egg's possibility to undergo parthenogenesis and develop into a fetus without sperm fertilization?
Holy shit.
I can't even. I don't know. I can't.
You don't know
parse
what
that.
parthenogenesis is?
Unfortunately
Fucking
not.
Idiot. Fucking dumbass.
Seriously, right?
Jesus.
Yeah, I'm.
If you're talking about like taking a skin cell and putting it in an emptied egg and putting in the genetic code and developing that into an embryo, in that case, yes, it would still be an embryo and still be alive and still has personhood.
We have Don from Atlas here. An argument can be made that consciousness is present at the genetic level as evidenced by transgenerational inheritance of memories and learned tasks, as well as epigenetic expression, so consciousness may well be present at the
I
time
like that
of
argument.
conception.
I mean,
Come on down and join the
Might as
table.
well throw that I mean, that definition of consciousness honestly sounds more convincing to me than some of the
That would mean
definitions
dead
at this
people have
table.
consciousness too, because all their DNA
No,
is
because a
consciousness.
dead person is not going to grow.
But they still, but the DNA is still
A
there.
dead
Those
person is-
intergenerational inherited memories are still in
No,
the.
because a dead person. But that doesn't solely define what makes a human life. That's an aspect of a human life, according to that commenter.
The memory in your genes?
That is an aspect, but that human life is still
working on
living
Metal
and
Gear Solid
developing.
6? Is that what we're...
What's that?
Destiny, a dead person is dead. So that's the difference.
I totally agree. And a not yet alive person is not yet alive. And consciously, yeah.
Absolutely. But
keep bringing up that conscious
you
point.
just said alive.
You keep conflating alive, and you keep agreeing with us when we call you on it that a human being is alive in the womb, right? Even before consciousness develops, you agree that a human being in the womb is alive. Because you keep saying, before it's alive. You keep, you keep saying this.
Yeah, okay. I'm not answering you, so just for the audience to understand the tactics, right? Never in this debate do either of these people think that I think that whatever exists before 20 weeks is dead. Bringing up that alive thing is trying to win using etymology. You're trying to win using a word.
We're not
to
alive.
try to
We're
define.
using the language you're
because
using.
when I'm saying not alive, you know what I mean is.
No, I don't know what you mean.
Okay, so then you genuinely think when I said that. Let me hear you say that.
I have many
you think
people
that when I
who
said that,
tell
I
me.
think that a fetus is dead?
No, I think that.
What do you think I'm saying?
I think that when you accidentally reference the pre-conscious human as a living human, I think, and then you kind of correct yourself and say that's not what I mean. Meaning you call a person a living human, but then you also call the embryo pre-consciousness a living human and use the same terminology. You're accidentally showing the point that your arbitrary measure of consciousness is not a good definition for when a human life begins. So that's why we get stuck on that point.
What's actually happening is you totally don't understand the argument. Or you understand the absurdity of catch on like his name is like, what do you mean when you say human? What do you mean when you say child? What do you mean when you say what do you mean when you say life? The definition I've given, I'll say one more time for no point, that like I define somebody as having personhood, as being a person at 20 to 24 weeks in the conscious state develops. If I say that like, oh, it's not alive yet, I clearly don't mean that it's a dead lump of cells that becomes alive. What I mean in terms of like having the life of the person that we're talking about, I might misspeak because we all use these words like differently sometimes, but I very clearly, syntactically and semantically defined exactly what I mean. If I use one word in place of another, you should still understand what I'm meaning, unless you're so desperate to try to win on like a word technicality because you understand you've lost the logic of anything else that's kind of like. That is what is happening.
Our position is 100% logical.
You understand that.
I think you're the one who has.
No, that's why I've never tried to call you out or kick like, oh, but you said this word, so that means you're wrong. I've never done that in a conversation.
Because words matter, and we're talking about
this isn't a conversation about words matter. It's trying to catch me like a technicality in a word because you understand
talking about whether or not human
beings
beings should be able to live or die. They actually matter. And what you're harboring, Destiny, is an innate bias and privilege against children who are younger than 20 weeks in the womb.
True.
And so you keep using dehumanizing terms or saying it's not alive, and then you're like, well, wait a minute, I meant it was alive, but I just said it wasn't alive. Well, which one is it? I think part of it, as Lila was referring to, it's kind of written on the human heart, and as someone who has a son yourself, and you've seen ultrasounds, we all know what is inside of a mother is a human being, and it is alive, and it is unique, and it is precious. We don't always like to admit that because that human being could be highly inconvenient to us.
Children are highly inconvenient, but
absolutely, children can be inconvenient to some people. But what you're harboring is this privilege and bias against a child before a child turns.
Well, it's developmental discrimination or age discrimination.
Gotcha. And I'll reiterate my point. I am biased. I'm biased against beings that do not exist.
Unless they're in a coma.
That's how you instead, once somebody said, I'm just going to keep, you can cut us eventually, but I'm not going to let her ramble for like 5 minutes and then not repeat my argument because she's just repeating her argument. So I'll just restate mine. I do discriminate against things that don't have a conscious experience because there's nobody being harmed. When you abort something that's 10 weeks old, you can't speak of a person that is being harmed. There's a clump of cells and it's gone. Just like when you stab a corpse, there is no person there that's being harmed because the conscious experience is gone.
That is wrong because the corpse is dead and the human being in the womb is alive, and
the corpse is dead because
the corpse is dead. Their body is no longer
exhibiting a conscious experience.
No, their body is no longer working in a coordinated fashion. So I think it's very insincere for you to continue to say that the 19-week child in the womb is the same as a dead human being, because we all know in this room that the 19-week child in the womb is not like a corpse. But you want to keep saying that because it helps you justify your position that a refusal up to 20 weeks, because you have to take that discriminatory view based on age, based on development, in order to justify
And
your
you can
belief.
use like all the loaded words.
But you're
you
right,
want.
Destiny.
Yeah.
Your position is correct. You believe that children up to 20 weeks can be killed, and you don't give a shit about them. So congratulations, you have been philosophically consistent with your beliefs. What I'm telling you,
what you're telling me is that you think if an 11-year-old child is raped, that person should be forced to carry that child to term, because otherwise it would be immoral to abort a clump of cells.
What I'm saying is your position is a reckless. Excuse me. What I'm saying is your position is reckless. It creates varying degrees of personhood, which I have said over and over again, leads to awful things throughout all of human history, and can't hold up when medical technology will prove you wrong, as I proved you wrong multiple times about a child who would feel pain at 12 and a half weeks, toddlers and twins who can actually interact with each other at 14 weeks.
Okay. And I'm going to go with the
So
position that doesn't
congratulations,
compel.
you are
I'm going to go with the position that doesn't compel
philosophically
11-year-old girls to forcibly be carrying a child to term. That's my
I
position.
have a clarifying question for Destiny.
Yeah.
So if consciousness is everything to you, and anything you do before a child is conscious, or a human is conscious in the womb, is totally fine, would it be morally acceptable for somebody to intentionally, maybe it was like some fetish they had or something, intentionally get pregnant, and this has actually happened horribly, intentionally get pregnant, to intentionally get abortions, but they're doing the abortions at 19 weeks. A fully formed embryo, a fully formed fetus can feel, and you're okay if that person gets abortion after abortion. It's totally morally, it's totally morally acceptable.
Go for it, yeah. I am, thank you.
So I could have 30 abortions.
30, you could have 35.
A 19-week-old baby.
Unlimited abortions, however many your body
and
can
you think
produce.
it's completely morally acceptable.
Yeah, 100%.
Okay, well, it is a consistent.
Well, let's try to get through some of these chats.
Horrific,
we are.
I personally think arresting the 11-year-old for murder for getting an abortion after getting raped by dad, I think that's horrific. But
well, that's
we all have
now
our.
you're bringing up other arguments, Destiny.
That's
you
not
said
what
it's conscious.
What do you mean?
Was your argument against abortion?
He would actually arrest the 11-year-old, he said, if the abortion was past 20.
I would, if they're past 20 weeks, yeah.
So
but in my world, she would have the opportunity to at least get examined and then have an abortion.
But in the real world, typically, you don't find out when you're a rape survivor of a very young girl who probably is not having regular menstruation. You usually don't know you're pregnant until well into the second
maybe
trimester.
for rape survivors, we should have better support in society for them, like immediately screening for pregnancy.
But you don't know. They don't know. Typically, the fact that they're raped isn't known. They don't share that. They're not like calling the police right away. They're 11 years old.
Well, they better make it known then. I don't know. You have to figure out some way to do it. What do you? Are you trying to change my whole position because of the system that exists as is?
Well,
like sometimes an 11-year-old might be forced to carry a child to term and they don't have the ability to get external help for their actual child. That doesn't mean you should be able to murder the baby.
I think. Well, I'm glad you're against murdering.
I try to be. That's like the position I'm the most proud of. Yeah, I am very anti-child murdering.
Hold on, I just got to come in. I do just have to come in. Let's try to get through these chats just because we are running a little bit late here, and then we're gonna have to wrap up here pretty soon. So okay, let's try to just get through these chats. If you do want to say anything in response, I just ask you keep it brief. That way we can just get through all of these.
Gotcha.
All right, we have Matt L here. Thank you for the $49 super chat. Appreciate it, man. Better come example. The patient had a traumatic brain injury where, if left to its own devices, will heal in approximately 9 months to a point of regaining consciousness, as you have defined it. Would termination of this human be acceptable?
No.
No. Okay. All right, Matt.
So why is that the case then for a
because
child?
There was a conscious experience.
Why?
You still have the capacity to deploy it. There's some healing process, and then it will deploy it again.
Back and forth on this brief.
Yeah, it's okay. We went through it. There's no answer for
The
why.
answer is the child has not had a conscious experience. There's no conscious experience.
But there's no logical reason why.
That is logical. It didn't exist.
But why does that provide not having the moral
I am
protection
Stephen.
of
when
the
I
law?
go to sleep, there was a Stephen, and there will be a Stephen.
No,
if I have a trend of there was Stephen, there will be a Stephen. When I was an embryo, there was never a Stephen to speak of.
Destiny, you've said that many, many times.
I have.
But the point that we have said
100%.
is within weeks the child
within weeks, so it hasn't yet.
But
whether
why
it's
does
5
it matter?
seconds or 5 years.
But why does that matter?
Because it's not there yet.
But the child is there. It just hasn't developed that.
It's not there yet. Whether it be 5 years, 5 seconds, 5 millennia beforehand, it's not there yet.
And you're also just denying that children, which we know scientifically actually have REM cycle sleep. And
first of all, I don't even know that. I don't even believe that. Okay. I doubt we even know that.
Okay, science.
All right, we have Fernando Marrero Jr. Hey, thank you, man. He says whatever. Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Title drop.
There you go. Title drop. Yo, Rams. Thank you for the Canadian 69. Appreciate it. The young state of fetus medically proven to have survived outside the mother with medical support should certainly be considered human. Okay, Rams. Thank you. We have Vanessa Tam. Thank you for the Canadian 50.
Oh, interesting.
Merci
People are
beaucoup.
saying that the REM cycle sleep for fetuses is around 23 weeks. which would actually be consistent with
there's
what
other
I think
studies
that
that say
conscious
18 weeks.
experience. So cool.
We have Vanessa Tam here. Birthing the baby fetus is the only way it's coming out of the mom, so why not help the pregnant mom during pregnancy, and she can birth the baby live, adopted versus dead and dismembered.
Well, there's
Exactly
this whole
what we do in
thing
the pro
called,
life.
so you guys probably
what we do.
know a little bit about this. Okay, there's a thing called pregnancy. Okay, there's a whole 9-month process between actually
called?
getting
What's it called?
pregnant. It's called pregnancy.
Oh,
yeah.
thank you for that.
There's a whole period in there that sucks to deal with, varying levels of suckiness. But yeah, there's probably a good 6 to 7 months there of time that can be saved, and a whole bunch of like irrevocable changes to the human body, or whatever that you could probably avoid if you don't go through that whole period. But yeah. All right.
Destiny, death is defined as the complete and irreversible cessation of brain activity.
Sure.
That's not the same. To say that if that's the definition of
Sorry.
death, if that's the
Yeah.
definition of death,
Mm-hmm.
a child weeks before consciousness at 20 to 24 weeks in the womb doesn't have that definition of death. It's not
doesn't even
has-
have the brain activity.
but it doesn't
Not
have
a brain wave.
irreversible, and it doesn't have a cessation of brain activity that will never come back. It's going to develop its brain activity.
Going to develop.
shortly.
I agree.
A child has brain
will develop,
waves
and once it
within the
develops
first
it, I'm
tri-
going to care a
within
whole
the
lot
first
about
year.
it.
See that even your definition of, well, I'm defining it the same way that death is defined, they're not the same. Do you see that? You don't see that.
You could have a
That when
definition
you-
of
when
going
you de-
broke is when you lose all of your money. But guess what? You're also broke if you don't have any money. You don't get any
He
money.
has a new definition of death. Death is what he's saying. He's made
What-
his own definition of death.
What is
Yes,
your definition
just
of
for
death?
this, would everyone help me win the debate?
Destiny,
Apparently.
can you hold up your doodle?
Do you
to the
acknowledge
camera?
that
It's
that
different
preborn
if
children
someone
in
is
the womb
dead
have
and
brain
all
waves
their brain activity has
before
ceased and
consciousness?
will not come back,
You're-
versus
the
a
thing is,
child
you're
in the
getting
womb,
hung up on the
embryo in the
word.
womb, who has the potential and has capacity for brain activity in time.
Okay.
Do you see the difference?
I know there's a difference, but this difference is not relevant. The
That's
important point.
the whole debate, though, Destiny.
It's not. The
Because
point
you're
is.
saying it's morally okay to kill the child that has the capacity for brain
Okay,
activity but hasn't
who is
developed
being
it yet.
harmed when you abort a 16-week-old fetus?
Hold on. While,
You're destroying that
Stop it.
16-week-old.
Here, let's just try to get to these chats. If you want to bring it up at the end, we'll
Okay,
try.
go.
All right, we have Real Life Outdoors. Hey, thank you. Dest, do you think there's a philosophical significance? I think that's what he...
Do you think there is a
Not-
philosophical significance in non-existence, existence, and cessation of existence? Why do you feel humans put so much importance on endangered eagle eggs than human fetuses? Junior question, do you feel it's purely a population issue?
A lot going on there.
Quick responses to these super chats.
Yeah, there's a difference between all of these, but there is no quick response to that. It's super complicated. Why do we care about endangered eagle eggs? We probably feel some obligation to save like unique animals or some things in environments, and that's why we're obsessed with like pandas and shit. It's logically reasonable, but I mean, yeah.
Well, and
do
I
you
think
there's anything wrong? You know, it's smashing bald eagle eggs. Have you done anything morally wrong, or does it doesn't matter because it's not really alive? It doesn't have consciousness.
Well,
right?
I fucking eat meat. Why would I care about smashing eagles?
I think the point
I
of
eat chicken
the
eggs,
point
right?
of the
Well, those aren't
questioner
fertilized,
is you know, why do we maybe the point of the questioner is why do we not care about aborting children in the womb,
our
but we care
laws.
about eagle eggs? And that's true. It's a good point. It's a very
Sea
good
turtle
point
eggs are
because
protected
there
in
are
the law.
many, you know, and
In Florida.
I'm a conservationist. I believe in protecting the environment. That there are forces, even environmentalism, that say that we should protect endangered species, but we shouldn't protect human lives. So that is a huge, I think, it's not logical and it's not correct.
All right, we have...
Stop it.
Oh, whoops.
Get some help.
Didn't mean for that.
Oh, this is my favorite guy.
you want to
Definitely, there is no point in using analogies when there are hardcore facts about this discussion. Also, using a range for consciousness comes down being a theory, which is a synonym for assumption. Therefore, it's not concrete. Trash debater.
I have another one here for you.
I mean, I agree. It doesn't make logical sense, and
True.
it's not consistent.
Not like a
No one said it was thinking
pain
or
is
feeling
considered
yet,
an
Destiny.
immediate conscious sensation.
And a toddler can't
Yep, tried
try
to bring that up multiple
The
times.
ladies are correct, and Destiny is wrong yet again. He talks fast and it sounds good, but perhaps he should correct
Do you agree
and do
with
some
that?
research.
Do you agree with
You're
that?
welcome for the advice. That
Pain
I agree with
is
everything.
considered an immediate conscious sensation. Do you agree with that? Or do you think that's wrong?
No, I don't think I do that.
You disagree with science?
Thank you, No Banuga.
Did you read
Because
the whole
that's
thing?
actually the pre-conscious child, by your definition of conscious anyway,
Can
does
feel
react
pain.
to stimuli and can feel pain.
I'm pretty sure like amoeba can feel.
But
What
they're not
about-
an amoeba; they're a human
What
life.
about
So there's a
humans who
difference.
can't feel pain?
There's a difference.
Are they still conscious? Do you feel
Probably because I'm not using feeling pain as my description
But
for
we
being
just
conscious.
saw that the pain is definitely
Oh
a
fuck!
sign
Well,
of
the donator said it. I wanted to think about that one too.
Well, we still haven't really gotten down to that exact definition of consciousness because it's so
Oh,
connected
I
to.
can't exactly define what consciousness is. Fuck me, I guess.
I would think of it as arguing
I didn't know
for
the burden
healing.
of me was
If
to
I
solve
was
the hardest
arguing,
question
I for
of all
killing
of human
human
fucking
beings, I
biology
think
and
I would have the definition. If you're arguing whether or not human beings should be killed child violently ended in the womb,
You're
whether or not they
arguing
should have the right to live
their
or
body
die.
should be turned into prison where they have to carry something to
There
term.
we go. So
11-year-old.
it's not about consciousness.
11-year-old.
You're going
Pregnant,
back to rape
raped
argument. Now you're
11-year-olds.
going to the bodily
Oh my
autonomy
God.
argument.
Pregnant.
Let's read some more super chats
Raped
here.
11-year-olds.
We have Tactical Lupus.
Oh.
Thank you for the 50. Excuse me, rambling about nothing on the loop the whole podcast. Yeah, it's bad faith the whole time. Even the girl you're with is annoyed. They haven't heard anything Destiny has said. Bro, one on the house analogy. Parts aren't a whole. Okay.
Hey,
An embryo is a
picture
whole.
too.
All right.
What an absolutely base dono guy. Okay, Ayush Chukshi. If you take out the fetus at any point during pregnancy and it can survive, it would be wrong to take its life. Zit said, at any point the fetus is body part of female, and they should have the right over it and should be allowed to make choices based on zit.
Ayush, thank you for the super chat. We have Dank Naked here with the 50. All I'm saying is when I put some cake batter into an oven and someone pulled said cake batter out and spilled it onto the floor, I'd exclaim, what are you doing to my cake, not what are you doing to my cake batter.
Oh
my
God.
goodness. Destiny.
Someone's a thinker.
Okay.
Now, first of all, that argument is still defeating. Cake batter on a counter would not be a cake.
A cake is a thing.
True.
All right, we have Dr. Ocho
Well, an embryo is
here.
still a human, it's like a toddler. Just an adult,
Dr. Ocho with the super chat. Thank you, man. Kristen is incorrect. Being generous by not saying lying. REM sleep, REM sleep doesn't happen in the womb until 28 weeks. Okay,
And
according
there was
to...
another study I saw today that said 23 weeks, so another study said 18 weeks.
Okay. Vexed Liberal, thank you for the big $200.
Damn.
Wow, huge.
All human cells contain the blueprint for an entire human. Genome universality.
Is it a unique human?
We don't consider... Yes? What do you mean?
No, they don't.
We don't consider skin cells to have the parts for consciousness, nor do we give them more consideration. Wait, what do you mean,
That's
no, we
right,
don't?
because a skin cell has your blueprints, has your DNA.
When you
It's
say
not
your, who is
unique.
you? What does that
You.
mean?
If you
Like me,
scratch
what is
your
me?
arm
Yeah, but who is me
and
when you say me?
cells come off onto the table, disgusting.
Yeah, if I rip my
That-
arm off and I put it on the table, is that
those
me? Is the arm me?
cells have your DNA.
And they're a part of you.
Yeah, yeah, but
not
like
a
let's say I
whole.
rip my arm off and I put my arm over there. Is that arm me?
It's a part of you.
Well, it's no longer a part
no
of me.
longer attached
So it's, this is
to
me
you.
and the arm is not me, right?
Well, and
But
single
it's
cell
not a
destiny
unique
was
whole
still
living
destiny.
human being.
You were
What
a
if
whole
I-
arm, even as an embryo, you were a
the
whole.
skin cells that
Uh-huh.
flake off you are
Yeah.
not unique whole human
What if
beings.
my head flaked off me? Would that be me or would the
That's
body
disgusting.
be me?
That's why I'm glad you're not sitting next to
Interesting.
me.
Okay, we have Dank Naked here with
Do you think my head is going to fly off my body?
Destiny asking the most bad faith question.
True.
The toddlers will have a higher ability to live than the embryos.
Wow.
As humans, you're programmed to protect your young. Of course, you'll feel an urge to protect toddlers over embryos. Doesn't mean those embryos aren't alive.
That's the thing.
We have...
Perfectly stated.
Correct.
Thank you. I believe that was Bryce, by the way, with the super chat. Thank you, man. Good to see you in the chat. Yo, Angel Cardenas, thank you for the $9.99. Thank you. I can't believe the has the okay. Talk down to Destiny when she thinks a seed is the same as a tree. They ask 100 questions, and when Destiny tries to answer one, they ask 100 more as he's answering, then get mad because somehow he's interrupting. Okay. Angel,
Thank you for repping me.
Okay. Rams, merci beaucoup for the Canadian $69. Thank you for the soup chat, man. Unfortunately, the only way with evidence-based medicine to find out what the youngest fetus age we are able to save is to extract fetuses and try to keep them alive in a large study. Unfortunately, I wouldn't even do that to animals.
That would be
even.
immoral research.
Okay, and then we have Nunya Business. Thank you, man, for the soup chat. If it doesn't exist, Destiny, then why the need to abort it? You make no sense.
That's a fair point.
That is such a good point, because I thought it was like nothing, and then all of a sudden just pops into existence. Fuck me, that was a really good point.
That was my question about the
Debate
magical
over.
thing.
You've lost.
I didn't even consider
that. Mike Davis, thank you, man. Good to see you back in the chat, man.
Wait, is this the Mike
It
Davis?
is the Mike Davis. Do we have his photo somewhere around
This
here?
Destiny Misfit weirdo is a really slow brain making an argument about consciousness. If we were to ever meet, I'd knock him unconscious straight into airplane mode. Would it be cool to kill him then?
Well,
Can I arrange?
pro-lifers in the room would say
Say
100%
no.
no.
Yeah.
Should we
Because
arrange?
Destiny's consciousness, ability for consciousness or development of consciousness does not equal his value or person.
You're still a person.
If you're a human, you're a person.
Destiny, would you accept a boxing match with Mike Davis?
Well, it depends on the environment we're in. Like, if he's got like those non-slip shoes and he's fighting in the native like Wendy's environment that he's used to inhabiting, then I might lose that one. I'm not sure. I'd have to think about it, you know.
Okay, fair enough. We have the Lifeline Apologetics. Hey, thank you, man, for the super chat. Really appreciate it. Destiny, since you hold there is no consciousness at conception personhood, do you believe a woman should be able to drink and smoke from the earliest point of pregnancy if she doesn't get an abortion?
I would say no, because you're committing harm to a future person.
Whoa.
Whoa.
So is it committing harm to a future person to dismember them at 19 weeks?
No, because you're preventing that future person from existing.
Okay.
Nice try,
I actually
though.
don't
I like how
have-
you thought.
I actually don't
never
have
thought
to
of
say
it.
anything
It's
to
always
that,
when I debate
because
like
you
pro-life
just-
people, they think that they can like catch my question.
You
Like,
just
how do you
defeated
consider
yourself.
that? Like,
But
oh,
Destiny,
you're totally messed
but
up.
hold on,
Yeah.
Destiny.
You
They
just defeated
do
yourself.
exist. In order to abort them, something exists. What exists?
Something, but not the person. That's the whole point of the entire argument. Conscious
Right.
spirit doesn't exist yet. Yes, that is correct.
But they're going to be conscious.
But you're saying that person,
his same
the 6-week-old child in the womb when the mother's drinking and doing drugs, doesn't, which we have been arguing this entire evening, has the capacity to form consciousness, which is your, baseline.
The unethical part isn't that you're harming the 6-week-old. The unethical part is you're harming the
Well,
thing.
how do you know? How do you know that the child isn't going to be aborted at 19 weeks? Maybe the mom decides.
Well, if you plan on aborting it, then it's not unethical.
Then you can do whatever you want.
Yes, based. As many trips down the stairs as you find necessary, as long as you know you're getting the abortion.
You
knock
can
yourself
kill
out.
a human, and that's moral. But you can't drink and potentially give the child fetal alcohol syndrome or make the child be born with a drug dependency. That's immoral.
When am I saying you're okay to kill humans?
At 19 weeks and 6 days.
Before the conscious experience, you can
He's
abort
not
the
comfortable
thing.
with that language.
Okay.
Well, no, because
you
your
can
intuition
end,
pumping. Yeah.
You can end the life of a human being,
Yeah.
which is a unique genetic human being,
Yeah,
which we've
because I don't
already.
care about any of that shit. Yeah.
So you can end that life. That is not immoral, but
Correct.
it is immoral at 19 weeks to smoke crack cocaine
Correct.
and.
Yes. Because you're harming the future person. Like they're going to be about, and then you're going to harm them, right?
But they are that person.
They're not that person yet.
They are
if I
that
go on
person.
top of this building,
You just
are that
defeated
person.
yourself. Like this is.
I like how you think. I've
done.
never answered this question before. If I go on top of a building
I don't
and I
think
put
you
a
have.
piano there, okay, and I go to push that piano off the building, let's say that I push it off onto somebody immediately. That would be unethical, right? Well, what if I set a timer to push this off in 5 minutes, and then I walk away, right? And I know a person's going to be walking by in 5 minutes. Well, is it ethical because I'm not harming anybody
Well,
right at
when
a particular
that
point in time?
person-
Hold on. The unethical part is that in 5 minutes, a person will be there. So I'm setting up a scenario where in the future, somebody's going to be caused by my actions. They're going to be caused harm by my actions. That's the unethical part. The unethical part isn't me putting the piano there or putting a contraption there and then
But
going, wait.
Destiny,
The unethical part is setting a future person up for harm.
But
So
there-
for a fetus at 6 weeks old, if you want to smoke and drink and do all that, that's fine. If you get an abortion, that's whatever. But if you do that and then you carry that child to term, or if you intend to carry that child to term, you're harming that future person.
Right,
That's the
and I think that we totally disagree that consciousness doesn't define a human.
That's fine.
That
So
you can be
obviously, yeah.
unconscious and still a human. You can have less
No,
consciousness
we
and still be
never
human.
agreed on any
We
of
went
that.
through all of that.
No, we
yeah.
didn't agree on any of that.
Just one
Well,
thing.
you,
was
I think
there
that was
something?
your point, though.
Was
you
there?
said a toddler is a little bit less of a person than a
Yeah, but there's still a
20-year-old.
binary of do you have consciousness
You
or not. Once you
already
have
know
it, you can
that.
talk about degrees of consciousness.
And that
but
binary, I think, is where the illogic comes in. There's
It's
no,
not
there's no
illogical at
reason.
all.
There's no reason for why a child that has the capacity for consciousness and just needs time to develop it, why you should discriminate
Hold on,
against that
you can
child.
say that there's no reason, but it's not illogical. There's a binary of are you an NFL player or not.
What's il-
However, there could be people that are better NFL players than other NFL players, but there can still be the binary of if you are or you
What's
aren't.
illogical is to draw the arbitrary line.
It's not arbitrary at all. It's
It
very
is
concise.
arbitrary.
When conscious experience happens, you
it's
protect
not
it.
Precise
arbitrary.
because you can't define
It's an
it.
arbitrary
It's not because you
line.
can't define a particular point in time. It's called a continuum fallacy. Look it up. I'm not going
It's
to
an
explain it to you.
arbitrary line to use that for
It's not
determining
arbitrary.
the
What does
moral
arbitrary
value
mean? What does arbitrary mean to
to
you?
determine,
Oh,
to
if you
determine
wanna-
the moral value
sure.
of
If you
someone.
want to say it's arbitrary to determine moral value,
Just
I
like
can
if I
agree with
said-
you. I can agree with you. I can
Destiny,
agree with you.
just
I
like
can
I
agree
said,
with
a
you. I can agree with you.
A
I can
newborn
agree with
has
you.
consciousness
I can agree with you.
more so than
I
a
can agree with you.
preborn,
Keep saying
and
that.
so
I can
therefore the
agree with you. Why are
newborn
you
should be
repeating
given
that?
I
value.
was trying to finish my point. I can
We've
agree with you
already-
that it's
we've already
arbitrary,
established
but the point is everything is arbitrary. If you're going to get that fundamental, a unique genetic code is arbitrary.
So-
A unique zygote is arbitrary. A unique fetus is arbitrary. Like it's all arbitrary if you go really, really, really fundamental. But we're not here to
Well,
do
we pick
solve ethics.
We pick when life begins.
Yes, and I pick
Well,
when
as
life
a
begins
human
based on when I
being.
think life ends, because I think that's about what we're worried about protecting. What are we protecting when we talk about protecting human life?
it's
It's not a
still
body,
different, though.
it's not
It's
a
still
cell,
different.
it's not a heartbeat. We're protecting the conscious experience. That's about what we're
Here,
looking
let's
at.
we'll
But
come
life
back to that.
ends
Let's
when
come
you
back
have-
to that.
when you
There's
have a
said
complete
this over.
system. I mean, I just
I'm like
I keep saying.
sick of having to re-say the same things over and over again.
Don't worry,
Let's
the
get through
sickness
the
is
super
shared
chats.
all
Let's
across
get
the
through-
table.
let's-
We're going to all projectile
we're
vomit
gonna-
into each
we're
other
gonna get
soon.
through the. We're gonna get through
Then
the
let's
chat.
go. Get through 'em,
We're gonna
yeah.
get through the chat.
Take control over this goddamn conversation.
Apparently, just a point of two chatters, Jennifer and Jonathan, said that I've missed their super chats. Jennifer, maybe we're coming up. I don't see any of your super chats. I don't know, but I thought I saw
talking
something, but
Wow, so you just fucking ripped that person off.
well, maybe my guys
there was like
accidentally
an argument
unclicked it.
about
But
harming babies.
what's that?
It was something about harming babies.
Was it under the threshold? In any case, okay. So let me do this one. We have one here from Polarized. I'm not going to pull it up, but he has a question for Kristen. It's a very simple question. If an embryo is a human being, for you, Kristen.
Oh, I thought, is there more to the question, or
That's
is
it.
Well, it depends on what type of embryo it is.
Is a human embryo a human being?
Yeah, if it's a human embryo, it's certainly a
wait.
human being.
Somebody save it. Nick, can you keep it center? Keep it center.
Or no? Sorry.
Rip. Welcome to the whatever studio. Okay, let me get through these soup chats while Nick fixes that. We have Dank Naked here. Destiny, there's a difference between a dead body and a fetus developing a brain. How bad faith are you right now? Yep. The fetus is going to develop a brain. A dead person is dead.
Naked. We've said that like, I don't know, 30 times.
I'm just too dumb to understand that point. It's not getting through to me.
You don't want to understand that point.
Because it would defeat my whole, inconvenience. It would just obliterate me entirely.
Yeah, well, at least you know that.
I do. This is like the head of the Exodia that just obliterates my whole argument.
All right, we have Devin. Nazis murdered the circle. Is that okay?
Yeah, I think mental disability is the exact same thing as having.
What level of mental disability do you think the Nazis are justified in murdering children? Please explain.
Well, probably the ones where your brain isn't even really working. I would say it's probably justified. Like in the instance of Terry Schiavo,
that was a pretty
or the instance
terrible statement you just said, that the Nazis were justified in murdering disabled children.
I don't think the Nazis were trying to kill people. They weren't having something. They were trying to murder people because they were trying to get rid of the unclean from society. I think it was a bit different.
But you just said...
Okay, so if a woman has an abortion at 19 weeks for a eugenic reason,
that could be unethical, sure. Yeah.
That would be unethical.
I thought it wasn't a thing.
Earlier, it wasn't unethical for a woman to get pregnant and have a sexual fetish and continue to have abortions at 19 weeks because a 19-week-old baby is not a baby and not a human person. So why would it be unethical to kill a 19-week-old based for a racist reason?
I don't know if it's unethical to practice a sexual fetish. It might be unethical to design society with a racial vision in mind.
So it is wrong to kill at 19 weeks for a race-based reason.
I don't know if I care about killing the thing. I'm thinking more of the designing.
Well, actually, it's wrong to kill a 19-week-old child in the womb.
You're asking me if something is wrong
or
about...
gender. We could ask about gender because that happens.
I think you're acknowledging that you're killing, though, is what you're acknowledging. No? You don't think it's killing?
Let me explain. Okay.
Please do.
You're trying to ask me, is it wrong to practice eugenics? And I'm saying, in general, I would say that probably eugenics is wrong.
I didn't ask
whoa!
I didn't ask that. Is it wrong to practice eugenics on a 19-week-old before?
Hold on. Always wrong to practice eugenics.
Even on a 19-week-old pre-consciousness?
On anything. It's
but if the 19-week-old
pre-consciousness
has no moral value, why is it possible to even be racist against that 19-week-old?
I didn't say being racist against 19-year-old. I say practicing eugenics. I don't know if there has to be...
Why would it even be eugenics to kill the 19-week-old?
I would say it would probably be unethical if you were to say that people should only breed with people of their own race. That form of practicing eugenics is unethical. Even though you're not killing anything at all.
That's not quite what I said.
Hold on. I know. You're... Okay.
I'm just asking you to answer the question.
I don't know if I can. The thing is, I can explain every part of this. No. It's not the problem. It's hypothetical. The problem is I can't explain anything without getting cut off. Okay. You're asking me. Okay.
Go ahead.
You're asking me the question is it unethical to is it unethical to kill a 19-week-old thing by virtue of doing it because of eugenics? And what I'm saying is practicing eugenics is unethical. In your mind, you're transferring the idea that I'm saying, oh, you think it's unethical to practice eugenics by killing the 19-week-old? You must think it's unethical then because you're killing the 19-year-old. No. Killing the 19-year-old or the 19-week-old has nothing to do with whatsoever. It's the practice of eugenics. Whether it's 19 weeks old or 21 weeks ool, I would say both are wrong. However, the additional thing would be that killing the 21-week-old would also be murdering a child and practicing eugenics. Killing the 19-week-old would be unethical because you're practicing eugenics, but not killing someone.
That's by virtue of your argument. You cannot practice eugenics on a 19-year-old because they're not a person yet.
Do you think that, okay, here's
harm.
the question.
That's your argument.
Hold on. Do you think it's eugenics to sterilize people?
Can you answer?
No, because that's not, I don't think that's what eugenics means.
Okay, let's define then. Eugenics is, I'm doing in this scenario, it's a racially motivated act of oppression, violence against this 19-week-old fetus.
Okay.
That is pre-conscious, so it's not a person in your book.
Okay, I don't know what
so
that definition of eugenics is. My understanding of genetics...
Well, would that be wrong? What I just said in that
practicing eugenics in my mind for racial visions
But would
and
it be
the
wrong to
animals
kill
wrong.
a 19-week-old pre-conscious fetus for racist reasons? Would
Yeah,
that
but
be
not
wrong?
because you're killing the fetus, but because you're practicing eugenics.
But why is it practicing eugenics if it's not killing a person?
Because we have different definitions of what eugenics means. That's why I just wanted to say go back and define
Okay.
eugenics.
That's
My
fine.
understanding is genetics, or I'm sorry, my understanding is eugenics is when you have a societal breeding plan. So, for instance, this could be a practice of eugenics, is saying black people are not allowed to have children. It doesn't mean you have to have abortions. It doesn't mean you have to kill anything,
course,
doesn't it? Right?
yeah.
Well, okay, so if we're saying that is illegal, we're saying that's telling people who can or can't have kids is eugenics, then I would say it's unethical to practice eugenics for a racial vision in mind. Even if that means aborting a 9-week-old. Even if that means having an abortion of a 5-week-old. But that's not wrong because you're killing a 5-year-old. It's wrong because you're practicing eugenics. But eugenics isn't defined by having an abortion of a human living being, of a person.
You're putting a moral quality on this unconscious fetus.
No, I'm not. I'm putting the moral quality.
But you're only saying that eugenics is bad because it's ending the life of this child for eugenics reasons, for this human. But the reason, but
God,
Destiny,
listen to us.
Destiny,
I said that eugenics was designing socially, socially deciding who can or cannot have children. And now you're telling me you said eugenics was about killing a baby. I never
No,
said that.
Destiny, you're saying it would be wrong to kill a 9-week-old for race-based reasons. No? Is that correct or yes?
Correct, yes.
Okay. But then on the same hand, you're saying that 9-week-old is not a person and doesn't have moral status.
Correct, yes.
Okay.
The wrong that's being committed isn't a wrong. The wrong that's being committed isn't the wrong against the 9-week child. The wrong being committed is the social wrong of eugenics.
So it's the intention of the thing.
No, it's
because
sure,
killing
but
them has no
it's not
moral
the intention of
value.
killing a baby. It's the intention of eugenics.
So they get moral value. Hold on, they get moral value if they all of a sudden get moral value if they're being killed for racist reasons, but if they're being killed
They're
for
not
other
getting any
reasons.
moral value. I wouldn't punish the person for murder, or I wouldn't punish the person for having an abortion.
Wait, what did they do wrong if it's just a thing? If
What are you doing wrong if you tell
a
black people not to have children?
19-week-old
What's the wrong thing? Nobody's being harmed.
If a 19-week-old child in the womb is not a person, and it's just a thing, and it has absolutely no value. I understand what you're saying is that because you don't, think that a human has value and isn't a person until they have consciousness. So, but what are they actually doing? They're not actually doing anything. They're not even practicing eugenics because there's nothing there to
It's a
practice
non-person
eugenics
in your
on.
view. It's a non-person
You
in
said that
your
it's
view.
a non-person. It's not a thing.
If you say only white people should breed with white people, is that practicing eugenics, even if you haven't had any kids yet?
You're not defining. That's
Well,
I
different.
literally defined
well,
it.
the
Wait,
positive
hold on,
and
wait,
negative eugenics.
What do you think my definition
You're
of
not
eugenics is?
defining what that 9-week-old thing is then. What is that
It doesn't
thing?
matter what it is.
It does because you're saying it's wrong to kill it. So what is it?
I'm not saying it's wrong to kill. I'm
Yes,
saying it's wrong
you
to practice
are.
eugenics.
You're saying it's wrong
Practice
to kill it for
eugenics
eugenic reasons.
Yes.
What
So
is practicing
explain what it
eugenics
is.
on?
Practicing eugenics.
Do you practice eugenics on things like cars? What do you practice eugenics
Theoretically,
on?
you could, sure.
Can you practice eugenics on refrigerators?
Theoretically, you could, sure. Let's say that I find out that
No,
a certain
because
refrigerator
refrigerators and
is.
cars can't reproduce. You already
I'm
said.
sorry, were you going to let
what
me answer the
definition
hypothetical, or
of
were you just going to keep
no,
rambling like
because
you do? Oh, okay,
you
my bad. No,
already
no.
said what the
My
definition of
bad.
eugenics
Okay, my
was.
bad. Okay.
Here, let's do a couple super chats here.
Let's say that I found out there was a car that was owned 99% by black
people.
people, and let's say that I armed that car with an ability to stab you in the balls so you can have kids. Would you
balls?
argue that that's the balls?
Stab in the balls.
Stabbed in the balls. It's Cadillacs that only black people drive. Would you say that's a form of eugenics?
That would be wrong, and it would be.
It would be eugenics, even with no
And it would be
babies
racist.
present.
But you're still stabbing somebody. You're still harming someone, like the 9-week-old.
Sure, but you're not
still
killing a
harming
kid.
them.
It's eugenics.
You're killing what you don't want to call a kid, but it is a kid. You're killing a human. You don't want to call a person, but it is a human. You're still upset with killing it for racist reasons, but for other reasons you're okay with it, and that doesn't make sense,
It
Destiny.
totally makes sense.
Let's do some
Let's
super
do it.
chats here.
How many more of these do we have,
It's,
Brian?
we're getting there. We're
Jesus.
getting there. We're getting there.
So a molar preg do not get rights because they are
my flight.
non-viable. Pregnancies with lethal genetic abnormalities that will never be viable on their own but can still become full-term. Anencephalic babies never develop.
Well, actually, it's false. So pregnancies with lethal genetic abnormalities. So the question is, does having a different genetic code or something that could end your life, does that change that you are fundamentally human and that you are valuable? A child who has been diagnosed with anencephaly, or a child who's diagnosed with Down syndrome or cystic fibrosis or whatever terrible syndrome you want to come up with, that doesn't change the fact that the child in the womb, that child that fetus, sorry, I didn't mean to trigger you, has rights and is valuable and should be protected. I don't think just because someone has been diagnosed, and by the way, the New York Times even said earlier this year that 80% of genetic tests that come out and say that a child has Down syndrome, cystic fibrosis are wrong. That was like the New York Times. So that doesn't actually change your value, and it doesn't say that that human is no longer worthy of life.
Wow. Okay. We have Crystal Cole here. Thank you for the super chat. Really appreciate it, Crystal. There are multiple definitions of consciousness. One is related to awake, asleep, under anesthesia versus consciousness in terms of metaphysical human awareness. You can be unconscious according to the first definition while being conscious according to the second definition. Crystal, thank you very much for that super chat. David Keiko, thank you for the super chat, man. Thank you. If I am the last boy on earth, is it immoral or virtuous for me to pull out and...
Nice dono, dude. Good one.
I need to read these first. All right.
Not cool.
Jennifer, this one came through.
We're reading $20 donos now?
No, this Jennifer, just a point of clarification here. The actual question one has to be $49.99 and up. It can't be cumulative. So just a heads up. But something about the Khmer Rouge. I guess if you want us really, I'll give you a slide on this one.
Killing babies and bashing
that's
babies.
bad.
We would all agree.
It's pretty bad. Yeah. All right. Jennifer Hemingway. Any relationship to the author? Okay. What is the question?
Is it bad to bash babies?
Yeah, I'd say I reckon that's pretty bad. All right. We have the Lifeline Apologetics here. If early term abortion pill hypothetically the child is born, the pill could have damaged the child permanently, just like drinking and smoking example. Would it have been wrong to take the pill? Is she stuck and has to try abortion again?
If you're going to have an abortion, it's probably like a foolproof method, not something that can fail and have like a fucked up, damaged kid, because that would probably be
The
unethical.
majority of abortions in the country today are committed via chemical abortion. They have a 15% annual failure rate.
Wow.
So are you against chemical abortion?
If that's the actual stat, I probably would be. I have a feeling that's probably not true, but if it was, I would probably be against it.
Actually is, but okay, yeah.
They usually have to go back for a percentage of the cases of surgical abortion.
Yeah, because it's incomplete abortion.
Gotcha.
All right.
Which is why there's abortion pill reversal, which can sometimes save the life of the child. And it saved a few thousand lives. If you take the first abortion pill in the regimen, you can save it.
Yeah, you can
save the life of your child.
Or if you have problems with the first one, just keep taking more and more, okay? Nothing says you can't take like 2 or 3 Plan Bs, you know, Plan C, Plan D.
Do you think Plan B is an abortifacient drug?
Does that mean abortion?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Do you think Plan B can cause an abortion?
Is Plan B the one that it prevents implantation?
Yep.
And yeah, probably, yeah.
Thank you for having a consistent definition.
No problem. My definitions are all very consistent. So, you know.
Well, no, I mean, you've had a consistent definition of when you think babies should be killed. You have been very consistent throughout all this. I think it's wrong, and I think it's reckless, and I think it's very dangerous. But you've had a consistent position. But I would thank you for actually admitting that Plan B, which a lot...
Why are you saying admitting?
Well, no, let me finish, because when I talk about the dangers of Plan B, I will often be told by interviewers that I'm lying, that Plan B is merely contraceptive, it's not abortifacient. But it actually says on the back of the Plan B box, may prevent the implantation of a fertilized egg. If you Google the word fertilized egg, it comes up.
Yeah, I'm aware of that.
Embryo.
The strongest
so you actually admitted that. So I would.
I'm not admitting
think
anything. Obviously, I don't care. Yeah, probably abortion. But the strongest pro-life arguments, in my opinion, are usually ones that consider the teleology, the development of a human, rightfully so, begins at not conception, but implantation. And I find that those pro-life arguments are more convincing than the ones that believe it happens at the moment of conception, because if it happens at the moment of conception, there are like millions of babies that die every single day, tragically, that we never hear about and don't even know about and don't care about, which is like a very weird position to have, whereas like implantation more closely follows, because you agree that it's possible to fertilize an egg and the egg just doesn't implant. It just, yeah, it goes out. To think of that as like the death of a human or the death of a person is like very strange.
Just because that happens doesn't mean that those
embryos
I understand. Aren't
I know, are human beings that deserve all the rights, whatever. But the idea that it begins at implantation, I think, is more satisfactory. But if that's the case, then having Plan B wouldn't be considered abortion.
Do you believe IUDs are abortifacient? Because I was reading something yesterday that Planned Parenthood had put out on their Instagram, and they were saying that Plan B isn't very effective for people like me who are overweight, and so they were suggesting that women get copper IUDs inserted in them, which we knew copper IUDs, they're not preventing the release of an egg, but they actually.
I thought copper IUDs like sanitize and kill anything
well,
coming
that's
in.
sperm, but if you're doing it after the fact, after you've already had unprotected sex, the goal of the IUD is to make the womb inhospitable to human life.
I don't know anything. I've never heard about that before. That might be true, but I've never heard that you can do an IUD as an abortion measure.
Yeah, it's very new to me that Planned Parenthood and the abortion industry is actually now lobbying as if IUDs are emergency contraception, but they use the word contraceptive. They won't actually use the word abortifacient. So I was just trying to find out, are you actually consistent as well? Because you did admit that
I won't even admit that to you because I don't know if that's true. I'd have to research it on my own. I've never in my life. Usually, like scheduling for IUDs and all that takes a while. I've never used IUDs.
It was on the Planned Parenthood's Instagram page. I was pretty shocked by it, as well as that they were now recommending this drug, this device, which actually can kill a baby. It prevents implantation of the new human being into the uterine lining.
All right, we have a super chat here from Trauma Davy. Thank you. For anti-abortion, what is people reproduce by shaking hands? What if people reproduce by shaking hands and the child magically appeared in 10 minutes? Would it be unethical to let go a session before? I mean, this is...
no, it's not unethical.
No, it's not unethical. Just like it's not unethical to not have sex and not conceive a child.
All right, Trauma Davy, thank you there. And we have just 3 more here. We have Gotcha. Thank you for the donation. Appreciate it. For the pro-lifers, if an enslaved African-American woman in the 1800s unalived their fetus to protect the fetus from an from an enslaved life, would that be immoral?
So like a mercy killing. Yeah. Is the way that they would probably see it.
I think
kind of
so, yeah.
And I think, yes, killing someone because... Yes, it's immoral. It's killing someone because they are going to be enslaved or have a bad life is not right. We should instead work to free them and get them a better life instead of end their life.
Gotcha. Okay. And Gotcha sent it twice here, so Gotcha, thank you for the subsequent... maybe, is this one directed at Destiny? He wants Destiny's take on this one. Destiny?
For the pro... No, this is a fucking dog shit argument. You can't make arguments in favor of abortion by killing people that might have shitty lives. It's the stupidest fucking argument in the world. You would never kill a 1-year-old, 2-year-old, 3-year-old.
All right, common ground. Common ground. There you go.
Most pro-choice arguments are stupid. If you read Judith Thompson's original paper on like defense of abortion, her defense of abortion is one of self-defense, but she very clearly outlines, if you read her paper, that Judith Thompson defends the right for you to have an abortion. She doesn't defend the right for you to kill the fetus. That's why if you make an argument for viability and you cite Judith Thompson's paper, you have an excellent paper because she doesn't even make that argument. And even towards the end of her paper, she admits that like having like a 7th month abortion because you want to go on vacation is probably like an immoral or shitty thing to do.
Well, and the whole problem with her argument is that the child, whether it's pre-viability or pre-consciousness, in your case, still deserves to live and still deserves nourishment from their parent.
Well, that's a complicated argument because if you're making, but that's a very complicated argument because if you're making argument with self-defense, even if things aren't acting with intent to kill you, you can still argue that you have a right to lethal self-defense against those things. For instance, if a 4-year-old is running at me with a knife and he's going to come and kill me or stab me to death, and I have no other way to avoid him but to shoot him in the head for whatever reason, technically you have a right to defend yourself against that child.
Well, in that case, you would, first of all, what responsibility do you have for the child running at you with a knife? And second of all, you should try to disarm the child.
Sure.
That's why in cases where even if you feel you're... that's why in some places, if you feel you're being attacked and then you attack the person back with lethal violence, you shoot them, but it's like, hey, you could have run away. You didn't have to stop there and shoot them. You could have run away, or you could have...
I agree with you. Then there are counter-arguments and there are counter-arguments too. So for instance,
but
the
counter-argument
to that counter-argument would be if you engage in sex, you're doing every single thing you possibly can to avoid a person appearing. So for instance, if you're taking contraception and using condom and they still appear, do you then have full moral liability for them doing whatever? And I think Thompson in her paper uses the example of you leave the window open and like a people seed floats in and like lands into your house and suddenly grows into a human just because you left the window open by a crack but you thought the screen would cover it. Are you not morally responsible for the development, the protection, and the nourishment of that? But that you can go back to her.
But I think again her argument is flawed because regardless of whether or not even how much the person wanted to be a parent, there's a child, the child still deserves to live and has the right to live.
All right, we have Gredneck here. Thank you, Gredneck, for the donation. Really appreciate it, man. Thank you. Still pro-life, both sides super smart. Destiny answers nonstop logical, and the girls try to get him on the tech. This is going nothing but in circles, Brian. Get a man on the P-life side next time to not just get emotional answers. It is very redundant. Damn. Okay, well, there you have it. Yeah, it would have been good to maybe have like 3, like have one guy.
Fuck no, it's already hard with like 3 people. Throwing in more people just get everybody screaming at each other, right?
All right, we have Mockery here. Thank you for the donation, man. Really appreciate it. If you don't value life specifically as a human consciousness, how do you justify eating meat? If you value a fetus because it's going to become conscious, would it be immoral to stop a blank because you're interrupting the process that leads to unique life?
Stop sex, I think.
Stop. Yeah, well, stop. I think he's saying non-consensual. Let's not talk about that. But so we'll do the first question. If you don't value life specifically as human consciousness, how do you justify eating meat? So I assume he's talking about pork, kangaroo. Have you ever had kangaroo?
For Destiny?
Both.
I
only care about human conscious experience. I didn't say human because we're not having a vegan debate here. We're just having a.
Okay. All right.
I mean, I think humans are different than animals and non-human animals, and I think that they deserve
Do you think that
more
humans?
than
Do you
animals.
think if animals in the womb have consciousness, they have more value than a 19-week-old fetus in the womb?
No, because I don't care about animal consciousness at all.
Okay. Well, we're totally caught up on chats, so yeah, I know it took us a while, but we're there.
And Destiny, I just want to say I appreciate you dealing with 2 of us here.
I like half appreciate you. You guys argue in
extreme
bad faith. Both of you do, but you know,
I was not intending that, and I hope you weren't intending that either.
I don't think we argued in bad faith at all.
Absolutely.
I think we were able to isolate your justification for abortion, and we went in circles many times because at the end of the day, I think it's an arbitrary line that you've drawn. You choose to not think that.
Can either of you restate that? That's possible. I'm curious.
That a human being does not have right to personhood and the right not to be killed until that human being, in your view, develops consciousness at 20 weeks, which you cannot define and tell us what consciousness is. So you can kill that human being until 20 weeks. It doesn't matter because it's not a human being. It's not even a thing. But it is wrong to practice eugenics and then kill it before 20 weeks because it's eugenics. But we still don't know what the hell you're killing because you won't define what it actually is.
Okay, and I'll do this one time just to show the audience, right?
Can you do that for our position?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Your position is that if we're looking at the existence of a human being, there is a unique life that is created at the very moment of conception. The blueprint that is going to determine everything you ever will become happens at that very moment. You can trace back the beginning of your existence at the moment of conception, and it is the most clear and consistent way to define exactly when your life starts, when that unique organism exists, and then it begins to grow and become a baby, an adolescent, adult, blah, blah, blah.
Not quite correct, because it's not just the blueprint, Destiny. It's also the
I'm
substance.
sorry, I've slightly
It's also a really important point, though.
It's not that important.
It's really important.
Your position is a million times better than your summary. My position, which is dog shit, but that's okay.
No. But just to clarify, because it's not. But just to clarify, and I appreciate you giving a stab at it, but it is incorrect because it's not just a blueprint like a blueprint in a car or a blueprint in a building, Destiny. It's also the substance of the thing, and the
just
thing.
To be clear,
a human,
you don't even believe that.
I do believe it.
It is.
Everything is there. It's a single cell embryo that, with time and nourishment, will continue to develop to an infant. Will continue to develop.
Do you believe in physics?
Absolutely.
Okay, you believe in time and space.
Absolutely.
Okay, in one cell, the only thing there is the blueprint.
And the potentiality to continue to develop and multiply.
Sure.
But
there's a mechanism to begin building the blueprint, but there's only one cell. It's just a blueprint.
A blueprint of a house is never gonna build itself.
It will if other people are nourishing it.
Not quite, Destiny.
Sure, it has a little bit of self-assembly, but again, it's a blueprint.
It doesn't match, Destiny.
Okay,
it doesn't match because in your to make it a more exact argument or exact analogy to your blueprint, it would be as if, again, like I was trying to say earlier, but I think we got redirected another direction. But as if you put in your argument would be as if you put a blueprint on a plot of land, you stacked up you put all the nourishment there. Let me just finish. You put the blueprint there with all the stacks of wood. And you walk away, and you say, okay, well, the house will just build itself. The difference between the blueprint and the stacks of wood is it needs workers to go through. In the case of a single-cell embryo, it is a whole person that's going to self-actualize and develop and multiply its cells to reach different levels of age and development, as we all do as human beings, not just preborn, but once we're born, toddler, adolescent, etc.
Oh, Plan Life, thanks for the gifted 50. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm fine. Definitely just using that conscious fairy.
Okay, we have, let's see here, we have Lifeline Apologetics. Destiny didn't answer. The hypothetical assumes the abortion fails and damages the fetus permanently. If the abortion fails, is she stuck in the choice to attempt abortion again to prevent the potential damaged future child? Fans of the ladies, hope to work with y'all someday.
Yeah, you should probably attempt abortion again. Yeah, otherwise you are harming a future person. Yes. To use the piano analogy, let's say
once
you
again, you say it's immoral to harm a future person, but it's not immoral to kill them.
Let's keep it nice.
Let's say you push a piano
guys.
immediately off a building and there's nobody beneath it. Let's say that you go to push it, but it only like half falls, and then it's going to fall in 5 minutes when somebody is beneath. Yeah, you should try to push it again to avoid harming a person.
Your argument does not make sense because you say
makes perfect sense.
it's immoral to harm a potential person, but it's not immoral to kill, in your view, a potential person.
It's immoral to harm the future person.
A future
If you
person.
have an abortion, no
but
future
is
person
it immoral
exists.
to kill a future
According
person?
to your argument, all before 20 weeks are future persons, Destiny.
No, because
That's
if
where
you
the logic
don't,
breaks out.
if you have an abortion, there is no future person.
There would have been if you didn't have the abortion.
But there
Destiny.
isn't. There would have been implies there is not.
But
somebody
that person
took-
still existed. You just killed him.
No, they didn't exist. That was the whole point.
But
They
if
never
that-
started to exist.
What was in the womb then? Was it
A fetus.
It didn't exist.
A fetus existed.
The fetus.
Not a
exists,
person.
right?
A fetus.
The fetus.
Yeah.
The child. The
No,
Latin.
whatever
young
you
one,
want to embellish
that
and
person,
draw it
whatever.
up. And
But
make
how can you justify saying that harming a potential person, a fetus in the womb, is immoral because that may long term in their life hurt, but it's not immoral to kill them?
Because in one sense, you are harming a future person. In another sense, you're preventing that person's existing.
He doesn't care that they would have become a person if you wanted to kill it. Is it
I know you're like saying it like half like trying to own me, but you're actually correct. It's actually correct.
I understand your argument. I
There's
just
a
think
fundamental difference.
I think it's. I don't agree with it obviously, but I understand it, and it is what it is. You still keep giving the same answer, so I understand.
We got it.
All right, we have chat here from, I guess I'll just read that one while it's up. Karen are ignorant. Do you guys want to respond to the Karen accusation?
No, we were asked.
No? Okay.
We were asked to come here and talk about our pro-life beliefs, and I feel like we did that. We did not insert ourselves into this debate.
Okay, we have BOF. Could you add that? Destiny, how certain must you be that a fetus is conscious to consider abortion wrong? Let's say there's a 10% chance that the fetus is conscious at 21 weeks, 20% at 22, 30% at 23, etc. At what point would you ban abortion?
Like I said, the part is like 20 to 24 weeks, so I'd probably just cut it off right at 20 weeks, is like where people say the development is.
All right, we have DMZ Demise. Thank you for the 69. Really appreciate it. The two women are not accepting that he has clearly drawn where his line is. The practice of eugenics, wrong abortion prior to a certain period he feels acceptable, primarily that it be done before the kid could feel pain or has brain stimulation.
Unless it's done for a eugenic reason, which was the whole debate we were having. Yeah. Then you're opposed to it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you have an argument with a room full of kids and you say, hey guys, you guys should like probably not have children or like wait a long time to have children, that's fine. But if you only that's not fine. It's the same action, but it's bad because in one sense you're practicing eugenics, in the other sense you're not. The bad thing is the eugenics part.
I don't know who you're practicing eugenics on with a 19-week-old fetus if you say it's not a thing.
Well, if you're practicing
It's
it on society, that's what eugenics is practiced on a societal level. Like that's what.
But I don't think it works. But
okay.
Let's get this chat. We have Weeaboo.
Yeah.
Thanks for the donation. It's not good to base your values on potential. If a person inherited a gene that made them predisposed to being extremely violent, do we preemptively put them in jail? It's difficult to make decisions on things that haven't happened. Weeaboo. Thank you very much for your super chat. Appreciate it. And then we have Dragon Zombie 2000. I'm neutral on this topic, but I really feel Destiny's just gish galloping. Not sure what that is. He's not really making any convincing arguments. He's speed talking his way out of corners to avoid addressing Lila's actual points. Lila's absolutely crushing it. Respect.
Thank you.
Destiny, your response? Or Lila, your
No, you
response?
go ahead.
Absolutely true.
I mean, the pro-life argument is very simple in many ways. It's about human rights for all humans. You don't get to put personhood based on developmental markers. Personhood is for everyone. If you're a human, you're a person. If you're a person, you're a human. That's the bottom line. And so you don't do age discrimination or developmental discrimination or consciousness or unconsciousness discrimination. You're a human. You're intentional violence discrimination. That's why we didn't talk about it in this debate, but maybe we could do another one at some point where we get into, how to stop abortion, all the other arguments for abortion and against it, how we can make a civilization more just and more loving to a place where there are less abortions, women don't even choose it anymore, we're supporting them more. I mean, there's a whole lot more that pro-lifers focus on, a lot beyond, you know, the debate on this consciousness question.
Sure. Okay, let's see here. I think we're all finally caught up on all the chats. So, closing statements. And you have to get going, right?
I've already
Lila, what's that?
I've already missed it. I'm good.
You're good?
Oh, no.
Time-wise, are you guys doing time-wise?
Fuck out of here. What, do you want to think about other things? I didn't know I was going to have actual
Destiny wants to be unconscious.
4-hour debate on abortion. This is like the joke topic where abortion and veganism are the two that I never do long-form debates on. So you wrote me into
Destiny wants to go to sleep and have experienced blissful unconsciousness.
I want to go do drugs. That's what I want to do.
But no one's
right
allowed
now,
to kill him, and he's unconscious.
What do we? Okay, I'm just kidding. Okay, what else am I talking about?
Well,
we're gonna keep going here.
We could, if you guys want, we can continue, or if you guys feel like we've hit. Wrap it up.
Is there anything you really want to hit or something?
Well, I would love, actually, not necessarily now, because I know I have to drive 3 hours, and I think, you know, you have a flight and stuff, but I would love to do a podcast to talk about sexual ethics and talk about, you know, the whole reason we have the abortion. One of the reasons is we have laws that permit abortion and people are just getting them. The other reason, though, is, I think, societally, culturally, post-sexual revolution. I think that's a very interesting conversation. So
abortion has become a parachute, get out of jail free card.
I love how children are described as like punishments, like the consequences
of their actions. We agree on that, yeah.
Well, that's what you're describing them as.
That's how,
like, get out of jail, like having a kid is being in jail, and the parachute is.
That is how abortion, or how many people view abortion in our country. That is how they view abortion, is that it's a wrong, that it's ending the life of a human being, but it's a necessary wrong for them to continue whatever they feel is the trajectory of their life, and that child inconveniencing them justifies ending their life. And that's why I think what Lila was saying at all in this conversation is about what are we doing as a nation to transform our culture where no woman feels like she has to choose abortion again, because that is part of our work in the pro-life movement. It's not just simply educating people about science and biology and reality, or passing laws. It's also tangibly coming beside women and changing policies, on whether it's on college campuses or in the workplace, or advocating for tangible support services and resources. I don't feel like we appropriately got to that point.
I would say we should reduce abortions by giving more contraceptives to people and let them keep fucking. That's my.
I actually have one question for the pro-life side here, and I've heard this come up from people who are either more liberal or pro-choice. What would you say to someone who says it's hard to take pro-lifers or conservatives seriously on the abortion issue, considering their social Darwinism on nearly every other issue? Now, you might reject that premise, but
I would reject that premise.
Okay. But I've often heard it said, well, they're only pro-life in this one particular instance, but they're not so in favor of once the child is born. This isn't my position.
Sure.
I'm
I would say that's wrong.
echoing
what we have done in the pro-life movement for 50 years, while Roe was the law of the land, was create a whole social safety net of pregnancy centers, maternity programs that vastly outnumber the fewer. There's more than 3,000 of them that outnumber the fewer than 600 Planned Parenthood abortion facilities in our country. And these are nonprofit entities that are in the hardest hit neighborhoods, who raise money on their own. We're door knocking, delivering diapers and formula to actual doors in neighborhoods surrounding abortion facilities. So that's actually not who we are in the pro-life movement. That's not what, when you look at the money raised within the broader pro-life movement, the majority of money that is raised in the pro-life movement actually is for
the tangible support services. So I would say that actually is unfair, and it's very untrue of a statement. I would say we can have different policy debates about a lot of things that are very important that determine how humans thrive in our nation. But I think we need to also enter in those conversations with good intentions with one another, not assuming that each other or those on the other side of the aisle just hate human beings. My position on, immigration or school choice or healthcare might be different than yours, but that's not mean I think human beings should suffer. I would say I have very good reasons for why, for example, I oppose socialized health care, or why I think there should be choice in education and parents should be able to choose to send their children to charter schools as opposed to sending them to failing public schools. I'm not saying that because I hate children. I'm saying that because I think it's a good policy prescription that can benefit society. So I think that's actually, when you come to those arguments, both sides are actually saying that they value human life. What's different in the pro-life movement is we're saying that valuableness, that human dignity that we're giving to a child who's at the border or a child who's stuck in a failing school in Detroit, we believe that child in the womb has that same dignity because we are all human beings, and fundamentally the one thing that we all have in common is our humanness. And human beings deserve basic human rights, and that first right is the right not to be killed.
Did you have anything to add, Lila, or not?
Well, I mean, we just released our New North Star Coalition kind of position statement saying we need complete legal protection for all humans in this country, the abolition of abortion, and we also need to make our country a friendlier place to raise a family. And so that goes to things like a child subsidy. I think that if you're a parent, you should get a cash benefit, money back for that child. I think we need to make it free in this country. So I do think that there are some things that even conservatives can get behind to say, listen, we should be funding things that make our country more.
And maybe last thing to go out on a lighter note, should we react to that Dave Chappelle clip? Just on the
heavy light. I don't know if that's light. That's
Yeah? All right, let's do a little clip. We'll react to a little clip here, kind of related from Dave Chappelle stand-up. We'll get the panel's input, and then we're going to wrap up. All right. Yeah, just go ahead and... videos tab. Oh, shoot.
Yeah. I'm trying to get a hold of them. I got to change my flight. Oh, to see if I can.
But what time is your flight?
I changed it.
When was it?
It was tonight, like midnight. It's not going to happen.
Out of where?
LAX. I had a dinner as well, so I'm going to have to stay for breakfast and then.
When is your flight to DC or where?
DC, yeah.
Are you worried that you're just going to miss it, or do you have other things you want to do instead?
I have to have a meeting before I leave, so I'm stuck here.
Because if you show up,
Here, let's. Wait.
I'm not for abortion.
Can you make it, Eric? Hold on. Pause. Go to the audio symbol. Make sure it's all the way up. Oh, that's weird. I don't know if we can hear it.
I was gonna say if you show up late, usually they'll let you fly standby on like another flight instead of having to book a whole one.
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
Start from the beginning. Can you start from the beginning?
And I know nobody gives a fuck what I think anyway. I'm not for abortion. Oh, shut up, nigga. I'm not for it, but I'm not against it either. It depends
on consciousness.
Who I get pregnant. If you have a dick, you need to shut the fuck up on this once. This is theirs. The right to choose is their unequivocal right. Not only do I believe they have the right to choose, I believe that they shouldn't have to consult anybody, except for a physician about how they exercise that right. Gentlemen, that is fair. And ladies, to be fair to us, I also believe if you decide to have the baby, a man should not have to pay. That's fair. If you can kill this motherfucker, I can at least abandon him. It's my money, my choice. And if I'm wrong, then perhaps we're wrong. Figure that shit out for yourselves.
Okay, I think that's it. The reaction from the panel.
I love when comedy reveals the truth about how our abortion laws in America don't actually make sense. That, you know, men have no rights to say whether or not a woman can choose to pay someone to end the life of her child. He has no say in the decision at all, even though that child was created with half of his DNA. Yet if she decides to keep the child and raise a child and he wants an abortion, he could be put in jail for failing to pay child support. I think that's unfair, and it doesn't make sense, and I think it emasculates men in our society. I know many of us in the pro-life movement believe that child support should actually begin at conception. That would be fair, right? Mother, you have a special role, and your body is just another human being, so men cannot do that. But the man should step up, but we should allow him to be able to step up. So I think it proves the irony.
Some logical consistency in that.
Yep.
Yeah.
I thought it was funny, but every point he brought up was dog shit.
Not the best.
Well,
he also made the no uterus, no opinion.
Yeah, the problem is that like everybody should be interested and invested in whether or not children are being murdered in the United States, whether you're a man or woman. So the idea that just because you have a dick means you don't have an opinion is fucking beyond stupid. Also, the problem with financial abortions is the way that family courts are structured and the way we think about paying child support is we're always thinking about not in terms of what's fair to the mother or father, we're thinking about in terms of like what's in the best interest of the child. And in the best interest of the child, if you're going to have a child, the child needs financial support. If the government's not going to be able to pay, then the father has to step up and pay. Or the mother if the child goes to the father. So child support isn't something that's supposed to be fair, or you can have a financial abortion if a woman can have a physical abortion. Child support is just supposed to mean that if a child is born, it needs to be financially cared for, and some of that financial support should probably come from the two people that made the child. Usually it's the father paying child support because usually the mother's the caretaker.
It's an interesting point that you're making, and I agree with a lot of what you're saying, Destiny, because our court system, when it is oriented towards the child's welfare as opposed to the desires of the adult, I think that's just because the child is the one that needs the advocate there and is the one that's the most vulnerable. I do think sometimes our court systems are not focused as much on the child, and our legal system is not focused as much on the child. Obviously, abortion is case in point because the woman decides in some cases, obviously, to have the abortion or she's coerced into it and she has it. And then in other areas in reproductive technologies, because reproductive technologies, most of them are all about the adults desiring to have a child, and in the process of creating all these children, a lot of them are killed or endangered, and that's harmful too. So, but overall, I think
it doesn't make sense. It's like the Lacey and Connor Peterson law here in California. In California, you can kill your child in an abortion, no questions asked. That's a celebrated right. But if you are murdered by your husband or your partner on your way to an abortion facility, you as a woman are murdered and your child is murdered, he can be tried with committing 2 murders. Does that make sense to anyone?
Yeah. Well, and I have a question here for Destiny related to the Dave Chappelle clip. So, you know, he's sort of talking at the end there. What did he say? My wallet, my choice, or my money, my choice. This is obviously directed at someone who's pro-choice. What do you have a stance on legal paternal surrender? I've heard it's called.
You can't do it. No.
You can't do legal paternal surrender.
Wait, when you say paternal surrender, are you talking about like the financial abortion, being able to say I don't want to have any paternity, I don't want to be able to?
I mean, I think the term that people who are in favor of it, they prefer not to use either paper abortion or financial abortion. But would you be in favor of that?
I mean, in a world where the government would subsidize and take care of all of it, sure. But when it's not happening, no. You probably have to pony up for the financial support.
Okay. Okay.
I think that's totally fine. The penalties of I fucking hate talking about this issue to these audiences, but the penalties of being a single mother that has to take care of a child for 18 years is so infinitely greater than the penalties of paying some child support, of which half of fucking fathers don't even fucking pay anyway. The idea of like comparing those two things is one of the most retarded fucking things I've ever heard of uttered by virgins, and is actually one of the stupidest fucking things to complain about the burden of child support when you're abandoning your kid to a single mom. That is unfucking believable.
I think we have some common ground there, Destiny, because I do think that that's part of the reason we have so many abortions actually is because yes, women are choosing these abortions, but most women who have abortions actually are single moms, and so they're already dealing with raising a child on their own and a broken relationship with a man who's usually not in the picture, and sometimes, like you're saying, defaulting on child support. So I think that is a major problem.
Well, Destiny, I guess my response to you there would be, you say that the ramifications impact women a bit more greatly, but I mean, when it comes to the financial component, for example, men, if you know, we did away many years ago with debtors' prisons, but men who fail to pay child support, perhaps they're in some financial bad financial position. They're going to get locked up in jail.
Go to the court and work it out. Rearrange your child support is usually based on your income, your ability to pay. You figure that out. When you know, I pay child support, so I know that like, it's based on your income and everything. Like it's not like they're going to take a guy that's earning $1,000 a month and he's got to pay $10,000 a month to his rich single mom who's driving around in a Ferrari because of all the money she's making on child support. Like, or if it's really that big of an issue, as much as I hate to say it, like wear a condom, don't get somebody pregnant. Like,
well, but what if the guy is indigent? So
what if the guy's what?
Indigent. Is that the right word?
Impotent? What are you saying?
Indigent.
Indigent.
Like
homeless, no money.
Oh,
he
and
can't
he's
afford.
probably not going to pay shit anyway. What do you mean?
Right, but I mean, I'd have to look into it further. But my understanding is, even if you don't make any money, if you fail to pay child support, that puts you at risk of being incarcerated.
Well, I think the courts get into the details of the situation, because if you're like you're homeless because of some medical injury or something, or you have a mental health condition, they will take that into account, because usually there's court proceedings where the woman's trying to get the money from the you know, from the man. So it depends on the circumstance.
You know what? You did make another interesting statement there, though, Destiny, and you said that, well, the man, if he's concerned with the financial ramifications of pregnancy and having a child, then, well, he should just not have sex. That's a rather pro-life.
Yep,
that's
literally
like
what I
very
tell students on campuses every time.
Very rather Bronze Age pro-life position of you to take.
Right.
I don't think it's a pro-life position at all.
Well, it seems like almost.
It's a cautious position, right?
Listen, my rule is I only nut in women that make more money than I do, okay? So if I get somebody pregnant, they got the money to take care of their shit. I don't knock up any fucking broke bitches. That's how you live your life. Boom. There's nothing Bronze Age about that. Also, I'm pro-choice. My wife gets knocked up. We're getting an abortion. We're driving down to the abortion clinic. Like, boom. Have the conversation beforehand. Like, I don't know what to say. You have some amount of ability to exercise your reproductive rights with a woman. I mean, if you're worried about her getting pregnant, be careful. Either use multiple forms of birth control. Don't use birth control. Make sure she's got a really long staircase. I mean, whatever you have to do. But, I mean, once the child is born, it has to be provided for. You can't just be like, oh, well, I didn't want to. Oh, I don't know. Because now you have a living person whose life is going to be materially impacted by the financial contributions you make. So at that point, you have to consider the best interest of the child. You know, would have, could have, should have had an abortion, or should have fucked or whatever. You're past the point at that point. So.
Well, sure,
it sucks, and it's not fair. It's not really fair, because sometimes people want, men especially, want to argue this point of fairness. It's also not fair that women have to carry and deliver kids. But like all red pillars like to say, life isn't fair. It's not always fair. Men and women aren't the same. Men have to pony up a little bit more on the financial responsibility side. Women have to fucking deliver kids and have periods and be annoying in general. So like, life isn't fair. That's just the reality of the situation, right?
Well, I think we agree a lot with you on a lot of that, Destiny.
Except for the long staircase comment.
You were saying something earlier that was interesting. I don't know if you want to talk about it, Destiny, before the camera started, about you used to be pro-life, now you're pro-choice, but you have a son, and then you made some comment about you wouldn't, something about your son.
I would have been pro-choice, would have super aborted.
What's that?
Yeah, I would have had an abortion if I would have been pro-choice plan, but I was super pro-life when my kid's mom was pregnant, so we had a conversation, and I can't have an abortion if I'm pro-life, because then I feel like a hypocrite.
Do you feel like if your son would hear this, that would affect him?
No, I tell it to him. What do you mean?
You told your 12-year-old son.
Yeah, super frank. But me and his mom are split up. It's not like we chose that arrangement, like we want to be split or whatever. But like, I still love my kid.
How do you think that affects your child?
It doesn't. He knows I love him. We hang out. We have fun. Like, I talk to him. I love him. But like, I'm not going to
I love you now, but I could have killed you. Or if I would.
Before he existed.
But he wasn't existent because he was alive.
Okay. Are we going to redo the
Are you,
whole
are you
4-hour
saying that
conversation?
human beings aren't in existence? You're saying they're not persons, but they're still in existence because they are
I mean,
alive.
I
Their
think
what
hearts-
I'm saying is
their
that
hearts are beating,
I don't
blood
treat
is
my
pumping through their
what I'm
veins.
saying is I don't treat my kid like an idiot. He sees he has 2 separated parents, so obviously the situation is not ideal.
But
I love my kid, of course I do.
But
Like I
you
wouldn't,
would-
like now that I have him, I wouldn't kill him. Right?
But you-
If we could have had an abortion. I mean, maybe it's
But
something.
you tell him that you would have aborted him.
I
if
don't
you
know
could
if we
have?
sit down and like I make jokes about it, but
Okay.
yeah.
But
I can
hopefully
bring him
he-
for the next
hopefully
conversation,
he
and we'll
thinks-
see.
Hopefully he thinks it's a joke, because I mean, it
that
probably
would
would
be
be
very
hard
traumatic.
to hear.
I don't think we're all traumatized the same way, but maybe he might be
I would
traumatized.
think
I'm a
that's
little
very
traumatized, and I wanted to be
traumatic to
a
a
spinning image
child
of
to
me.
be told, yeah, I would have killed you.
Absolutely, I say it just like that too.
All right, we have our last chat here, King of Arena.
Yeah.
Thanks for the donation, man. I'm on the fence about whether a fetus is a person, but since killing a person is significantly worse than an unwanted pregnancy, it seems better to risk being pro-life than pro-choice. I'd think even a half or third chance of killing a kid is worse.
That was the point I made earlier when I was asking Destiny about what if he is wrong versus what I am wrong. That even if you're not 100% sure,
Are we really resetting
that's-
this whole argument?
No, I'm just reaffirming what the commenter was saying. Even if you're not 100% sure if a fetus is a person that you think has rights to life, I think we always need to err on the side of caution, and that's why I was calling your choice of saying person who doesn't begin at 20 weeks as
the whole
reckless.
argument again.
I mean, it's the hunter.
No, I'm just
well, it's the
resaying
hunter
what, like-
hypothetical. If you're hunting and you hear rustling in the bushes and it might be a human, but it might be a deer, do you just shoot before you can confirm that this isn't a human, this is a deer? And you would say, well, let's make sure I'm actually hunting a deer, not a human here. So, but that's
But
more,
there's
that's
going to
more
be,
for people.
but hold
that's
on.
more
When
for
you go
pro-choicers.
hunting,
That's
there
more-
is a chance that you could shoot a person in a deer suit, right?
But if you knew that there was
Wait,
a
could
10-year-old
you-
wandering through the
sure,
woods
but
near
let's
where
say
you were
that-
hunting, it's
let's
more
say,
the
but yeah, but
hypothetical.
even so, you could be shooting a guy in a deer suit every time you shoot, right?
Well, if you knew that there was, again, in the hypothetical.
I'm not saying you knew.
Oh, we lost our life.
I'm
In the
asking-
hypothetical.
hold on, can we engage with the hypothetical?
Yeah,
You
well,
know
I was
that there
stating
could
the
be a person in a
hypothetical.
deer suit, right?
Okay.
I'm sorry, that's real life. There could be a person in a deer suit, right?
Okay.
But what you would say is it worth me to eat meat knowing I could be killing human? What you would say is the probability of me eating meat is very, very, very high if I hunt and kill this thing. The probability of that being a living person is very, 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 very
Right,
low.
and you can
That's
take
why,
can take the hypothetical to an extreme.
Sure.
Like you
Well,
say, well,
even-
and
I'm
I
just
get
saying-
because you can say when I get in a car, I might kill someone.
I'm
But
just
in
saying
a
that
car
the-
accident, is it worth the risk?
asking like, can I do this thing if it causes bad thing? You have to weight those probabilistically
Of
because that's where
course.
the whole
Of
that's the
course.
most important part.
We already know
but
it's
with an
alive.
abortion, you know that it ends the life of the thing. But even if you're like, oh, I'm not sure if it's a human or not. So this is not your position, Destiny. Is some pro-choicers. They're like, I'm not sure whether or not it's a human. I don't know when life begins. And the pro-life response to that is to say, well, if you don't know when life begins, saying it's okay to kill something that could be a life, even by your definition, is not just and not
And I understand,
justified.
and I'm saying that locking an 11-year-old for having an abortion because she's
But
pregnant.
now you're going to an
because-
extreme.
You can
case
call
that
it
we
an
discussed
extreme. That's
earlier.
real life.
Wait,
I'm just
wait,
saying
who's
that,
going
like,
to emotion now?
Which I
I'm not
think
going
we
to
actually
emotion.
disagreed on that case.
Well,
because I
I
was
am
saying we
emotional,
shouldn't
I
lock
agree.
up the 11-year-old.
You accused us of going
So-
to emotional arguments, but you've been the whole time saying you have a very straightforward, fact-based opinion that it's just consciousness and you're...
Well, sure. Well, hold on.
I
She's
do-
giving me a
I-
potential risk, and I'm giving you a potential risk.
I do just want to say, like, I
Yeah?
know we're leading the end of this here, a little kumbaya. I do think overall Destiny is trying to argue his best, and he's doing.
I don't
a
need
good
your
job. I think
charity.
Kristen
I'm not
did-
trying my
I know
best.
you
I was
personally-
bad faith
Well, and I
all
know
night.
Kristen, and I know she has
And
great
I hate
intentions.
women.
So I just want to. I know the bad faith thing has been leveled a bit, but I will just say I think there's a lot of good faith, imperfect debating happening here. But
I
a
think
lot
you
of
two
good
are
faith people,
evil.
so.
Okay. Unironically, you guys are like out here like
That's
trying to
probably
get
the
abortion
nicest
rights and
thing
everything
that's been
banned
said
from
about
all
me
of human
versus
society and shit. I
Connor,
think that's kind of
so.
evil shit. Restricting the rights of women.
Well,
Not
I
good.
think dismembering a child in the womb is absolutely horrific.
Well, we can
and
at least
brutal
all agree.
and should be
Restricting the
banned.
rights
We
of
all
women
think each
to
other
your
is
life,
evil,
to end the
okay?
life of
Yeah.
a unique
I didn't
living
say you're
being.
evil, Destiny.
Well, I
I
am
do
evil.
think
I'm
it's illegal to
advocating for
commit an
fucking
act of
child
abortion.
murder. What is more evil than that?
It's
gotta be a pretty evil
Well,
position.
in your mind, because of I think cognitive dissonance, you're convinced yourself. You seemingly almost perfectly
Nazis
convinced
convinced
yourself.
themselves that killing Jews
you,
was good.
You
It didn't make it a
seem to
good
have
thing, right?
Convinced yourself that they are not human lives, that they don't matter, that they're not persons. Therefore, it's okay to kill them for almost any reason except for eugenics, but almost any reason. So in that case, because if you sincerely think that, and again, I think there's cognitive dissonance at play. You know,
There's not.
I think they think there are some good intentions that you have. I mean, I sincerely think that.
Gotcha.
I
we
do
did find
think that
common
the
ground.
position, the pro-abortion position at its heart, though, is not just illogical, but it's evil because it has led to the killing of 60 million children in this country.
Yes.
And that's absolutely horrific, and that's why we are working at Live Action to stop that and save lives and serve women and help and do all the things that we're doing, educate, etc.
Mhm.
So
60 million people. Would you say that's like 10 times more or like 100 times? Where are you at on the...
it eclipses any other human rights
Why are you
abuse in our
looking at me?
history and in the 20th century.
I'm sorry. That was an advance.
All right, Destiny, can you show the camera the doodles you've been drawing?
I don't even.
No, they were very good doodles this whole time.
It was wonderful. In any case,
where was my? I was a little jealous because I'm a doodler too, and you're like, brought that to Destiny.
Yeah, he asked for some.
Oh, I had to.
Well, you didn't need that because I let you guys finish your statement, so you were.
Well, no, I mean, Destiny, you went really fast, and you were like changing the topic. I mean, we were, I think, both doing that in fairness. So next time, you know what we could do?
I think next time we need a whiteboard.
A moderator. You did great, Brian, but someone who, no, not Don and Brian, but
and they cut the camera.
No.
We do need a real moderator next time.
But more, put the question up, and then we each take a turn answering, and then have like 2 minutes.
Oh, get like a timer.
Like a timer, and then
yeah. 2 minutes, 30 seconds to respond.
True.
But it was.
Yeah, this is my first time.
That's okay.
I like
you did well,
the whiteboard where you just draw out the arguments.
Okay, so Lila, where can people find you?
Thank you. So liveaction.org is our pro-life organization. So we have all kinds of arguments for life, responding to his position as many other pro-abortion positions, facts and resources. If you want to be educated or educate other people, follow us on social media. I have a podcast too, the Lila Rose podcast, and my brand new YouTube channel. Destiny, you should come on and we'll do another debate.
Oh, that'd be good.
It's like,
that'd
no.
Whenever you want, okay?
And so you can check that out on YouTube, Lila Rose podcast. And all of our socials are Live Action or Lila Rose.
Yeah. You can check us out at studentsforlife.org or standingwithyou.org if you need pregnancy resources or support or help for abortion pill reversal. I've got a podcast explicitly pro-life, and you can check out my YouTube and my Instagram and all my social media handles at Kristen Hawkins.
Destiny, where can people find you?
You can check me out at www.nomorebabies.org. Okay, we show you the best brands of hangers to use, how to use copper IUDs to have abortions, all sorts of exotic ways to abort a pregnancy you never even could have imagined or could have dreamed of. Okay, also youtube.com/destiny, kick.com/destiny, and destiny.gg.
Are you getting a Kick deal, by the way?
Wouldn't you like to know?
All right. I have to say one thing since Lila's here. Lila, I saw the interview with Pints with Aquinas, and I have to. This is part of the beef, I guess. I've never even addressed it. He said that he hopes that the whatever podcast crashes and burns. So Pints with Aquinas. I hope. Am I even pronouncing it right?
Aquinas.
I hope that.
He didn't know enough about this podcast.
Your thing crashes and burns too?
Damn.
How about that? You can crash and burn also. Okay. In any case, thank you everyone for tuning in. Big thank you to the wonderful panel here for coming tonight. Thank you to everyone who tuned in to watch. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you were here with me. I appreciate that. Thank you to everyone who so generously super chats and donates and supports the show. It means the world. Thank you, thank you. Thank
5
you.
hours, Brian.
It was a long show, but it was good. It was good. Guys, the Dating Talk is going to be back Tuesday the 27th, so about a week from now. We'll be back at our, and then thereon after we'll be back to our normal schedule, Sunday and Tuesday at 7 p.m. Pacific. Tuesday the 27th, 7 p.m. Pacific is our first Dating Talk back. If everybody in the chat, if I could get some 07s in the chat. 07s in the chat, guys, please. But yeah, thanks again for tuning in tonight. Thank you once again to the wonderful panel for coming and doing this. And 07s in the chat, and we will see you guys next time. Good night, guys.
Bye.
Okay. So I'm gonna take a break. Just wanted to finish that off. Take a break and then come back a little